to the floor. My bed is all my fault.
उड़ा मैं नींद से, देखा जो सपना वो सच था। घर पे एक कुत्ता है, गाड़ी दो चार दोस्त और एक स्टूडियो मस्त था। बस अभी तो लगा पैसों का है चस्का, सब कुछ लगे अपने बस का। म्यूजिक में नशा मैं झूमता ही रहता, पता मुझे करूँ क्या इस कश का। मेरा शहर मेरा घर मेरा दिल यहीं, मेरे दोस्तों से सही कोई महफिल नहीं। मैं बाहर ज्यादा घूमने पर मन रहता घर पे, यहाँ हफ्ते से ज्यादा घर पाता कहीं फील नहीं। इस हवे में गम है खुशी, इस हवे में जोश सब कर लूंगा खुद ही। ऊपर से साथ मेरा क्रू, सब कुछ सॉर्ट गिव अ फक अबाउट हू। ज्यादा कमाने का शौक बचाने का कम, उतना ही खाते हम जितना हजम। माँ बाप के चेहरे में दिखती जो खुशी है, लगा नहीं सकता कोई उस पे रकम। खुद पे नाज भी है, कुछ हमसे नाराज भी है। वक्त ना रोक सके हम तो किसी ना किसी का छूटना लाजमी है। भूख तो आज भी है, बस बदल गया थोड़ा मेन्यू। पार्टी तो आज भी है, बस बदल गए थोड़े वेन्यूज। बिजनेस तो आज भी वही, बस बदल गया है रेवेन्यू। सेकंड हैंड गाड़ी का शौक, पर बाकी सारी चीजें लेते हम ब्रांड न्यू। नए सपने नए मौके नया दिन, चल पड़े हम करने चेंज अपना सीन। हो इंसान तो बदलते रहेंगे शौक, तो करते रहने फरा हसल till I'm gone, नए सपने नए मौके नया दिन, चल पड़े हम करने चेंज अपना सीन। हो इंसान तो बदलते रहेंगे शौक, तो करते रहने फरा हसल। करना मुझे जो मेरा दिल करे, वही मेरा बिल भरे। मेरे साथ दुख भी कहानी मेरी फील करे, मेरे हर खर्चे की रात से ही फीस भरे। परिवार मेरे अपने शौक की हर चीज करे। पैसा जरूरी है, खुशी मिलती जब भी क्लियर होते चेक्स। बोलते वो मोर मनी मोर प्रॉब्लम्स, ऐसी ही दिक्कत लगे मुझे बेस्ट। मौत का इंतजार नहीं, मेरा स्वर्ग यहीं शुरुआत मेरा अंत यहीं। गाने अमर उन्हें पता फर्क नहीं, चलने वालों का बनाना नर्क यहीं। माफ कर देते पर भूलते नहीं, खाली जेब में भी कूलते भाई। A1 तो स्कूल से भाई, बच्चे वसूल के नहीं। दोस्तों आज भी वही, बस बदल गया है एड्रेस। हसल तो आज भी वही, बस कम हो गया है स्ट्रेस। कोसते खुद को काम, अब जिंदगी लगती है ब्लेस्ड। इंटरनेशनल काम पर KCD always gonna be on my chest। नए सपने नए मौके नया दिन, चल।
What is up? Good morning, everyone. Welcome to another EWC day. Welcome दोस्तों, welcome to the stream. I hope you all are doing super well, super fine. Oh shit, yeah. Right. Got it.
Millions of dollars up for grabs. That's what everyone is playing for in the overall scheme of EWC. Who are some of the club favorites? Because Heretics were able to get their team into the top 5, due mostly to their
Welcome दोस्तों. W matches today, yes sir. ओए राज भाई, I'm sorry यार राज भाई, मेरे को थोड़ा बाहर जाना पड़ गया था यार. Actually I was feeling like really hungry and shit. Yep. Welcome दोस्तों, G fighting, yes sir. Today's the day, chat. Today's the day. We have really big games. पहला मैच किसका है? पहला मैच we have Global Esports versus MIBR. Then the next game we have G2 versus Nongshim. Big game for Pacific. Not gonna lie. Pacific के लिए बड़ा दिन, बड़े games. Yes sir. 3 मिनट MIBR G. Yes, that's correct. And then we have G2 Nongshim. Yes sir. ओए आज EMEA के दोनों गेम चाइना के अगेंस्ट है. वो वी वोंट बी वाचिंग दोस, बट स्टिल वी गुड. हेलो BO3 भी है ना? हाँ BO3 है दोस्तों. तो स्ट्रीम B खोल दी मैंने गलती से, तो शायद स्ट्रीम B में ऑल गेमर्स हेरेटिक्स होगा. स्ट्रीम A खोलनी थी क्योंकि मेरे को, मैं स्ट्रीम A क्यों नहीं खोला पता नहीं. ओ नहीं, यहाँ पे हेरेटिक्स हो रहा है. ठीक है, तो स्ट्रीम B में ही होगा. Chat, this day is big, bro. Sorry, आसपास गो लोअर ब्रैकेट. Bro, तुम लोग को ऐसा लग रहा होगा ना कि आज ऐसा हो सकता है कि जी मतलब जी ने बहुत सारे बड़े टीम्स को अपसेट दिए हैं. हम लोगों ने देखा है. आज ऐसा हो सकता है कि यार वो लोग MIBR को अपसेट दे. पर लास्ट टाइम जब MIBR एलिमिनेट हुई थी, तब MIBR के ऑलमोस्ट सारे प्लेयर रोए थे. ऑलमोस्ट, आसपास को छोड़ के, क्योंकि ही इज नॉनशैलेंट किंग ब्रो. बट अगर ऐसा कुछ होता है ना कभी, तो बहुत डिफरेंट हो जाती है टीम, मजाक से हटके. जैसे टेक्स, मजाक से हटके चैट.
in there as well as Uditan. They tried to put a mixed team
आज
together.
टाइम पर स्टार्ट हो जाए बस, ये बस वही चाहिए, टाइम पर स्टार्ट हो जाए, मजा आ जाए। ओए आज तो सब लोग आने चाहिए ना वॉच पार्टी करने।
From China, Australian player by the way.
आज
So he's obviously cracked because you know all Australians.
All the Aussies. If you make
एनवी हरा सकती है जी, इजी विन। वही वही। ओए हाँ बेबर पर चैट, एनवी जब हराई थी MIBR को तो वो दिन एनवी का अलग था भाई, बहुत अलग दिन था, बहुत अलग दिन था। फ्रॉस्ट फुल सेंस के बूट कैंप से कोच करेगा। लेट्स गो चैट, आर यू गाइस रेडी फॉर सट्टा? यस, आर यू गाइस रेडी फॉर सट्टा ऑन किक? बिकॉज यू ऑल जस्ट डू सट्टा ऑन किक, you all are sattedi.
Want to be a difference maker. He just goes into hard carry mode, and when he has a good read on the game, they're going to be very difficult to beat.
We're going to keep talking about this first game.
बस दोनों ही टीम थ्रो ना करे बस। ओए ओए मजाक से हट के आज G2 वर्सेस नोंगशे में, और अगर वो लोग जीत गए तो G2 वर्सेस XLG once again.
Not here specifically. Listen, MIBR. If you don't know this team, I feel like you've probably
did buy on stream
because this is a super team. When you're looking at these players, you have Zekken, you have Ospas, you have these players that have consistently made it to global events previously.
Now, are these all Brazilians? Because MIBR is historically a Brazilian org, right?
They're not all Brazilian. There are mixed. They're all from all over America, so it works out.
Yeah, it's look, all I'm saying is MIBR built a super team, 0 international events. Global Esports built a team, 1 international event. It's a bit of a disparity.
Difference. Yep. Pilski my guy. Pilski my guy.
Hold on. Let me tell you about
Pilski my guy, bro.
Been in 4th and 5th place.
Not gonna lie, Pilski's my guy.
I did. Listen, they've been in
MIBR ने super team बनाई, 0 international.
in Americas. They
G ने सिर्फ team बनाई,
305
international.
in a row, not
W Pilski.
And when it came to stage 1,
Imagine G2 loses to XLG now as well. It'll be funny.
But from what I saw in the qualifiers for
अब तो ये G2 वाले जो है ना, ये साले हास लोग 2 रुपए के आदमी। आज मैं G2 hate watch करूंगा, hate watch. Oh, Chad, look at the jersey, bro.
This looks like a shank on his arm. A historic
jersey looks good. Jersey looks good, bro. Hi, Shadow Extreme.
For this match before I hand it over.
Hi, Pranav bhai.
Honestly, I think you need to take a look at Autumn's tats. He's got some pretty sick tats as well, Puckett. So make sure you scan all of the players before you make up your mind. Expectations for this game, I think.
Jersey नहीं यार, अच्छी लग रही है यार। क्या बात कर रहे हैं?
Very strong team. I think they've kind of underwhelmed domestically, but I think there's a
blue
lot of teams
black
like
stripes.
that do only okay domestically. Or
Dictator Patman will cook today. Dictator Patman.
International event and do very well for themselves. And GE, much like all of the Pacific teams at this event, are in a state of flux. They have just had a head coaching change, and I think a lot of people have their eyes on this event and this game in particular for GE to perform. And it's not an easy game right out the gate here.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. I think MIBR is on that, and as well as that,
training kit जैसा लग रहा है.
Them not making global events. Each of these individuals has at least
blue पे red stripe ले bro.
International event. 2 of them actually.
अच्छा. Map video क्या अभी तक दिखाया नहीं है.
Zekken who won with Sentinel. So 2 masters, 2
ठीक है भाई, मुझे मेरी आंखों के हिसाब से अच्छी थी यार.
It still plays a big part. You were talking about have they played on a stage together before? Not
really, it looks like old Gambit.
I think it's gonna be great for them, especially with the changes that they've made in terms of game.
I mean, look at his nose. These nostrils.
कल मैंने देखा many players जो वो स्टेज पे खेल रहे थे, वो लोग बोल रहे थे कि भाई तुम लोग इतना बड़ा प्रोडक्शन कर रहे हो, इतना सब कुछ कर रहे हो, और तुम लोग साला एक मॉनिटर आर्म नहीं दे पा रहे. मतलब even Klurge got a monitor arm. Even Klurge got a good ass monitor arm. Nah.
This year, and he's been able to bring them to
AWC, up your game, bro, up your game.
Performance. He actually is mechanically pretty sharp, but especially when the game gets hot, I think that's where the IGL brain drain really hits, and his performance does sometimes.
Trophy दिखा दे, इसकी trophy कहाँ है?
Time though, he's got a lot of heavy hitters around him. On the other side of things, Aspas doesn't need anyone to activate him.
MIBR got loss and not MIBR.
Just round 3.
सिर्फ ये tournament के लिए.
Literally.
He's literally the kind of person that once he picks up the operator, that's when he becomes really lethal. That being said, he's been really good.
Let's just Richie FEW से आवी है.
He's not too aggressive of a duelist to the point.
भाई chat, सुनो मैंने सुना कि पेपर एक्स का जो कोच है वेंडलर, उन लोग के कोचिंग के अंदर आके लाइट वाइट बंद करके चोरी वोरी करके चले गए लोग. हाँ हाँ chat what?
Duo when they
Oh, I mean, imagine. I mean,
Guys,
it's
we have the
France, it's
option to go
Paris.
to an ad, but I
Anyways,
think we can keep chatting a little bit here as we get this game going. We're just waiting on one player to throw on his headset, and then we'll be diving in. We can talk about
chat
some
low-key,
historic
I
rivalries,
feel
some matches
कि
that
अब
they've had in the past.
आज
But I wanna
MIBR का
start
दिन
here,
है.
Athena, about your opinion on adults with plushies,
सच
aka
है ना,
stuffed
सच है ना?
animals
It's
at their
okay.
workstation.
Oh, at their workstation?
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yes.
You
Oh,
I
boy.
love it. I'm
You're
a big
pro
fan.
stuffy.
I mean, have you seen a lot of these plushies? Most of them actually have really deep meanings for these players, which
Okay.
is really cute. Some are given by girlfriends or wives. Some they bought when they went to some sort of global event that reminds them of home. And I think it's nice to just always have something.
also
that kind of
ready,
grounds
bro.
So you don't see it as like a visual ball and chain.
to
No.
watch.
It's more of
Absolutely
like
not.
happy, positive thoughts, reassuring comfort.
Yes.
Gifts. Okay.
Yeah.
Understood. I don't know. I saw a purple hippo
चालू
up
करो
there on the
भाई.
desk. I was like,
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on with my star player.
You're just mad that you don't have a plushie on your desk.
Just not
My
in the
wife has
purple
not
hippo
given me
club,
a
bud.
stuffed animal yet, and I'm going to request that for my 41st birthday. Pilsky, talk to me a little bit about the mojo, though. If you're looking for a swing,
General
in
panel is
momentum,
general
is there a
आसपास.
hype man on global esports? Is there
Bro.
like an emotional leader on that squad?
I think they have several. I think
ये MIBR
Harvey
मेरे को
and
थोड़ी
Batman are
danger
kind of
लग रही है.
the duo coming
Chat,
out of the
आज
Philippines
GG
that
हो
bring a lot
सकता
of
है.
energy to the team. They both have a big.
ओए ग्रुप क्या है? एक सेकंड से मैच चालू नहीं हो ना, मैच चालू नहीं हो, रुको. मैच चालू नहीं हुआ. मेरे को ग्रुप देखना है, इनका ग्रुप क्या है. ये लोग कौन से ग्रुप में लड़ने वाले हैं?
On the other side, Athena, we're taking a look at a few of the players here from
MIBR Heretics.
in-game leader.
ओ AG भी है. अरे नहीं नहीं, चाइनीज टीम को काउंट आउट नहीं करते. चैट तुम लोग बहुत गंदे हो. तुम लोग चाइनीज टीम को काउंट आउट करते हो.
Just get ready to watch him. But in terms of duelists, you actually
ऐसे नहीं
have two.
करते.
You have second that are highly considered two of the best duelists when it comes
ऐसे
to
नहीं करते
Americas.
भाई.
Obviously, nothing on Sato and Neon right now because they're kind of
Chinese team हमेशा on top आ जाती है. कैसे ना कैसे.
And I think the most important part is you should
Like
watch
we
them
all
play
need it.
together. 'Cause together
Oh,
they
I
become
see. I
this
miss
crazy,
you. I
like,
replica
flame
you.
moment. They just go crazy.
Get low big time.
I feel like super good.
Our friends from the
Feeling
alpha
good?
stage making
Yeah.
their way across as they
Nice.
are trying
You
to
settled
focus
in, bro?
on
All ready to watch. गिरा आसपास.
Vito in just a moment, so let's
Bro,
dive
second
into
भी खेल
this
रहा ना?
match and
हाँ,
talk big
गिरा
picture.
आसपास
It's
bro
a
पर.
best of 3 this time
गिरा
around here at
आसपास.
EWC
Otherwise-
2026,
आसपास
and the
देखा ही नहीं
first
भाई
ban
खेलते
is
हुए
in.
इतने टाइम से.
अरे भाई MIBR की सुपर टीम एक भी इंटरनेशनल नहीं गई है और G इंटरनेशनल गई है. ये WG.
Today, starting with Lotus here for global esports.
What do you mean?
Oh, sorry, looks like
ये लोग ने आज तक अभी तक इंटरनेशनल क्वालिफाई नहीं किया है 2 इवेंट में.
Yeah, I think this Lotus pick makes
और
a lot
G,
of sense.
one
I mean,
international.
before MIBR, they've had so much success.
Okay.
They actually
भाई,
had
पर तुझे ये
100%
surprising
win
नहीं
rate.
लग रहा है कि
Granted, it was
NRG
the
ने
one
Mibr को
win
beat कर
on
लिया.
this in the past.
नहीं,
month.
बिल्कुल सरप्राइजिंग नहीं था. क्यों सरप्राइजिंग था?
In those qualifiers, they've also played.
ब्रो
NRG
एनआरजी
really have a good run.
बहुत अच्छा खेलती है. एनआरजी के बस थोड़े से माइक्रोस खराब हो रहे थे इसलिए वो लोग बाहर हो जा रहे थे हर बार. नसीब भी. और कल एनआरजी ने जो गेम दिखाया, इतना परफेक्ट वैलोरेंट खेला है ना 2 मैप.
Especially seeing how for GE they don't really have success on that map.
At the same time,
Bro, what's the point of supporting G? Bro, actually, the point is the point.
They always change comp.
ना भाई, पर तुम लोगों ने कल क्या मिस किया है पता है? कल तुम लोगों ने एक 1v5 निंजा डिफ्यूज मिस किया है.
Over in the Ho Chi Minh finals, so
Honorable.
I think it's going to be hard for MIBR.
Love me.
And that's why I'm keeping an eye on the agent select here to see which direction you're going to get from both of these teams. For MIBR, does seem like
एनआरजी वर्ल्ड चैंपियन. मैच तो लगने दो. हाँ मैच. अबे वो चालू कर दो. लगा दो अभी लगा दो. Alright, bro, what do we have on notice? We've got Javi and
They
okay.
go a lot of different directions in terms of their comps. This time they're going to lead
कल
into
लड़क
something a little bit more standard.
हाँ लवर्स रॉक.
एक सेकंड.
I'm
Second ने
confused
Reina lock किया
because
है.
we do have the graphic around a certain way, and I do think that the comp on the right looks more like something that GE might play. Maybe not the Harbor though, and I do know that some of the Latin American players and teams do love
क्या?
the Harbor from time to time.
Yeah,
आइसो रेना. ओए नहीं हगास हुआ. अरे हगास हुआ.
Might be onto something.
Yeah.
Athena, do you
हगास हुआ है
agree
क्या?
with this
हगास
take, or
हुआ.
can
अबे
MIBR
कल तो
roll
इतना
on?
हगास हुआ है ना मां कसम.
with the Harbor. Also, the Reina is just, it's such a crazy pick. And I think that we've
दो
seen
Reina.
it have some
दो
sort
Reina
of
खेल रहे
success.
हैं.
I think when you're playing on a map like Lotus, it takes away a lot of kind of potential well. Like when you're playing a Phoenix, you have the wall,
High
you have
wall
the
to
flash
stream.
down the corners. But the Reina Flash is just not that good in my opinion.
But
So
why
I am a
मैंने
little
सुना था
worried
10
about
घंटे की
whichever
stream हुई?
team did pick
हाँ,
the Reina.
10 घंटे मैं 8 किया।
I'm getting a little bit worried. This comp
Bro,
is
what
batshit.
in the
Like,
world
honestly,
is
what
happening?
is going
भाई
on?
EWC में थोड़ा सा कुक्ड है और भाई द बिग थिंग इज EWC में चोरी भी हुई है पता है
If it's not, MIPR have lost
क्या
the
चीज
plot.
क्या चीज
Like, this
वेंडलर के रूम में घुस के चोरी हुई है
वेंडलर कौन है
पेपर एक्स का असिस्टेंट कोच एलेक्स के बाजू में बैठता है ना जो
हाँ क्या चोरी की
बात कर रहे हो भाई
हाँ उसका कुछ टॉय वॉय जो गर्लफ्रेंड ने दिया था उसको ये वो सब चुरा के ले गए
कोई तो फैन घुस गया होगा
It's time to shine, baby.
If Platoon is promoted to
Ah.
head coach and he goes into the first game playing ISO Reina, that you're really gonna have a tough time
Are we supposed to, like,
handling the
talk about
fraudulent
it?
allegations.
Yeah,
at
yeah.
that point, especially
What if
if
it
you
works?
lose.
What if it works?
If it works,
course.
sorry, my lord.
Do you guys remember the G2 run?
Insta
where they
story
literally
push
were
कर
playing
दो,
ISO
okay, कर
Harbor
दूंगा
on-
मैच के बाद।
on Bree, sorry.
Okay.
So they've made it work. So I wouldn't be surprised if this is America's.
भाई हाइड्रा भाई ये इवेंट में मॉनिटर आर्म्स भी नहीं है प्लेयर के पास देख रहे हो
Is it just the combination of these two? What has you concerned for the noobs out there like me?
They're just
अगली
weak
बार
agents at
EWC
the moment.
stream
They don't
कोई
see a
stream
lot of
ना
play
करने
in
दे
the
देखो,
meta.
अरे।
There's some of the less peak duelists. I can name 4 or 5 duelists better than Arena ISO.
You should name 6 or 7 duels.
6 or 7 duelists.
Yeah.
There you go. Killing it.
हावी को चश्मा लग
He's
गया
not afraid to take on a challenge. I
Yeah.
love that. I'm gonna keep throwing them at you. Athena, you're a bit on the fence here, so I'm gonna
I'm not on the fence.
I'm really gonna make you. give
अरे
me
भाई
a
मेरे को लगता है
declaration.
चलो दोस्तों अभी 1 घंटे के लिए
Who's the first
गेम खेल के आते हैं, आ जाओ।
MIBR.
क्या बात करूँ इतना बुरा हाल
I
है
think personally.
अरे तो क्या कल पहला गेम 1 घंटे बाद चालू हुआ था
I think personally they have much more
और
firepower
एक
on
साथ
this
दोनों
team.
गेम
They
चालू नहीं हो रहे था
really
समझ रहे हो
versed when it comes
तो
to
हाँ, एक बाद में
veterancy
तो
on
मतलब
this
नहीं,
चार
नहीं।
गेम्स हुए अलग अलग
so
हाँ,
much
तो मैंने तो
potential
चारों देख
around
लिए।
them. They've shown themselves
वाह।
as Masters winners. as
हर्ष भाई
champion winners.
हर्ष भाई कल लड़ाक आदमी क्या मार रहा है हर्ष भाई 2 एस 2 राउंड 9 किल और फिर उसके बाद लवर्स रॉक 1v5 निंजा डिफ्यूज ओहो ईडीजी को कुत्ता बनाया है कल भाई
ओए
हाँ
मेरे को
Not
बिग
really
फैक्टर क्या लग रहा है मालूम क्या ये
profiling,
चीज
just
का
observe it,
EWC
you know?
का
हाँ
It's one of
कि
my
ये लोग है ना
strengths.
इंडोर खेल रहे
Really
हैं बराबर
scout
है
out talent and win matches
Audience
already,
नहीं
and
है।
this one is
हाँ।
nowhere
Pressure
ready, so I
बहुत
think we could
कम
be going to an
अबे पर आमने सामने खेल रहे हैं भाई
absolutely
वो टीमो टीनो तो कल
amazing
उठ के चढ़ गया था आरआरक्यू के
Go
ऊपर
ahead and clarify that.
Yeah.
In the meantime,
हाँ।
Husky, I'm going to keep asking questions.
टीमो टीनो कल मारा है भाई कुछ भी दिया 100 थिव्स तो बहुत अच्छा खेली कल आरआरक्यू के अगेंस्ट
I love watching
तो
snipers.
ये
They're the-
परफॉर्मेंस
the
बहुत डिफर
flashiest
करेगी
thing.
तो
If
क्या
you
जो
hit a headshot,
फाइनल्स
it's
है
million insta-kill.
वो
ऑडियंस में होगा ऑडियंस में होगा
The star sniper on both sides, and are there multiples that could pull it out? Because Ethan, for
हर्ष
example,
भाई तुम टिर्री हो टिर्री
Marshall at times collecting enormous rounds on
Honorable.
Eco.
I mean,
टिर्री
this is just a start.
तुमको पता है इसमें टिर्री
They've got a couple of
नहीं।
players who could
तुम हो
use it,
टिर्री।
honestly, but probably Autumn is going to be the player you're going to see using it most.
And then
नहीं,
when am
no
I
RRQ.
going to the outlaw? When am I going with the
RRQ
operator?
में नया
Talk me
player है,
through,
पता है,
like,
हान।
how I
जान।
spend my economy throughout this
Outlaw,
series.
anti-eco, or if you think the other team is light on cash, like if the rounds have been
Outdoor park में थोड़ी खेलेंगे।
You're going to go for an outlaw. You will see
अरे ये
probably
हरास आ जाता है ना
it's the outlaw. I've seen Aspas do it. I've seen
Good
G
morning.
do it, I've seen Autumn pick it up. So that's when you're going to
Zakin
pick that
too.
up. Operator, yeah, Zakin.
Ah.
Operator in any other.
क्लर्ज मिड टिर्री हर्ष बिग टिर्री
I have a
नहीं मैं छोटी टिर्री
Who
हर्ष
are
भाई
they
बड़ी टिर्री
based on the agents.
Yeah.
Who's
ओए हर्ष भाई पोर्चुगल क्रोएशिया देखा क्या
whether that's the
भाई मैं
क्या
बहुत वैसा वाला सो गया
game।
यार कलर्स भाई एकदम वह वाला
हाँ मैं भी वही सुना है 10 घंटा
उसके साथ मैंने ना रिजल्ट चेक किया यार
ना अबे पोर्चुगल का नेक्स्ट गेम अगेंस्ट स्पेन है
अबे वो सब छोड़ो उन लोगों ने भाई डीआरएस वाला सिस्टम किया वो स्नीको वाला
स्नीको वाला
दिया गया है अरे वो ये वो कौन सा एज
And they are building all around us.
कोई तो
Stages
एज
are
बोलते हैं
going
ना
up.
उसको
We've got video walls
नहीं समझा
क्या
मैं।
एज
growing, and
बोलते
our
क्या एज
players
बोलते
are
अरे
still
यार
finding
अल्ट्रा एज
new
टेक्नोलॉजी
अल्ट्रा एज अच्छा
अल्ट्रा एज की वजह से आउटसाइड दिया है उधर
This game, Valorant, going on in week
कल
0. Agent
पोर्चुगल वाला
Select
game?
is ready. Let's dive into it.
क्रोएशिया
and find out who
equalize
our
कर दी।
players
हैदर भाई कल
actually
आपके
wanna
फेवरेट
play
प्लेयर ने
on
मस्त
our
पेनल्टी
platform.
मारी है
Athena, remind me, what is
मेरा-
map number 1?
Huh?
Where are we
Map
playing and
number
what
one
fits
Bro,
well?
bro, you
is
were the one
Lotus, and I think
rocking the
both of
Portugal
these agent selects make a little
Sorry.
bit of sense. I am a little bit
जल्दी से
scared
Bluetooth हटा दे,
for
अब
the
no more
side of
switch off.
MIBR
ऐसा है क्या?
because that
मेरा
way
favorite player तो
hasn't
Messi
really
है.
found that much success
Messi?
It's kind of crazy that the Americas teams we saw NRG picking that up on
या
the
तो
front
उस्मान
end.
डेम्बेले.
They're kinda struggling
भाई
to
पर
find
जी
success.
डबल डुलिस्ट अभी भी खेल रही है.
At Ospas, I really
Autumn on
like
Jet
him on the
खेल
Jet.
रहा है.
I'm a little bit worried that
I ain't gonna lie, bro. Aspas is like.
Yeah, I think for MIBR, this is a departure from the comp they were playing just previously.
Yo,
in the
bro,
qualifiers,
is this
but
a
only
comp
by a
that
little bit.
they
I
have,
think
like,
LA is
picked,
the singular focus
like-
through that.
It's the new platoon comp, bro.
They played 3 games of Lotus in the last couple of months. They played.
Harsh bhai,
2
I
different
think
comps.
no frost, no
This is,
GE, bro.
Nothing surprising to see them.
ऐसा बोलते?
lean in to get
हाँ.
another different comp. Once again, though,
देखो,
running the double
जी के
duelist
सामने
just
जो
a
टीम है ना,
little bit of a
वो भी
different
चले तो
flavor.
चांद तक है.
Honestly, I think what MIBR are running,
वो
though,
भी
the
है,
way
वो
they
भी
used
है.
to be
लेकिन
fantastic
individually
against the Vice, it's
streamly,
so easy to
वो
be
लोग
able to
ज़्यादा
get
अच्छे.
some of those setups and then just refract out. Really helps you work the map here on
पता
Lotus.
नहीं.
Yeah,
Who knows?
that's very
ML,
true. I think
ML,
the
ML,
way
ML,
they play it is
MIBR
really
loss.
important here, and I hope they have some
पता है
answers.
इसमें MIBR के सामने loss क्यों है?
Has been really good, and immediately right off the bat, we're gonna see an
क्या?
aggressive play.
MIBR
with
के
these
नाम के आगे
duels.
loss
The
क्यों है पता
Rosés
है?
coming in and GE just
क्योंकि वो लोग
speeding up.
4 qualification game हारे.
अबे रुक जाओ, MIBR defense
Just for a moment, but the double dive on in is finding
ये
some
कब हुआ?
impact.
अरे होगा.
Outside of the site,
हाँ,
cleaned
अभी
up
switch
by
हुआ.
Yudutan.
switch हुआ ये exactly.
अरे हक दिए थे वो लोग,
MIBR
graphics.
tried to force their way through
Oh.
waterfall, but it's not the clean execution that they're really looking
3v3,
for.
3v3.
Through the smoke.
Oh,
goes
Javi
the
gets
way of
one.
Harvey. As GE get themselves the player advantage, push on
Nice,
side.
Javi.
The IGL
1v3
of
for
GE
Verno.
really starting to warm up.
हाँ,
On the other
कसम
side of
Verno.
things, it's Verno.
अब Verno बोल रहा हूँ, Javi.
To pick up the pieces.
Yeah, GE starting really explosive, just going
घुस के
contesting
दिया है
that
बे
fight
सिटी में.
and making sure they're able to push up. Udo
Shot!
trying to get the sheriff kill onto Verno.
Round खत्म नहीं हुआ कि वो banner आ गया बे?
अरे अभी तो half time रुको, अभी तुमको half time भी दिखेगा कहीं में.
MIBR here. I mean, taking that peak
हर
is
2
one
match
thing,
round
but
बाद
not
half time
having
होता है,
a fallback
hydration
plan
break.
is a little bit scary. That pistol just trying to scout, get some information, I'm assuming, and they weren't expecting the whole pack of GE to be there.
I mean, honestly, you wouldn't have had it any other way.
Portugal's been in Norway, Brazil
You're
far,
playing
हाँ ना
double
भाई.
C mound with Zekken and
Still
Aspas
feels
on
like a
double
big
duelist
problem.
and
I don't
the
know why,
other
because
team
he's
runs into
Aspas,
you.
bro.
You can't
And
really
he's not
complain.
just
Wait,
Aspas.
MIBR
So
ML
GE
क्यों
are
लिखा
gonna
हुआ
be
है?
quite happy
क्योंकि
about how
MIBR
that
loss
went.
है. अरे loss
Onto the
मतलब
anti-eco,
same company own
really
करते हैं ना
committed to
उनको.
this buy.
तो ये
Harvey with a
tournament
little
में
extra
शायद
cash in the back pocket. You have the C's nade over
दोनों
on
एक ही banner
the
के under
side of the
होंगे.
map. Aspas getting active, activating that.
Connect किया Batman को बे.
At least take a chunk
Timer बोलो,
out of
29,
Batman's
28,
really
27,
invested
26.
in this round for MIBR.
This is the type of round that Puckett would have loved to see. two scope weapons online for both these teams, but grouping up towards this A side
Autumn-
here, we have
Autumn ने भी ये
Zaki
लिया है.
actually just sitting outside of that C mound, tapping on that door, putting
Low
some
CN.
pressure, using the prowler to clear that door, and it's actually going to pull 3 of these players on MIBR.
3 लोग back side एक door के sound पे.
This
नहीं
side.
नहीं
They
नहीं.
do have a chance
वो
to
लोग
re-clear,
C जा रहे हैं
but
वापस.
anything that they do right now might be just a little bit too late because GE
हावी की
they're
calling
already
अच्छी होगी
all
वर्नो
over
से ऐसा
on the
लग रहा है
side
chat मेरे
of
को.
C, about to execute.
पता नहीं क्यों जितने गेम्स देखे मैंने देखा वर्नो की कॉलिंग कभी-कभी बहुत ढक्कन जैसे होती है.
Runaround right now, straight up on into the C site. No opposition there from MIBR, just looking to group up on spawn side and see if they can get some damage done with these pistols.
Pushing towards the spawn here. Autumn. Kind of
और
scary
connect
with
किया.
this Phantom.
Flash
Gets
भी लगा
paranoid
उसको.
and gets treated instantly. Verno gets the pick on
वो इनको fight नहीं करना चाहिए. Patham's low. Patman's low.
On GE, trying to play a safe post plan. That's a Phantom, a Spectre in the hands of Zekken actually. And they're holding it on. and they're trying to
आसपास
do this
सबको
fun
connect कर रहा है.
retake, but
Nice
Batman shutting
Batman.
it down.
Holy
Aspas,
shit,
they're
गिरा
straight back
आसपास.
onto it now. Just floating it. Zekken and Mizzino getting picks. Man, they should not have pushed into spawn there. That was not a good idea against pistols.
Yeah, Pistol just trying to
नहीं
pick
रे.
up the pieces at the end of
आसपास
things, but
आसपास है
that is
chat.
a very bitter defeat for GE, unfortunately.
क्या भरा है
It goes
आसपास
by
ने बे.
not but 4 classics and a single
इधर price pool almost champ जीतना है ना.
pass. That is not how you wanted your anti-eco to be going. And already
Machine
MIBR, a
learning
massive
आसपास.
boon for them at the start of this Lotus game after conceding the pistol.
Yeah, it feels like we're seeing MIBR just moving as a pack in that last round, and it really rewarded them. We were talking about how the timing might not be there, but it doesn't matter. And now,
क्या round
looking
निकाले,
inside
क्या
GE,
round निकाले. What a round,
2
chat.
pistols, Sheriff and a Bandit, but we have 3 rifles to kind of work with. But it's going to be a little bit harder going for this A lobby take. The Rays.
वो आज कैम है chat, आज कैम है. कल कैम नहीं था.
That there is someone there, knowing that the pressure is there. Aspas is pushed all the way up, using his refractor just in the nick of time. Because
Imagine
he's
वो
1
आसपास
second
का flick
away
लग
from
जाता.
losing that fallback.
Door open by Udutan.
Oh, Udutan looking like Harvey, bro.
Confirms that GE are indeed inside of tree.
Good nade.
Will zone the attackers away for now, and that's a beautiful seize
Beautiful
to take
nade.
out Autumn. GE not happy with how that looks or feels, but Crystal is activating in the middle of the map. Aspas is dropped, and this gives some concern over to MIBR. Massino through the back side of that door, though, does at least give them the man advantage, and he's not done. Looking to push a little bit more here.
Getting a lot of information, pushing this A line, but Tex getting the pick onto Crystal. Now that plan B has fallen apart.
Mazino को रबल मिल गया है और ये लोग रबल तो अभी घंटा चेक नहीं
just yet. Mazino gets spotted, but he gets the pick.
Shot Patman.
4, but now 1v3. Patman with a beautiful sheriff shot onto Mazino, and all three of these players from MIBR are already on the safe side.
Patman looking locked in.
तीन लोग stair swing कर रहे हैं.
For GE, but this is a triple high low on stair side that he's about to walk into. Not even the best of players can be dealing with that. Haunt dealt with by MIBR, confirming that there is someone on stair side, and that is just not the angle Patman was looking for. Second round for MIBR here, and GE looking to go into their gun round.
आसपास दूर-दूर क्यों दिख रहा है?
I love to see the vibes from MIBR, knowing that they're just kind of playing their game, making sure they're taking a lot of these peaks. I mean, Mazino just re-walking up instantly. You can tell that's just a sign of confidence in this game. When
Second round on रहेगा बेचारा.
Fights, kind of not
बहुत active खेल रहा है MIBR throughout the map.
Of losing those 1v1s, obviously.
ये all round कितना प्यारा reposition किया था बे.
Now Aspas online with the operator, that operator that we were talking about so much so on this first
दूर-दूर क्यों दिख रहा है बे यार?
Is the sidebar as well as the omen towards C.
आसपास A-op लगाया है.
Where GE are starting to challenge.
Mount fight.
Still out there towards C to try to confirm whether this is actually going to be a commitment as we head a little
वो
bit
Tex
deeper into this
chamber बोल रहा हूँ. Cypher ही खेलता है यार.
I think they're just going to take that hold and run with it as the progression smoke and the Prowler go in. Still two players in sight here. Burno pushed away as he TPs into spawn, and Texas hung around a little bit too far on waterfall there.
Now post plan.
Open में caught हुआ.
Trying not to overextend because they have numbers, but look at how fast these players have.
That was a good nade
from the side of MIBR.
Damage देखो chat. Harvey 1 HP. Udutan
really pushing or moving forward based off of it, but the spike finally gonna get.
10
seconds in. Patman and Udo getting those picks. Udo with a 3
Nice
to
Udutan.
shut it down, and Bruno now left in a 1v4. The nades coming in, and it's gonna make
some
a
big
4K
round
for Udo.
Yeah, he's got his showstopper online now. That's a big round to win for GE to restore a little bit of confidence, and they are starting to really hammer home the point that this
stream
is a problem for MIBR.
Chat मेरी stream सही नहीं चल रही है?
Pistol, and then in their opening gun round here, despite who's playing there, Global Esports are not having too many problems cracking that.
Yeah, looks like MIBR.
Replay अच्छा दिखा ना भाई इन्होंने.
Just wasn't there.
अरे replay तो drone shot होता है भाई spider cam.
Satchels and no one was there to follow up. The util wasn't really
all
there.
Good, all good.
But now a little change of pace here for
आओ
MIBR.
चलो इसी
Using
बात
a
पे.
heavy stack towards the same main to get control.
Yeah, Outlaw out on the line. Bottom looking for the pick. Dodging
Yellow!
that paranoia. Crystal's got him back decently, and despite the fact that MIBR do secure control of the level, they've lost 2 players on the C push and the A push. GE in full control of this round.
Grouping towards this C here. They're not worried about it. They've come here before. Bruno playing close with that bandit. Not going to be able to get one, but as I said, he gets 2. Zabi getting a trade on to Bruno. Spam kill from a Mazino, and all of a sudden, it's a 2v2 here.
Very winnable for MIBR. Actually, given the fact
अरे यार ये बंद नहीं होगा क्या notification?
Not a sheriff this round. Prowler going forward for a little bit of information. The Fade on the other side of things looking to slow this one down. Both of them are creeping up on waterfall side. Patman just playing the off angle. Does spot out Aspas and loses a little bit of the trade, but that doesn't give him pause.
Aspas और Mazino दोनों nice.
This off angle.
Good recon bait.
Got the cross. Aspas into a very
gira Aspas. Gira Aspas.
On the back of the Prowler there. Spike ticking a little bit faster as pressure is being applied
gira
by Crystal. And
gira Aspas.
Pick up that massive 1-on-2 for MIBR. This is just such a tense
भाई
game.
पैटमैन तो है ना डर के खेला है. आसपास क्या गेम?
सामने आसपास खड़ा होगा तो फटेगी ना भाई.
It was really nice to see. MIBR, they keep going for these aggressive peaks, trying to get that line. Tex also answering on the other side when they lose a number, trying to retake some sort of space towards C. It looked really rough.
भाई round तो वर्णों ने निकाला है यार.
Getting these 2 was so important. Punishing those players for just not making sure that they're trading, and the way that they're was a really good one.
Really rough. You're left in a 2-on-1 against Aspas, and
यूरोडान पे अल्ट है
14 HP, but that's all he needs
भाई
to get some of
आसपास
those
को
rounds
चालू
done.
क्यों छोड़ रहे हैं यार ये
Just
लोग
how much damage this has done to
आसपास
both
चालू
teams'
रहेगा तो
economy
खत्म कर
now.
देगा गेम
This is
यार
going to be a reset round for both of them in round number 6. Quick moves here on towards the C side of the map from MIBR, really pushing it all the way down. Prowler clears the middle of the map. Firstly, on the other side of things, GE have taken A control, but are looking to re-clear the middle of the map here.
Slow group towards this C side here. MIBR have literally nothing on this site. 2 players rotating over towards spawn. Make that 3. They have an inkling that they're trying to end towards this C side here. And the Prowler comes out. The execute is going to be so much noise.
मुझे लगा पीछे Spotify चालू हो गया.
Really fast flood.
There's big ults for both of these teams. GE very tentative on getting the spike down. They don't want to kind of...
ये लोग अभी भी 5-5 रीटेक के लिए खेल रहे
They
हैं
know that MIBR are ready for this flood. In goes the showstopper and the conversion pass. The rocket not
किसी पे
really
कनेक्ट नहीं हुआ सेकंड भाई सेम किस्मत सेकंड भाई
5-on-5. Aspas
वो आसपास मुक्त मारा एक
breaking through for the time being. Still tentative.
हाँ यूरोडान की अल्ट भी कोई काम की नहीं
Side of GE who are all playing inside of the side. Auto up close.
नाइस ऑटम अरे गोली
Out of ammo. A couple of trades come through, and it's all down to Patman.
1v2 हो गया यार.
This is what he does best. Rookie of the year last year, but not good enough this time. Verno will put him down, and it's another successful C retake for MIBR.
I got the membership, Vishal bhai.
Crazy from MIBR. That whole round, they were constantly moving in the spawn, constantly rotating,
भाई हर्ष भाई
trying to find out where the lines were. It was a little bit weird that they were moving
uplifting music मिलेगा ना
where Tex had set up all his cypher trips, but they learned right away. They heard that there was no noise, no pressure. They
ऑटम पे एक गोली और रहती मारता
a
साला
little bit sloppy.
बट इन लोगों ने 50 अल्ट तो यूज कर लिया इस राउंड में.
The smokes like that, making sure they're not in trade
भाई
positions,
आसपास
lining
क्या
up a
हेयर
little
स्टाइल
bit.
करके आया है बे
It was a little bit scary, but again, MIBR bringing out the power
वाला हेयर
of
स्टाइल है
their frags. And now, on this round, we're going to have a full thrifty here for GE. Sheriff's
lag हो रहा है, इधर आ गया मैं
board,
तो.
but knives on the side
लैग
of
हो रहा है भाई
It's a big round for MIBR to be winning. Need to try to capitalize off the back of that once again.
भाई ये लोग दो बार सेम एंगल में बैठे हैं
Fast pass straight into Autumn, but that's a difficult
लगा.
shot to be converting on the blades.
कनेक्ट हुआ आसपास
That
को
was scary.
एक ही blade.
That was really scary. Autumn with those knives are not something to be messed with. But GE continuing to take it a little bit slow, just trying to find their pick, find their one.
Zekin को अभी तक अच्छी ये नहीं मिली है ना पर Zekin बढ़िया kills मारा है.
Looking like they want to end towards this A here, but a little
जी तो 5 gifted done.
Any info. Aspas getting the peek, drops Autumn, and all of a sudden, that's a lot of information for them because Mizzino has Olive Tree and 3 players now on this A site ready to keep it. Fight for it. Make sure they don't get off.
भाई अभी जीत के रास्ते में शॉट Oh, nice Avi.
Able to dash out of the site now, but it's a lot of pressure here for GE. Oma TP does come in, but unfortunately they haven't checked Tex yet. That's a spike drop. Neural Dev is invested there. And Patman caught on the
Tex आज
cross.
खेल जाएगा.
Pistol was potentially a little bit
Tex
of
आज खेल जाएगा भाई.
plan here for GE to pivot on over to, but when he doesn't have the spike, there's not much to be done, and Aspas will end it out right.
आसपास से सामने भाई.
MIBR.
This has been a really big step up for Aspas on this waylay. I feel like his movement has just become so much cleaner than what it used to be on the waylay. Felt a little bit clunky, felt a little bit like they didn't have a plan. But now, this in particular made me gasp because it was just so scary.
चलो chat, MIBR जीती तो map 5 gifted.
Just get away from the fight after taking his pick. His timings on this has been really good. And of course, the rotations from MIBR, it's been so good all game so far. Feels like they're almost
हर्ष भाई last time जब MIBR हारी थी ना तो क्या बोलते हैं टेक्स जो था ना वो बेचारा रोने लग गया था भाई हेवी रोया था
on getting onto
बोला था मेरी गलती
success
है
on
भाई
getting the spike down, but it's that fast flood all of a sudden that they can't cope with.
Yeah, I think a lot of these rounds are just getting
MIBR ML कैसे हो गई क्योंकि वो सेम ही उसमें तो ये टूर्नामेंट के लिए सिर्फ ये टूर्नामेंट के लिए विन विन
not a particularly easy pause to take as GE because you're kind of trying to adjust on micro things like, okay, our spacing is off a little bit, maybe our comms are off, maybe we need to make better plans in some of these post plans. But we'll see what the approach is going to be, whether it is going to be those micro adjustments or whether they're going to come in.
अगर 3 राउंड या 4 राउंड और निकालती है ना जी तो वर्नो के साथ बीटी होगा देखना वर्नो जो है ना वो हगने लग जाएगा कॉलिंग तुमने देखा होगा
Yep, another operator online for Aspas this time. Bought to him by Verno, and they're going to do another seize nade towards this Rebel, trying to punish any A main. The dash comes in. He might get caught by those nades, and Zakin gets that pick onto Autumn.
Seize nade ho gaya.
Those paint shells.
Shot
Mazino just pushing
Mazino.
up. His
Big
aim
fight,
is so
babe. Big
crisp.
fight.
Getting caught off, just trying to jump up towards that half wall, and now all of a sudden, GE's plan is just falling apart. They can't get this A lobby. They have no
आवाज बराबर है ना एक बार वन लिखो चैट में
and MIBR
मेरी आवाज और गेम की
getting the orb. This is just a chill day for them.
They're still trying to fight A.
For GE post timeout
3v5 है.
immediately get caught by the seize nade. Both duelists hit the deck. Now Patman trying to pick up the pieces. Prowler going forward. Aspas on a pretty dirty off angle here. I don't think this is to be expected.
Oh!
That is a
So
cracker of a shot
Aspas!
for Crystal. GE might have a
Good
bit of
night.
a chance in here. Might be well aware of exactly where GE are. The question is, how many more duels are they going to be given?
4v3 Mazino अकेला इस साइड पे
alone on this A site, but text to join him. The baby door being held. Two here
Nice,
by
Crystal.
Zakin, and Crystal getting another one. He's the main reason why this team has come back into this round. Walking up here, looking like they're trying to add towards A. Text with a beautiful flank, and Verno getting that final pick onto Patman.
Yeah, that's
Text with a beautiful
He
flank.
has won like 2 rounds for MIBR from that exact same spot. Perfect timing. Or he's just valuing his life.
उधर good night हो गया आसपास का.
Cypher utility is doing a lot of work on the map, and then when he's needed, comes out from the woodwork.
You get the MIBR who are starving for revenge haven't qualified for an international with this team हाँ ना. पहला international for this team bro. पहला international for MIBR.
Maybe having some
ये नई वाली MIBR का.
in the past, but that still wasn't quite enough to dig GE out of a bit of a nightmare situation.
वापस से आसपास ऑफ पर इस बार C पे लगाया है. With a one way as well. Eco round आ गया अभी GE का. MIBR धीरे-धीरे बड़ी लीड ले जा रही है चैट.
Trying to get any information. The Odin spam coming in through that door towards Tree.
आज अमेरिका का दिन है दोस्तों.
Texas here just spamming full setup towards B, which hasn't really been contested yet. Haven't tried breaking any of those cipher trips on the side of GE.
The
so
best
Texas
thing.
just having a field day, having those
दोनों
really
अपने अपने रोल में ना अपनी अपनी जगह
as
सही
much
है.
as he can, and now information
पर good days में दोनों के good days और bad days है. Good spam.
There goes Harvey. No more smokes on the attacking side. Those are usually important, as far as I'm aware, Athena.
क्या smoke swing करने वाले हैं लोग?
As well, Autumn swinging through the smoke hand in hand with Patman. It's an immediate paranoia straight from Verno over on the B side, and that is giving GE pause for thought completely shut
Tex is
down.
shooting, bhai.
This has been a landslide of rounds.
Tex shoot कर रहा है chat.
From MIBR.
डिफेंस में इजी आएगा जी का तो डिफेंस खेलने के लिए राउंड भी तो बचने चाहिए.
Here for MIBR, they're getting away with so much.
अमेरिका का मतलब तुम्हें लगता है G2 जीतेगी? नहीं G2 नहीं जीत रही यार actually. ये मैच के लिए बोला मैंने.
At this point, both sides of the map just because they can. Fighting that A, fighting
G2 तो कुछ नहीं जीतने वाली भाई.
Up with an op anywhere.
Hate watch करूँगा मैं hate watch.
Being really annoying. It feels like they're not even forcing it that hard. They're just allowing GE to take the bait on a lot of these fights, and now switching it up, this setup towards B site. We said that they never really challenged it, and somehow MIBR knew because 2 players here for the first time.
Connect किया एक HP बचा Crystal.
Warning there. Down to 4 HP and
मत करो swing Crystal भाई अब.
Second helping here.
हवा भी लग जाएगी तो निकल लोगे. 3 लोग फाइट कर रहे हैं भी. Imagine तुम आसपास और Zakin को walk करने जा रहे थे.
Doesn't even need any help. He just keeps cycling the dark covers, and once again, GE given a rubble control because MIBR honestly at this point do not care if they have it. Every single time GE actually
Batman का loaded है.
They get absolutely rolled.
वो Mazino के पास भी counter बहुत अच्छा है.
Tex is going to see some action ending towards that Cypher site for the first time this game. They're going to see that trip and they're going to know something's up. Hopefully they're thinking for themselves that this might be the weaker site, but we still need to be careful because there's 3 players here towards the side of MIBR. The Nightfall comes out, stops that execute from ever happening.
2 player तो एक HP अपने.
Walk away because they're just a little bit scared.
Verno not overcooking that one, but at least
they're faking C. They're faking C. It's a double fake chat.
Someone will give him some kind of opportunity here, but with the cam up, there's absolutely no reason for MIBR to peek. Tex, they've seen him in stairs so many times. Spamming away, they'll be well aware that he's in there. Inside of tree is Zakin. The trip gets hit, but no
Zakin tree चले गया. मेरे को backside ही है.
Patman's dead inside of the door. And Zakin not really tested enough inside a tree. Crossfire coming
Tex कितना प्यारा reposition किया बे.
on the clock. This is falling apart for GE. 10 HP on Uditan.
Beautiful kills by Zakin भाई.
how many rounds have they just walked up A into an absolute nightmare situation?
It's insane. Like, whether Tex is there alone on weak side, he's able to hold. Whether the team is literally not on site, they're able to rotate.
Who is supporting gang?
Every single time, they're just punishing GE.
Bro, it's, I mean, we neutral.
Combo at the best of times.
Not gonna lie.
Mibr. It feels like they've really got a definite good read
आसपास के against
on
support
how
करना.
GE is playing, how they're going to be adapting. They're 1 or 2 steps ahead.
They're looking
at
good
this
by
point,
Tex.
I feel like.
Even
now,
Tex
we're
chat.
looking at this
जो
round.
कभी shoot नहीं किया इनके
Two
games में.
players
He's
from
shooting 11-5.
MIBR here towards this C mound, but it's 2 different players. It's Verno and Tex.
वो लोग की फट रही है fight लेने में. Oh, look at him, bro.
He's been a star player so far this game, but the trades are coming in. Javi and Patman both good for 1, and all of a sudden the Nightfall comes in. This execute is gonna be
big ult.
But seconds already into sight.
Look at this
He's
spam.
flooded in. Udo getting a pick, but it's
Oh,
not
nice
enough.
1v1.
Patman!
Oh!
He's in the smoke with the shorty.
Oh, man. I mean, again, GE, they do a pretty good job of cracking on into that C side,
in
but
the
the flood
world
is a
was this
little bit too
allowed, bro?
fast for them to deal with. Second diving in with the rocket and Aspas just light speeding in with the shorty. Able to end that round before
Klurge भाई गैम्बिट की जर्सी इसलिए मार रहे हैं.
inside of the C side.
गैम्बिट की जर्सी पहन के आए.
This is very rough going.
Collar होता है इसमें तो मजा ही आ जाती है ना.
Looking pretty excellent on the side of MIBR. They might even hit double digits before we end this first half of regulation here.
Yeah, definitely scary.
Okay, don't laugh
I'm
like
sorry.
that.
You don't like my
That's too
villain?
much. That's too much.
आसपास का ऑप किधर है?
Just, you know,
वो
reminding
डोर
you
पे
that
लगाया
Americas
उसने.
is going to be on top. But anyway, 3 of these players from MIBR, they're set up towards A. Again, knowing that there's something
God,
going
अकेला
on here.
Autumn फंस
Second
गया.
using the nades with the
अरे.
Waylay combo. That was
जा
insane.
कर रहे हो आप
Another
लोग, see?
punish for Autumn. And GE, they're opting to just run towards this
इस पे
side.
क्या
But
आगे
Bruno
TP?
hears
अरे
that
रे रे रे
TP.
अकेले.
Oh, Javi sticking that
और वरना बच के
insane.
निकल
And
गया.
these trips are going to slow down the rest of the execute.
Good
Tex
spam.
finding Udo, but the trade with that rocket.
Comes to Steel Garden. Desperation stations here for GE as
Yes, boss ने क्या किया वहाँ पे?
10 and 2 half for MIBR. Just absolute domination here.
उसको
on
गोलियां
Lotus
पड़ रही थी वो
Eagles.
ऐसे ऐसे निकल
भाई
गया.
ताकि उसने अल्ट किया हुआ वो मरेगा फिर पुश करेंगे.
Tex, and he's on the top of the scoreboard here. For MIBR, he's in
आज आपके old business tools में आज RRQ Klurge को रखा था अभी क्योंकि मैं RRQ में था यार.
For this team, a stabilizer. He's always good for his.
I used to be a streamer for RRQ.
His works have been insane. He's constantly
MIBR की practice करा रहे.
rotates, as we can see on this map specifically. He's always in the
और
right
इसमें
place on the
Tex
right
shoot
time.
कर रहा है भाई,
I'm
तुमने
kind of
देखा?
excited to see how he plays on
Beautiful
this
shooting
attack
from
side,
Tex,
seeing
भाई.
how he's going to lurk, how he's going to take those ones, because you can tell none of these players on MIBR are scared to take their ones.
किक प्रोडिक्शन चालू है दोस्तों.
Nor should they be. A lot of talent stacked
आसपास
up on
न्यू
this
ईयर
roster.
अच्छा दिख रहा है, अच्छा दिख रहा है.
Finally gotten the chance to grace the
गिरा
international
आसपास,
stage.
गिरा
They are
आसपास
definitely
दिख रहा
not
है.
gonna be taking that for granted.
ना ब्रो अगेंस्ट गिरा
Been a
आसपास
little bit of a demolition.
मुश्किल है.
Unfortunately,
अबे,
at the expense of
उनका
global
pick है, bro.
esports
कुछ,
who have got to try to
senior.
get something rolling
Last
in the
map is
second half.
Ascend,
Even if
bro.
they don't win this
Not gonna
game
lie.
with Lotus, they,
अगर 1-1 भी है
definitely need to at least
तो
play for a
last
little
map
bit
is
of
going to be
momentum coming into their
insane.
own pick.
If
Name
you're
में ML
GE,
क्या है? ML
what are
मतलब
you
machine
talking
learning.
about in this halftime? What are you trying to do? Other
you know,
than
GG
win?
list.
Coach, because I was a terrible hype man, I would be like, come on, guys.
Tex in EWC, Tex in VC.
If you said that to me and I was 10-2 down, I would be like, it's okay, guys, let's just go next.
You could say let's just go next. I might try and just make people laugh.
Yeah,
Like, yeah, it's a rough game, guys.
that's valid. I mean, this is a struggle of a map for
Just,
GE.
guys, we're not playing MIBR, we're playing.
भाई वो MIBR का ना ये टूर्नामेंट के लिए बस उनके पेरेंट कंपनी वाला कुछ सीन है ऐसा वैसा वाला तो उसमें वो लोग MIBR लॉस लगा के रखे सेम बैनर में रिप्रेजेंट कर रहे हैं अलग-अलग उसमें ऐसा वाला सीन है. All this shit just to lose to NRG by the way.
They're playing well.
But it is MIBR's
ML
pick.
means
Just
my
be
love
like, hey guys,
because
listen,
my
it's
love
MIBR's
आसपास.
pick, don't worry. They're going to win this one. We go into ours. We're prepped. We know what we're doing in the next game. We got this on lock.
I mean, it's a big test because, as mentioned before, they do have a new head
Back
coach
to
in the
Manu.
coaching booth, someone that has been very intimately involved with
गिरा और
Mercer in
जीरा.
all of their runs recently.
गिरा आसपास.
Platoon has definitely got to step up as a little bit of a leader here for global esports, and I do imagine that Harvey and Patman will have.
इसको देखो ना
many
क्या
words to
लॉक्ड
be
इन है
saying
भाई.
to the boys.
1 सेकंड के लिए स्क्रीन से आंख भी नहीं हटा रहा.
Focused. Smiles on the face of Autumn. Just one of those games that happens sometimes.
Yep.
कल के सारे मैचेस एक टाइम पे
A
हैं.
pistol and a couple of rounds can really,
सारे.
change a man's perception.
starting into this pistol now.
Chat क्या half
Kind of a must
10-2
win for GE if they want to kind of give themselves some sort of rounds.
ओए अगला
to work
Heaven
with,
है.
not allowing MIBR to run away with it.
ओए हेवन पे तो MIBR खराब खेलती है
MIBR,
बे.
though, starting towards 3B, the mound
Club partnership, हाँ, वही.
taken by GE. That power is going
Lotus
to push
कैसा
them
खेलती है?
all the way back, and that pressure is going to
अच्छा
pull
खेलती
rotate
है.
Ospas already into the B site, refracting back. Zekin trying to get that pick onto Javi, but it's not going to work out. Javi just being so good at
So I
not
don't
giving
think
them
it
one.
makes sense.
But late now,
नहीं,
Zekin
but
gets
अच्छा
that
खेलती
pick.
है,
The
as in
door is tapped.
macros
Autumn
में.
punishing
कौन पर
Ospas
लगे,
for
कौन पर
standing
लगे?
out in the
हाँ,
open.
triple senti
And
खेल
now
रहे
all of a
थे.
sudden they're pushing towards the spawn
अब double
here,
duelist कर लिए.
ramping towards C.
Yeah, it's a little bit disjointed for MIBR, so they need to make sure that they're not putting a toe out of line on an individual basis. Same can be said for GE though.
Batman's low
Just
भाई.
one player on this A site by
और ये
himself.
लोग देखो कहाँ तक घुस गए.
a lot of work to do when he's completely surrounded. Sheer wall at least keeping A main in check as he slips into tree. In the meantime, Autumn is clearing out all of attackers.
भाई अगर ये लोग
spawn, but
ट्री
it's-
चेक नहीं किए ना तो
MIBR
क्रिस्टल
making their
बड़ा
way to the A side.
राउंड बना सकता
Boots
है.
can be heard on the ground here. Crystal around the corner with the frenzy has got a lot of work to do. 4 bullets left, and at least he's able to take 2
स्टिल
with it.
मारा यार.
Now all of a sudden a 2v3 here. The nades coming out, preventing that spike from being put down. Zekin trying to get aggressive, take that heaven space back, trying to get one.
सेकंड हेवन ले रहा है. ले लिया उसने हेवन.
Tapping that spike once again, trying to get it down, and two of these players walking up towards
Open
this
plant.
A main. So much noise
Flash
from
है वरनो
Bruno,
के
but they
पास.
know that that heaven is
दो
clear
लोग
because
walk
of
up
the
कर
space
चुके हैं
that Zekin's
already.
taking. The smoke going down. He's going to try playing into that. And all players are up on this front side. Zekin
Zekin
getting
gets
the
one.
pick onto Autumn, and now all of a sudden a 2v2. The paranoia going out, but Udon, he's already wrapped towards the back of the site. 2v1, the spike is half. Scary, Patman, he has no HP. Zekin, could this be an
Zekin
ace
ace.
to win this round? The nades waiting for that tap being thrown. Patman walking away from it. So low. Oh my god, the seat going out, the haunt.
ना ब्रो खेल गया.
Batman tapping the spike. Just gonna stick it, but it's the ace for Zekin, and that is
Bro,
just insult
holy
to injury
shit,
for Global
bhai.
Esports. 11-2 here. They desperately
Zach
needed
bhai
a pistol
खेल
here
गए
on
बे.
Lotus in the second half, but it's not going to be coming together. That
So
is just
clean
protection
with that
from
one.
yet another one of MIBR's stars.
Really good job for MIBR. Looked like they were trying to get towards B. They started pushing towards C.
ना, बेचारा Crystal अच्छा round निकाल के दे दिया था बे.
I think they're stacked and wrapping towards that A. But for GE, man, like that was winnable. It looked like they were in the right place at the right time. They had the right reads. They collapsed onto that front B, making sure they were punishing it. And now they're stuck with these not the best weapons. Sheriffs trying to get anything to do.
एक स्टिंगर, एक
using
मार्शल,
it
3
to,
शेरिफ.
to start pushing
That's
towards
it.
that B main.
Desperation force here for GE. MIBR really simplifying, starting to make their way through tree. Autumn from the hip.
Connect किया
A
एक.
little bit of damage here that Harvey will be at least able to follow up on.
आसपास अभी चालू है ना. और एक केस आएगा क्या किसी का और का?
Not the gun for the job there. And MLBR at least able to settle for a moment. Flanks coming in for Patman. Aspas being very...
Spot किया क्या Batman ने?
Patman is well aware. Spike's gone down on the A side, and at least the way
Still a 3v3.
over on Rubble.
टेक्स वर्नो लो है.
3v3 here.
जेकिन के पास गन नहीं है भाई. वर्नो गन क्यों नहीं दे रहा उसको? अच्छा वर्नो किधर खेल रहा है?
Tap, that pressure is going to be good. Tex is going to fall off of that tree positioning, and now all these players from MIBR are playing backside. The fast flood coming in now, tapping that spike, trying to get any of these solo
Shot.
plays. Patman getting the pick onto Tex. Beautiful shot, and Verno trading instantly, getting two, and now all of a sudden a 1v1, but it's Zekin. He's won that pistol.
अरे गोली खत्म हो गई यार.
Well, really good try by GE
नहीं.
here, punishing so many of those angles and being fast on that flank, but it just doesn't work out when MIBR, they're just shooting back.
I mean, that's just traumatic. 2 rounds in a row. Zekin denying Global Esports
अच्छा
a
shoot
round
किए
on that
थे.
A site. And
Chat.
it's not
So
looking
it's
like they
12-2?
have long left here on Lotus.
12-2 already?
A lot of these rounds getting down into scrappy XVXs even in the first half.
ये
But
लग रही है ना
MIBR
कोई
have
super
come
team
out
अब.
on top of those time and time again.
अब लग रहा है ना कि ये कोई सुपर टीम के अगेंस्ट खेल रहे हैं. ये सुपर टीम सो रही थी अभी तक.
It is a glass cannon outlaw, handful of
और इनको
bullets,
जागना
Patman
कब
at
था?
least has a
आज.
vandal and some armor.
Of course.
Harvey deals with that prowler
हम
over
कहीं
on the
नहीं
C side
qualify
of the
होंगे.
map. MIBR have taken some space over there.
हम कहीं नहीं
Lots
क्वालिफाई
of
होंगे
C-down pressure.
हम खेलेंगे जी के अगेंस्ट
Walking into Hobby. Autumn, sorry, getting picked off by Tex. That's actually insane. The peak right there from Tex. This is what I was talking about.
Next
in
map,
terms of lyrics, and
Haven.
now so much information has gone, but they're gonna try to re-clear towards the C. A really nice trap here. The blind, the paranoia going in, but the trades are just
Wow,
so
trades कितने प्यारे थे यार.
from MIBR. Osmos getting that pick.
वरनो
Everyone's
सामने
just
खड़े होके मारे.
following
It's a
up with
GG
each other,
chat.
and all
It's
of
a GG.
1v4 to win this
इंटरनेशनल में
map.
खेल रहे हैं ना अमेरिकाज में नहीं खेल पाएंगे हाँ अमेरिकाज में तो सब मार के भग जाते हैं
by opening up the door, and MIBR are already set up nicely.
चलो
Exiting
जीजी
in the corner here.
टेक्स कहाँ बैठा है टेक्स को क्लियर भी नहीं करेगा
Udatan really going looking for someone, and somehow
हंस रहा है
in the play
हंस रहा है अभी
playing without one hand on the mouse. Of course, that's Harvey. He's dodged. Durno was playing his time in the door, and
Taxi
Tex
mara,
will
mark
get it
some.
done. It was only really a matter of time. Let's be honest. A fantastic opener here for MIBR at EW.
Nice chat. Let's go. W game, W game, W game.
At Klurge just gifted 5 memberships.
Set them up to fight for the next. The big ask. Up against an unforgiving Heretics. And oh my god, there's your orb. Hand delivered.
Yeah, surprisingly they're going to go the other way.
Oh, Heretics अच्छा खेल रही है मेरे को लगा ये एगल कौन है भाई
Klurge gifted
In Valorant,
at only a
that
child user
actually
membership.
uses the Ares, but also makes it look good.
Good flash boo
Oh, for the rest, can they find anything?
Kosh
Another
Maharaj!
Ares kill.
Still Ares पे
Why not?
Get out of here, bro. What is that?
It's versus Eco, but the Ares
Yeah,
is so...
What was that shot, bro?
I think
Slid out of the smoke,
Klurge
insta
gifted
headshot
at
him in the smoke.
I don't know. It
उन्होंने now
sounds
see
like
the
he's
back
making
to
you
their
a fan.
original form
A fan of him, yeah.
With the Ares.
A fan of him. I'm just a fan of Kosh Maris.
Klurge
But in this round in
kinda
particular
wish
with the Ares.
Well, in this round, you know, it's more about his movement. I would say
दूसरा game देख रहे?
what really caught me. I loved that so much. So that was, yeah, I think the Ares is
क्या
a
एक ही
tertiary
मैच
part
थोड़ी
of
ना
it.
था
AGTH
So it is a part of it.
No,
AGTH
hold on.
I
Glad we
am
agree.
watching all that
410 चल रहा है 410
अच्छा अब भी चालू है
अरे चमन आदमी
God damn.
साथ में चल रहा ना
Nice slide coming in from Kosh, but he'll be caught this time. Stunned there for Benji.
Oh,
and he's made it around the corner.
जो लोग वाइस खेल रही है
Out of
मैप पे
dodge, at
चैट
least for now.
मैंने अब भी नोटिस किया
Trades right off rip. For
क्लच
Heretics.
भाई VLR पे कल
Weaker weapons to
4
work
गेम्स
with.
एक साथ क्यों
It's
दिखा
not too
रहे
bad.
हाँ कल है क्योंकि चारों एक साथ
The other thing I'm surprised by is GRQ and
Well,
Kira have
Hello.
both gone for the light shields. That's a big advantage if Woot gets them in his sights. For now, you can see he's clearly not going to. He's on the side of the map, but
जो
मेरा PT
था ना सब वो चला गया तुम्हारा
I wouldn't put it out of.
They have got the right read. They've decided, okay, we've got Raid Boss on one side in the form of Woot, and the rest of the players on the
भाई
other.
श्रिम्प
Benji
अच्छा
already
खेलता था ना
managed
ओ
to clear one.
शॉट
Nice shots though.
ये रशियन प्लेयर है ना
They
GRQ
realize that Rians is still here.
Holy
Yes, they do.
shit.
Good paranoia. Make sure all the danger is gone.
I mean, it's Woot. You're in a 3 versus 1 against
Attack
Woot,
is
and
still
you're
winnable
low
इनके
HP.
लिए.
Pop the ult. Go look for him.
Did
Not
still
bad
have
for AG.
The blaze wall. We could have killed himself up with that too.
I think they know it's
नहीं, ये
at
चार एक
least
साथ तो।
suspect after earlier, and the shots
Hi
landed.
Professor
but this
भाई
should be an outlaw,
Hi
so-
Sherville Koshu on fire against random team
25 shields. I forgot he was the player on light shields.
Random team.
Even still, it would be a one and done.
ओए इस गेम में आवाज कम आ रही है
GRQ finds 4 in this round and closes in the gap a little bit.
Yeah, he was a necessary hero, which is
GRQ बाहर का player है ना chat GRQ बहुत danger खेलता है
It was a
Russian
few
player
guns to play with. I think there was an SMG in the mix as well. So it's not the worst for Heretics, but I think the main thing is that if GRQ is going to start popping off like this over on the Phoenix, that's something that almost feels like a necessity going into this attack side half. You're 5 rounds down.
Wood 21-12 oh
This is where
shit
he should thrive. On the defense, Phoenix is really hard to use. Very situational, the retakes can work. And while
वो टीम पे जेट खेल रहा था लास्ट टाइम जब देखा था इन लोग ने इतना क्या कॉम चेंज किया यार ओ फैंजियर है वो फैंजियर
Down again.
They haven't avoided him for long.
Yeah, that lasted about
नहीं
5
GRQ होना
seconds.
चाहिए
Roots
फैंजियर है
picked up the first blood for this squad. All gamers now in trouble.
डबल सेंटी ओ भाई चार स्पैम
Maris! He's taken one.
भाई अब नियोन छोड़ के सोवा खेल लो ना
Sent them scurrying away from the B site into the hands of the paranoia and
गुड
Benji
फ्लैश
Fishy. There's no safe haven. for this squad as 11 on the board for Team Heretics.
They felt like they were almost ushering them into exactly where they wanted to be. So you have the operator to push them out of one spot. Then they go towards middle. You're like, okay, they've fallen back. We get them with the Odin. It's like, okay, what happens if they now go into garage? We got a double flash setup. That was a paranoia, and then the pop of the rose on the other side as well. So there's no way anybody, you dodge one of those, you're still completely blinded. And then they double swing it together. That's a gorgeous round from Heretics and from all gamers.
Oh, Fangier 9 kill pe. ये तुम्हारा Russian investment.
I'm going to be honest, in the first 4 rounds, I
was
so
good flash.
They're making simple mistakes, and all gamers look like the better squad, but that has changed
in
the second half. The defense, 2 away from closing it.
That's not caught him.
Pressure onto all gamers. Economy quite low. A headhunter. All that Fangier has to work with, and he's about to have a challenge. A face coming out on long. Drone clears all this space.
He's going for the players, not the drone.
This is exactly what happens. You get your drone cancelled, the spam through the wall.
भाई अभी भी इधर ही बैठा हुआ है शॉट होल्ड करते हुए और वुड भी लॉन्ग बैठा हुआ है सिर्फ वो क्रॉसिंग होल्ड करते हुए are they coming back to A?
He's gotten out a little bit wider, and they suspect that it's clear. It's been too long without him peeking, so they shift walk.
आप ये शॉट मिस करोगे?
You know, there's a first for everything. A little bit of pressure now being put on, but this is a ruse. This is a fake.
Chat, Heretics, by the way, defending champion.
In order to give this
up,
Benji's also gone pressuring into the middle.
Benji
and they've sent the rotation back of Koshmaras. They've actually realized that maybe not so far. Okay, even with the wall tripped, he still went sliding in like a madman. That's going to be an advantage now. Never mind. He's already managed to trade it back into their favor once again.
Garage bhi nahi mila.
Another big round, and he's got nothing. They are losing every single fight. But Fangir's behind them. Sneaking up back around. He needs to get, well, basically needs to get 2 at least from this scenario. The first one might just be free, but then they turn around and he's going to come out with 3. Leaves it down to 1v1. Shrimp.
Holy shit, the Russian investment.
The Odin to try and clutch this one out. Benji's just sticking it though. Halfway, already gathered up. Almost has to try and swing this one. Needs the instant shot and he will get it. A 4K for Benji. Fangir's hero wasn't quite enough. And unfortunately, they are now facing match point.
12 on the board. Again,
Holy shit.
First 5 rounds, it looked like we were going to get a completely different game here.
10 minutes.
Have activated.
10-15
and that's the scary prospect. Woot being on
अरे वेट करने का दिक्कत नहीं है ना, पर दूसरा देख सकते हो.
Look at this round.
He's coming back here to defend his title.
Like Benji pushed mid, went back, cleared a guy in garage, then pushes back around.
Holy shit, भाई. क्या दिया इसने हेडहंटर से बे?
Like he's basically fought every single possible angle.
All Russians are goated here. Me and Russian players.
I'll be honest, this timeout feels a little bit late. Like I know you're not just gonna give up at this stage, but when
ये जो group है ना AG वाला,
what would you say?
ये same group है जिसमें G है, पता?
You were an ex-analyst.
जो जीतता है उनका next game Heretics के against है.
Of a team. So like if you were given the opportunity by the head coach to talk, what would you say in this moment?
If given that opportunity, I think
नहीं bro, तो Chinese team को count out मत करो please.
We lost this map about 5-6 rounds ago. So we've always got.
And then I go, as head coach, come on, be quiet now. Anyway, guys, we need to try and motivate. We need to try and what?
G not beating TH. अरे पहले MIBR को तो हराए.
What would Mini say? That's what we really need to think about.
Russians are just so cracky.
That can help them come back from this scenario. 12-5 down. It's a rough one.
This is a mini comp, actually, yeah.
Yeah, it is. He's a big fan of everything here.
Everything we're seeing. He would probably swap
or are you just saying it's a small
breach, but other than that, loves it.
Oh my,
Cosmaris, a little bit too much bitten off there, and my boy can't chew. It's clean for buy. And now they're going to keep going.
Bye ना player इनका.
But the rotate's already in from Team
Bye नहीं था पहले.
Wood is here, and they've seen Boo up top.
I remember.
Decide to go back, and it looks like they've made the call.
Chinese team ने G2 को हराया वही.
Think about the last round of how much
इसलिए मैं count out नहीं करता.
This pressure into middle. There is a trap on the other side, but already being spotted out. Good awareness.
4 लोग window swing करने जा रहे हैं Benji Fishy को.
Now, no survival. I like this.
Benji को लगा वो flash dodge करके 3 मारेगा.
Using that Hunter's Fury to get them in.
They're going C.
And while this time that C site will be firmly under their control, the remaining players don't really have the credits to gamble anything for this one. And yeah, I almost wonder if it'd be worth Woot just doing the same. If he gets the orb, it can drop that operator over into the next round. He's not going to take it in time.
भाई यहाँ पे
This is making me
Chinese
a
team
bit
one-sided
sad that
हार
we
रही
didn't
है.
get this pause earlier because all gamers just came
हाँ जी,
in
Klurge
with a
भाई.
very
हाँ जी.
clear game plan.
Yeah.
Stuck to
Chinese
it.
team
Mid-round
one-sided
calls
हार रही
were
है
good.
यहाँ.
Avoided
कल
the
EDG भी
dangers,
one-sided ही आ रही
dealt
थी.
with mid as well. That flash coming
तो ये
out was
क्या आप
perfect.
क्या कहना चाहते हो ये
They
Chinese
covered
team
their bases,
one-sided
and
हार
I
रही है
haven't
उसको.
seen them do that.
नहीं
in
ब्रो
this
एक्चुअली
half so far.
अगर आज
Yeah,
G2 नॉक्शिम को रहती है और XLG भी अपना गेम जीतती है तो G2 से XLG वापस होगा बस.
Hey, it might not be
अच्छा.
too late.
बस ये कहना आप.
6 in a row. We've
Yes,
seen
that's it.
stranger things.
I haven't
नहीं
seen
नहीं
it.
मुझे तो ये
Disappointing last
बताना
season,
था
but
कि ये अभी वन साइडेड हार रही
Good
है लेकिन
opportunity for
उन्होंने
all gamers to
मास्टर्स
at
में
least build up some momentum.
उन्होंने नहीं.
बढ़िया बढ़िया
Going into that
अच्छा.
next map. Again, I do think that if they're
ठीक
running a
नहीं.
comp
अबे
like
EDG
this, or
EDG में
just
उनका
an
कोच खेल रहा था
identity like this,
उनके साथ.
Ascent is
जी,
going to
देखा
be
मैंने.
tough up against Heretics.
Signed
Don't have nearly
signed
as
खेल
much
रहा
space to
था.
play
They
with.
signed
You're
signed.
not going to find lanes unprotected or with just one player there, and Heretics will almost always have a response to any aggression you're putting out.
Hey,
So I
not
think
gonna
that
lie,
for all
homie.
gamers, I at
कल
least
तुमने
wanna see them
NRG
look
वर्सेस Paper
confident
X
going
नहीं
into
देखा
the
तो
next
तुमने
round.
बहुत बड़ा चीज
funnily
मिस
enough,
कर दिया.
The last time they played Ascent in the qualifiers, they did run.
दो साल
So,
बाद लगा देते ना वो
yeah,
गेम.
Lost it, though. I
it
don't
seems
know
like
what I was thinking.
Bro,
this is their
that
game
game
plan
was
across a few
so
different
big.
maps. So I agree.
So
I think
big.
especially getting
Forsaken
warmed up
तुमको
into
पता है
that
भाई?
attack side.
Forsaken 13 first
Of course,
death.
the next map was chosen by
13.
so they will get their choice.
तुम नॉर्मल जंप पिक करते हो पता है जो कोने में खड़े होके करते हो वो भी कर रहा था तो वन टैप
Now bear in mind, Wu gets a single kill. That's tour de force. He can drop the operator.
जंप पिक पे टैप पड़ रहा था उसको
Maybe
फैंटम
gives
से वो
them a
भी.
little bit more of a stance in this round, but I think it is going to be
साइन क्या खेला और वही अच्छा खेल रहा था.
relatively
Short,
difficult. Hey,
boy.
if Shrim's going to go jumping wide, even a disappearing act from Wu. And as said, if he wants now, he can give his teammate a gun. If he wants.
I don't know if you could hear that noise in the background, but I think that was Woot shifting into 6th gear. The engine's running hot right now. 6 rounds in a row for all gamers. A man down already, but this is the buy that should be easy to deal with. Woot, the danger can be avoided. And the rifle,
ये round खत्म हो
they
सकता
haven't
है.
even got the spike in their hands for the first minute.
वुड को गन दे देनी चाहिए भाई. कोशु नहीं कोशु के पास अल्ट है पर कोशु को ऑफ दे देनी चाहिए और खुद को उठा लेना चाहिए.
Exploring B, hearing the trap, seeing no contact. If they get in there for
13 death or 13 kill.
Most of the danger.
13
already
first
avoided.
death.
I'm going to use the run it back just to make sure.
Worth being cautious.
फनाटिक इसमें क्वालीफाई नहीं हुई क्या? नहीं फनाटिक को तो केसी ने हरा दिया.
About going to be planted before
Imagine.
he fades away and then winning back-to-back fights.
क्या वो नियॉन अल्टर
Pressure
नियॉन को
once
कर दिया?
again seems to be on Woot to try and find something in this round. Of course, with not handing over the gun to a teammate, he can have the tour de force for the next round.
Shot
And,
Woot.
well, they might not even be looking to play the next round at this point. 2 players spotted and slowly being surrounded. Everybody coming in from behind is a bit of a problem up until GRQ
Good shooting,
again.
bhai.
Another high-impact round from him. The distance down to 5, but still a long, long way to go.
Yeah, great work. GRQ's definitely been waking up. I know coming into this half, you were saying, look, that first half can be tough, but this is where he's got to be putting up the numbers, finding that impact, and I think he very much has. The flashes out on A long. Think about the late rotate that they went for, avoiding the A stack and hitting into mid. His flashes have been finding them picks or at least pushing players back every single time, and then he's there in the late round to put up those big numbers. Keeping this team alive. 5 in a row needed. And keep up this momentum. Certainly no reason to doubt, but the rifles back out for Heretics. A convincing buy, and as you said, Woot with a tour de force online.
Oh, that's not the start that we're looking for, though. Kushmaris being dropped.
Hello. चालू होगा तो बताओ.
Further aggression needed to almost just try and turn the tide. Look at the position that's being held by Kira as well. Up top,
आलोक भाई,
it's Benji.
वो
To win the fight.
देखना पड़ेगा. I guess 3-3.
As said, he wasn't expecting
first
anybody
three
to be there,
के
down to
लिए.
just 3 health. But that doesn't mean he's not going to go back for more. Not shying away from the fight with the tour de force, but 3 players.
Short लोग 3 लोग निकल गए
with a knife in hand, and that's all too easy. But does he have any idea that they've already crossed paths? He does now. Sliding past it, it's a headshot as well. Bye-bye.
चालू हो रहा है?
Leaving just 3v3 and a post plant for the attack inside.
Now, Boo's in position. Paranoia primed and ready. But it looks like that close right corner is the main danger. GRQ has shown up the last couple rounds when they're put under pressure in these moments. The numbers even for
Good
now.
flash.
Great shot from by
अरे
GQ there as well.
उसको लगा उसने मार दिया.
The close puts them up to 8.
बैक हो रहा है बंटा
Oh, gamers.
वो उधर गेम
Don't
चालू
let
हो
this
गया.
one slip.
दूसरा गेम चालू हो गया. उनका भी हेवी नहीं चल रहा है. वाह.
This has been a comp that they've been playing for quite a while. They're 2 wins in a row on it.
Double Senti?
खेलते
double Senti?
That was a bit of a weird game. I remember casting that one, but they also
आसपास on Jet, Zekan on Vele. Wow.
Off a run from them because I remember watching Happy Way run around like a demon on this map. So beating him must be doing something right. Crystal spamming away inside a lobby.
Shot घुस गए इतने सारे लोग.
Garage G here pushed all the way down C long here though.
So much information. Zekin coming up with that waylay. Gonna put some pressure down, but the actual end plan is towards this A site. Verno getting a really nice dink, but Crystal gets the trade onto Tex. Instantly, so many trades coming in. Verno ending up being the hero in that, getting those 2 picks. And Batman, he's on this A site, on this A link. Autumn flanking really quickly might be the reason why they win out this round. In spawn is Aspas trying to hold a crossfire, gets the pick onto Patman, and all of a sudden Autumn in this 1v3. But I think they know something's up because they have that full spawn side.
Yeah, it's a little bit disjointed.
Can be a उसके पास.
GE. One way thrown up on short side, and that is a death sentence here for Autumn. No way you can crack back into this site.
Cam B पे लगा के
giving
रखा है.
him nothing. Spike ticking a little bit faster and out onto the line under the one
good round, bhai.
And MIBR just keep the good
Foot
times
comp
rolling
MIBR
instantly
come.
off the back of a 13-2. They immediately win.
I only
the
play
follow-up
Jet and
pistol
Chamber
to
now,
start off
just like
Haven.
you. Let's
I
go.
really
W.
like that GE was active, trying to get some sort of information, pushing all the way down
qualify
to
नहीं
one.
हुई.
But this fight right here, it was so scrappy. You can see how quick everyone was there to react. But it's just the right-click classic from Verno that manages to get 2 kills onto that.
That's a free gun, by the way. I remember back when, in the early days of Valorant, I would just full armor classic anti-eco on Jet and then just buy the op straight away, because why not? It was even more busted back then than it is now. But MIBR quite happy with how that went for them. Nice little easy 2k for Verno as they kick off this anti-eco into the C site. Dart dealt with. Autumn sitting on the back lines. Position confirmed by Aspas.
मारा क्यों नहीं?
Bad from Udatan, dumping down that relay bolt, cutting up this push for MIBR, and they cannot get the clean execution they were looking for through the cage. Out comes the dart as well as a grab net, giving MIBR.
आसपास अंदर ही नहीं जा रहा बे. अच्छा मार्शल है उसके पास.
Drone going forward. Looking for Autumn, and they have confirmed that he's sitting in the corner. Down goes the deadlock wall. That's going to slow this down a little bit more. Aspas
क्या बात है आसपास भाई?
Straight from the hip with the marshal.
क्या बात है आसपास भाई?
This C site, and now MIBR
करो प्लांट भी आप ही करो. Nice one, Verno.
Coming out through garage, but it's instantly going to get spammed down by Verno.
पहला अब 13-2 आ रहे.
भाई अगर ये 2-0 होता है तो next match जल्दी चालू होगा क्या?
Scary at the beginning for MIBR. I mean, Zekin getting into that site, not shooting the player that is not looking at him, and instantly refracting back. Little bit scary.
कल कैसा हुआ था पता है भाई?
But I think for MIBR, obviously, they're still
दूसरा वाला गेम इसमें चालू हुआ था.
They're going to be on that bonus for the third round.
M8 और XLG शायद चालू हो.
They're really trying to be active, really trying to make sure that they're
किसका गेम है पता नहीं. M8 का ही शायद.
as possible. The fast floods are there.
टीम होगी वो
But it's
जल्दी
going to
आएगी.
be interesting how they play out this round. Gun round
पता नहीं
for the side of GE.
कल उल्टा हुआ था क्योंकि
Having a look to see what his Sova Dark can fashion.
कल PRX एनर्जी पहले होना था चालू पर वो बाद में हुआ था.
She comes back across from GE. Who have spread out that sentinel utility.
13-2 कौन आ रहा? G हारी.
Love to do. You'll see a lot more of that. Bit of a sentinel duel over on Garage side.
Tex के पास Phantom है.
Looking for some information, but it's immediate paranoia dive into the site there from Zekin. Aspas finding one before the refract comes through. Zekin will get the deck and MIBR.
Zekin का एक ही काम है पूरे मैच. सिर्फ घुसने का है.
The pin out from Crystal's grab net there. Drone confirming where Udatan
आसपास भाई पीछे से मारेंगे.
Tentative for MIBR, not knowing when to make their move. That's where Aspas and Verno just completely demolish everyone on the site. Crystal, a little late to the party, has a big 1v3 to attempt.
Those are the types of things that
I love watching Gira Aspas like this, bro.
4K for Aspas to close out the round. But every single time
Holy
it feels
shit,
like they're in
bhai.
somewhat of a good position, getting that pick onto Tex on the extremity. They still struggle when it gets back into sight, when they're trying to get those trades, when they're trying to path into the site. They constantly take these ones or put themselves in these positions where they're so isolated and they cannot trade. But of course, when you're playing against Aspas, when you're playing against
Oh, look at him, so clean.
And so
5
much
gifted
more
बच गया, मैंने दे
understanding
दिए.
with these things because they are playing at a pace that really throws you off.
Just waiting out a lot of that Senti utility, taking their time. Gonna crack on into the sides. You can't rush yourself. There's so many senses.
चलो भाई ये मैच तो गया. थोड़ा सा भूख लग रही है, खाई लेते हैं.
On the walk down middle, but the Sheriffs are not really connecting either ones of these vicinities. Mibr now pivoting back towards A, and that's where Harvey had the info line for a moment, but punished now by
8-0 है. खत्म.
Not looking too good. 3-0. Mibr winning that bonus round just with the
characters will not. Of course they will be
going quick and
बड़े हो जाएंगे characters आपके, of course.
Javi. 3 of these players from G.
और जी हारे तो बाहर नहीं.
What's going
एक गेम और मिलेगा.
Stacked onto this site. They've gambled and it is
against all gamers मिलेगा शायद.
It's just the fact that they need to be in these tradable positions. They need to get their ones here because the flank is also on the way. Udo getting that first pick onto Aspas. The paranoia coming in a weird spot, making Udo get two. Verno trying to get that trade and does end up getting it. And now all of a sudden, 3v3 here. Patman getting dropped by Tex. Crystal with a beautiful shot onto Tex. Now running towards short, trying to pick up that weapon. Does get the Phantom.
Off angle for Crystal, dealt with by Verno. The flank coming in from Autumn. He's
body shoot कर रहा है
to be attempting this clutch uncovered on the side.
Nah, bro, Verno aware था.
The model as
Why Verno body shoot मार रहा है बे?
Cannot be calibrated on. Always a little bit annoying with some of the animations. Can't quite get the headshot.
आसपास नया वाला skin use कर रहा है जो अभी आया है shop में. Black Spire.
Despite some heroics on the Sheriffs from Global.
We talked about star players on Mibr, and it feels like every single player has their standout moments so far in this series, constantly going for 3. And it's just crazy how easy it seems sometimes for winning out these frags. GE, that was a close round. It was a little bit expensive for them, but
it was a close round, but like how many close rounds did you have on Lotus?
True.
Really struggled to win any of them. Quick as
Fury
to back it off, giving a lot of problems to Unitard. The Sova dart scanning multiple
and
it's a complete decimation of the site. Mibr changing up the pace after a lot of slower rounds, really waiting out GE and waiting for mistakes. This time it's pedal to the metal straight into C, and it works.
No pop execute. Instead, they just full execute with that way layout. It was really beautiful. Not a single spot on site was left uncovered. And again, the sheer force of the movement coming in from Zek and Aspas to get into that site so quick. The util usage, the paranoia, the dart, everything just lined up beautifully. And GE, man, they did not stand a chance. Look at those X's, 4 on that C site, 3 of them towards spawn.
I'll tell you one thing though, there is no way you're getting into tower here. Double sensors. Surely that doesn't work out for Mibr. Dealing with both of them in just an instant. That is just perfection. Even both of the sensors were both checked perfectly by Mibr with the dart to follow up. They really just have not put a toe out of line since this series kicked off.
You really thought that he could hold that. That's
crazy.
a little bit of
tower
for the next round. Anything.
Anything indeed. Well, they do have 2 ults online.
10-0
They have the neon ult. They could go for something fast.
Can we at least kill Verno?
भाई वो मारने के बाद बॉडीज भी शूट कर रहा है.
हाँ full devac कर रहा है, full devac.
That's my IGL right there.
Yeah, okay.
ले तेरी ले. Frost को kick करोगे ले.
Were one of the rounds where they were a little bit more competitive compared to the gun rounds, but with the Outlaw on Aspas, I'm a little bit worried they might not be able to repeat that. Dash up into the site, out comes the overdrive from Udotan, and hand in hand with Patman giving Mibr some serious problems, but that is impressive from his given that he's hit entirely by the relay ball.
They're moving, chat. Mibr super clean moving.
2-on-4 in this retake, trying to come in from A-Link, dodging that drone, dodging the paranoia, but all of that is just buying more time and Aspas to slide onto the
what are you doing?
Decent trade back from Harvey and
don't do this.
Through the wall onto Verno there, but with the one-way coming out and a perfect little triangle crossbar.
Shot Verno, Marcusum. Le kar devac kar.
I mean, you can't blame the man for his confidence right now. I still don't think he's even died yet.
I'm really questioning the choices from GE here on this round.
Using
2 ults to try to
13-0.
turn it around the Sova
Chat, आ
and
जाओ.
the Neon, but it's just
जी कितने राउंड निकालेगी इस हाफ में?
Neon has dropped, getting scanned for so long.
मेरे को लगता है
Mizzino full
4
stun
round.
still manages to get the pick on Neon.
4 max.
It's just not looking too hot. Javi,
4 or less.
knowing
4 or
that
less
and
or
still
4 or
using his
more.
ult, it's a little bit scary because now you're kind of losing some sort of trap
1-0,
play
3.
potential that you have here. But the double senti comp on defense, they really need to win some of these rounds because it's so much harder on that attack side with this kind of comp. And now all these players towards that A lobby. The gun is going to get spotted from Tex. That operator finally coming online for GE. And they're falling back into sight.
Drone confirms that there's more players here for
connect to
MIBR.
Aspas
A warning shot there onto Aspas.
2 max. अच्छा.
It's the leg.
EWS में तो वैसे भी उनको कुछ करने वाला है. पेनल्टी होती है नहीं. EWS अबे हाँ बे EWS में पेनल्टी नहीं है. चैट. वो टीबैक क्यों कर रहा है पता है तुमको?
Back towards mid here for MIBR.
क्योंकि 0 पेनल्टी गेम प्ले है. वो ऑपरेटर बहुत अच्छी जगह लगाया है.
Line for Verno though. Walking towards that C garage, gonna spot the Cypher setup. They're gonna know this is the weakest side. Trying to go for a C split here. Mizzino just being annoying, putting pressure towards that B, finding out where that operator is. And now just chilling outside of B with that spike.
Oh, spike है. Spike बोल रहा स्मोक है. 20 सेकंड में एक और स्मोक है. No, they're committing this.
Not going to receive. There goes the paranoia and the dash on in for Aspas, who was traded
trade.
out by Putman. Once again, the plant being attempted here by Mizzino. Out comes the Annihilation. Very much looking for a pick here. I'm not sure if it even connected. Verno just continues to come up with the goods until Putman is able to come in towards that
अभी
big
सेकंड को
site.
देखो.
Down into a 2-on-2
तीन
now.
अलग-अलग duels है अभी.
Coming out for Autumn, who was waiting a long time over on C-Long, finally finds his man. Zekken last alive inside of that site. And Crystal does a good job clearing him out.
Frost में हमेशा के लिए गई है.
For GE on this defensive side.
Even Goaty Eurodan whiffing.
To put together here because this has
ठीक
not
है.
been the start that
ठीक
they
है.
were looking for.
ठीक है.
Back
भाई
on the
पता ही नहीं चला
board,
6
and
राउंड
the
लेके
main
चले गए ये
reason
लोग
is
कब के.
it's on the back of that operator.
Imagine
Euro,
6-6.
Trying to get one of those
6-6,
trying to go
big-
aggressive,
big
get
dream.
the line and just punish them.
Heavy dream,
for
chat.
Playing that slow style that they've been playing for majority of the
Tex
game.
का
The
हाथ
walk
दिख
up,
गया
the
भाई.
pop executes, just going off of info. I think this was all really nice from
खराब
MIBR,
किस्मत,
trying to
खराब
punish that
किस्मत.
operator and Mizzino TPing out in time, but the retake was just too good. This is one of those times where you see them going in together on the side of GE, and you're like, finally, this makes sense. The trades are there, the frags are
13-1 and 11-3.
and all of a sudden,
वो
back on the
2-3
board.
उसने
They're
दो
gonna
लोग को तो
spot
at least
that
spot
Sova,
किया.
though, with that drone. But the
Regard.
melee ult is out. That dart is coming down. Javi actually gets a spam kill onto Aspas through the neon wall. Zekken trade onto Crystal.
वापस 3 लोग side पे.
Mizzino, he's TP'd into heaven. They're trying to get this A crunch down, but there's 3 players on site.
Second, up inside of the dark
Nice.
cover. Harvey's finally been able to deal with the fox among the hen house.
Holy
but Tex
shit.
and Verno
I
just
look at
wiping that
Verno.
site.
क्या
Unfortunately,
मार रहा है बे?
another round that kind of slips through the fingers of GE here. Autumn now tasked with yet another retake. Playing over towards that C site time and
अबे
time
रुला
again.
रहा
At
है
least has some
Verno,
real depth
अकेला
to
छोटा
work with, but
बच्चा.
I'm not sure he has anyone to really use it on. Both of the players are inside
Verno
of
Prince
and Heaven respectively,
मार
so
रहा है
that's
बे.
not really going to give him any information necessarily. Upshot missed there by Tex. That's
छोटा
enough
बच्चा
to
भर रहा है
convince
भाई,
Autumn
सोचो.
to not try to attempt this retake and just hold on to
कोई नहीं
his
खेल पा रहा, माँ कसम, हाँ
an
ना भाई.
immediate reply here for MIBR.
बहुत
It's gonna
अच्छा
put
खेल रहे हैं लोग.
significant pressure on GE's economy now.
MIBR just
MIBR danger form में आ गई.
on so many different angles for GE that it's getting hard for them to hold it down. Obviously, the util usage from Verno as well, absolutely phenomenal. Using
Verno
that
20
dart
का है
when they
अब.
know that they're about to fight that.
मेरे से 1 साल छोटा है ना तो छोटा बच्चा हुआ.
And just being annoying and the shock dart to get that pick onto the player close right in that off angle.
Trailer
in the
for G
corner.
stage 2 performance नहीं. I guess
So
stage 2
many
better
small things
रहेगा.
that add up here. Tex with the nasty shot through the wall while he's still
अभी तो
running.
अबे
It's just
MIBR
these
के
small
सामने
and
खेल
silly
रहे हैं
micro things that are punishing
सोचो.
GE. I actually feel like that
MIBR
round
के
GE
सामने खेल
had a
रहे हैं
really
भाई.
good read. Fighting that A
तुम लोग ने MIBR
fighting
को
the
international
A-Lobby,
में देखा है?
punishing
नहीं.
anyone that was going way
तो
too
इसलिए
fast,
तुम लोग को
using
पता
the
नहीं है
neon
अभी
wall to back
कैसे
off.
खेलते
They
हैं.
heard the Mizzino
अमेरिका
ult.
जितना
They
देखा है
held
अमेरिका में
heaven.
वो
It
लोग
just
हास
everything
मचाते
just
हैं.
didn't-
पर
it
भाई वो
just
लोग
fell
अच्छी
apart
टीम है
at
यार.
the end.
That's every round
अच्छी
in
टीम
this
है.
series for GE.
Yeah,
unfortunately.
it keeps happening.
There's plenty of 3v3s. There's plenty of, you know, XVXs.
दूसरा
that are
international,
winning for
to be
GE,
honest.
But there's just nothing's landing in the big
दूसरा
rounds,
नहीं,
unfortunately.
पहला है.
Yeah, I think
just
that's
the facts.
That's the firepower.
MIBR का ये टीम का पहला इंटरनेशनल है.
Some degree.
What if Mini G को कोच करता? Mini.
I don't think anyone can argue with that. We all know that the ceiling of some of these players on GE, but the consistency.
अमेरिका का पता नहीं उनका कुछ भी होता है. नहीं अमेरिका में देखो एक चैंपियन टीम. बाकी सब उनके अराउंड खेलते.
Especially when he's on that B site, usually being the
Champs 24 top 3 वो अलग MIBR थी ना पर.
Just get on and get off.
Shaman.
Able to use the paranoia
Genome.
at the right times. I really like to see how deep the
Cortesia,
playbook is too.
Artisan,
Feels like for every little small
Aspas,
situation,
Luxo,
they
ये
have
लोग थे
some
ना?
sort of answer, some
Luxo
sort
था
of
कि
protocol. Like when the operator is on that B site, they're dashing up and making sure they're using that verticality to punish it.
I was talking G gang,
really
huh?
hard to get that really fast
Not gonna lie, second international
to put in the work, but now GE going
But
for
the start is horrible.
fight, and MIBR has read right into it. They're holding this
EWC
mid,
start is horrible.
knowing that they're on this thrifty. Only 2 weapons across the board. One of them saved, and it's a fast beat.
अबे दोनों घुस कैसे घुस रहे हैं माँ कसम.
Mazino is all over those players, whether he can see them or not.
कब ड्राफ्ट डैश और एक सीधा डैश.
Position for MIBR here. And Verno, 15 and 1, he's holding out the barrel of the gun for Autumn, not the player you'd want to be picking here.
पास सिंगापुर के
So on
प्लेयर.
the other side of things, a lot less to work with. And looking like MIBR going to walk away with yet another attacking side round.
कैसे जंप कर रहे दोनों देख रहे हो?
He could find anything, and honestly, if
कुछ
Mazino
भी
didn't get
दे
it
रहे हैं
done,
भाई.
Verno was ready to peek. That's kind of unnecessary. Come on, guys.
अरे वर्नो से तो भाई मिस ही नहीं हो रहा शॉट यार.
Unfortunate.
जी वाला गेम 11-13 खत्म हुआ क्लर्ज भाई बोलो कि 11
Oh,
तक आ गए थे.
shit.
So ready for every
That was
single
crazy.
fight. The crosshair placements absolutely there. The mechanics are just so good.
हर्ष भाई EWC में टीबैगिंग का फाइन नहीं है पता? और टॉक्सिक वर्ड या कुछ भी किसी का फाइन नहीं है.
To support around that rifle that they saved.
लरॉक तो कल बहुत कुछ बोल रहा था क्योंकि.
Looking good. Gun
वो
round here.
बीप कर रहे थे क्या वो लोग?
हाँ?
I mean, this will be a bit of cathartic one. I remember sitting in a
बीप नहीं कर रहे थे वो लोग बदल सुनने ही दे रहे थे वो चिल्लाते हुए दिखा रहे थे बस.
At the end of kickoff on this map, this is more the scoreline that they probably would have had in mind back then. So this might be a little bit of trauma redemption, I guess you could say, for MIBR. Quick split into C. Autumn gonna get tested, not something that has been happening too much so far.
दो गोली मारा, nice. पहली बार एंट्री डिनाई. कोई बात नहीं.
Mazino dealt with trying to dive through the
और
cage.
दो मार दिया अल्ट से.
From downtown though, and
और
Tex on
Tex,
the back lines is
big
starting
Klurge.
to turn this one around. Out comes the neural theft. Udatan under pressure.
2v2. Verno Tex shooter लोग.
Crystal to get involved here.
2v2. Spike is down on the site. Trying to get that from Platt. Scary
1v2 for Verno.
to take because he doesn't.
18 and 1.
Verno making so much noise going towards that garage. They know now where he's positioned, and the spike is still down. This is almost unwinnable.
ये देख रहे हो?
And Udo getting
बच्चे की मस्ती ना रुकती.
Verno. Now that
18-2,
was a really
हाँ,
good
18-2 है
round
पर
from
मस्ती ना
GE.
रुक रही. देख रहे हो कैसे
Super
swing करता
fast
है?
flood into the Cypher util. Cypher just staying alive for
Aura
so
farming.
long, playing together, making sure that they're in
Yeah,
those
heavy aura
crosshairs
farming.
when they are coming out of that spawn smoke. Just punishing that fast dash in.
I mean, that's what GE are good at on this map, honestly. That's a little
क्या
bit more like
सोवाल
it.
चलाया था उसने यार.
I'm a little bit
क्या
worried they've
follow
gotten
up था वो
themselves,
सोवाल.
quite a big hole
हाँ
on
वही
this
क्या
defense.
बढ़िया follow up था
At a
उसके
minimum,
player के
need
ऊपर.
4 rounds out of this half, so
Especially with their comp.
back to back, yeah, it gets a lot harder once you move over onto that attacking side, that's for sure. So we'll see if they can try to fashion themselves a little bit more magic.
ट्रैप ही तोड़ दिया
Autumn once
उसका.
again tucking himself in nicely towards that C site, has a little bit
कैसे
of help.
एक्सपेक्ट किया हो?
The rotation of Udo-chan. Crystal pulls out the grab net. Birdo on the other side of things.
मजीनो स्विंग करता है वापस वो भी टीबैग कर रहा है. Nice teabagging यार. Not gonna lie.
Space where it's given, and they've found themselves at least.
वो लोग deserve करते हैं teabag करना chat.
Their oyster from here on out.
It's actually crazy how quick that was too.
वो लोग बहुत अच्छा खेल रहे हैं यार, बहुत ही अच्छा खेल रहे हैं.
I say that, but Javi gets the pick onto Mazino. They know that he's sitting here, speeding up.
क्या गुड नाइट कर रहे हैं जी का.
Autumn is rotating in, is caught out. Doesn't get a pick. Gets so much damage down. That Sova ult not gonna catch anymore.
दोनों
Autumn
एक HP
getting
है.
one, but not before he gets dropped by Zekin and Javi in this 1v2. But both players are lit.
Yeah, time for a vintage Harvey clutch. If ever you needed one, GE desperately need rounds on this defensive side. Nice open plant for Verno. Meets up with Zekin over towards the bottom side of C long there. The shots coming out.
भाई कोई तो डिफॉल्ट खेल सकता था. वो लोग दोनों लॉन्ग खेलने चले गए.
On spawn side. Hasn't tapped the spike yet.
ओ ये एलिमिनेशन है क्या?
नहीं, एक नीचे मैच मिलेगा और
एक और मिलेगा?
हाँ, win 2 before losing 2 है।
तू बोल रहा था ना बेस्ट ऑफ 1 होगा और एलिमिनेट होगा।
नहीं, लास्ट ईयर था। इसका प्लेऑफ्स नॉकआउट है।
Trying to bait out the peak from MIBR, but they are being very patient with this one. Recon dart to follow up. Verno dealt with, but unfortunately, I think if the half doesn't come out, it's going to be done. And Zekken is the one to close it for MIBR. A really nicely played 2-on-1
Stage 2 में देखना Envy इनको टी-बैक करेगा।
नहीं यार। The scoreline is looking awfully familiar here. 9-2. One more round left in this map. This is so
Neon खेलेगा क्या आज? I don't think so.
I mean, the double senti, it's not working out for them. They're not able to hold.
नहीं खेलेगा तो सही, क्योंकि फ्रांसिस खेल रहा था, डाम्बी फिनिक्स या ये खेल रहा था.
They're finding these really good timings. They're really good aggressive peaks here. And of course, they're taking their ones because of the confidence.
फिर भी लॉन्ग ही एक्सपेक्ट कर रहा था.
From that last game, and now looking like a
दोनों गेम डिप्रेशन दे दिया बे.
See execute here on the side of MIBR.
Again, it's Autumn and Udaton up over the top. He's Aspas, well aware that the Neon is sitting inside of the cage. Mazino's made it into the site, and they are very
क्या बीटी दे रहे हैं आज कसम.
Great patience for MIBR.
Mazino भी शूट कर रहा है. ले
through the dark cover. Out comes the annihilation. Immediately sniped out by Aspas, and it's just Harvey inside of Garage. He's got a lot to fix up here.
Shit,
it's a 1-on-5, but I don't even think that this man is going to be good for it, quite honestly.
पहले में भी 10-2 आता ना यार.
Guardian is not the tool for the job. And Mazino with a big 3k TP into the back of the site. It's another 10-2. Double digits in the opening half.
क्या खेल रहे हैं MIBR वाले?
Honestly, it's just continuing to get sadder here.
He is getting disseminated, bro.
Myself included.
ओए, Not gonna lie, bro. ये वो टीम है जो रेना योरू के अगेंस्ट हारी थी एनवी से, क्लोव वगैरह से हारी थी.
19-3. I thought you were referring to the overall round tally so far this series.
बोला मैक्स 2.
It's close to that. It's close. Unfortunately. That's what I thought you were saying.
Mazino भी शूट कर रहा है भाई.
It's so painful.
Imagine, chat.
It's actually so painful.
Oh man, this is you guys didn't believe me earlier when I said MIBR could win the whole thing, but with the form that they're in right now, I think
could win the whole thing.
Struggling a little
वो
bit.
लोग गेम बजा दिए वे.
These close rounds that just show you that the 1v1s are there, the 2v2s are there. Everyone is able to get their own.
भाई ऐसा गेम जिसमें ज़ेकन अच्छा नहीं खेल रहा है. ज़ेकन को बीटी हो रही है और फिर भी MIBR इतना वन साइड मार रही है. Imagine.
But they're avoiding using it because why would you when just executes are working out right now?
I mean, especially into double senti. The Waylay Jet is really doing wonders here for MIBR. They're able to avoid a lot of the sonic sensors, a lot of the trips in the setup by just good pathing in on the entry.
Caster भी मजे ले रहे हैं.
The refract where it's needed. Saw actually a similar kind of outcome when we saw KRX take on
just to lose some random 50 Chinese team by the way.
Earlier on in Pacific, they were able to use Jet.
Cross cut more effective feel होता है, especially even
the double senti util, and I think you see MIBR do the exact same
one
thing
map
to GE,
versus multiple maps.
This is wild. I knew they were going to win, but I didn't think it was going to be this dominant.
I'm just happy you're in a good mood. That's it. You know, that's the one good thing that we get out of this, okay? And all the Americas fans.
Fastest win
this is the time for you to
G wanted to ले लो.
You know?
No, actually,
jump on
Razor Death Adder Essential ज़्यादा चलेगा उससे. Are they taking EWC serious?
Oh, this is rough. I think for G,
why not?
Like, let's just say there's a little bit of cope here, a tiny bit of cope. They win out pistol.
Yeah.
They don't throw the anti-eco.
Yeah.
Right. Perhaps they win a bonus. You know what I mean?
Frost leaving now feels like a curse.
Let's do it.
Then we're 6
possible.
Listen,
MIBR has the fastest loss. Yep.
And maybe with the double senti, they can prevent that. But they're going for this fast C split here. Aspas is going to be on the side with Zekken. Tex hears all this information. Zekken going for his with that sheriff, not connecting. Aspas manages to get one. Zekken gets another, but two trades coming in. Autumn and Udo. Zekken gets a second kill.
Look here, दोनों one shot है.
Udo and 3v2. His team is coming in. They're trying to flood out on
कोई भी healthy नहीं है भाई. कोई भी healthy नहीं है.
Enough damage.
Good shot, dart.
Picking off onto Autumn and Javi.
Nah, it's over.
2 is not gonna win.
It's over,
Zeno with that final kill, and Verno man. These shocks. He's gotten like 3 this game already.
Yeah, he's good. We know. It's been an excellent game for Ferno.
So he's like, what, 20-3 now?
20-3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Beast kill, team death.
Good on this over. Not gonna lie. Rest of MIBR giving him a lot of help as well. I think both the Jet and the Waylay.
Bhai Varno bachcha bhan raha hai, chat. Varno bachcha.
I think GE, you could see right from where they kind of get halted up in garage for a moment. They are very kind of
so good, so good.
I wouldn't say afraid.
Is this the MIBR we were promised?
A little bit of time to get into that.
Not gonna lie, bro.
Unfortunately, and that's where the Sheriffs
actually,
a lot of fun. Picking them as they head on their way in. Speaking of
ये दिख रही है कोई super team.
Less success for Aspas. Forced away for the time being. It very much seems like GE want to pick up the pace. On his Spectre takes a lot of damage off the hero TP up the top. Should get checked here by Udatan, but he's got just not enough HP. And that is a double once again from the Omen. Mazzino just continues to conjure magic for MIBR, and Autumn, who's kind of waiting in the back of the side.
देखो T-back.
Before Vono cleans
ले तेरा body shoot.
2 for MIBR. I think this might be back-to-back 13-2s.
The fact that Mazzino's just allowed to TP back into sight.
Post match conference नहीं इसमें क्या होगा?
Trade on board.
They tried
What's going to happen in
trade.
Twitter? God knows.
Had like 10 HP because they took about 300 damage getting into B. Unfortunately.
राशन खत्म.
So that's how it be.
ईंधन खत्म.
That's how it be. Yeah.
That's how it be. This was kind of nasty. We're talking about Mazzino.
अब वापस ईंधन भरना पड़ेगा.
Especially with his impact.
Next match लगाओ मजा नहीं आ रहा.
But this round, you can tell he's just kind of styling on them. And now 12-2. Like you said, we might see that same scoreline.
Fract active for second.
Shot.
Creeping up on the line. Easy opener onto Udatan.
भाई ये Guardian कितनी प्यारी लग रही है.
Continues to get rougher for GE. Drone will confirm that Crystal is in this neck of the woods. So
OG वाला tag दो please.
Really feeling pressured enough to rotate. Still just kind of sitting in a 2-1-2 here, because you can definitely trust Second and Verno to probably get the rest of this round done themselves or very there nearabouts.
चलो chat ये round खत्म है.
A long. Crystal alone towards short. The smoke's going to come in. The actual pick is going to come in from Javi as well. That Guardian. Beautiful shot. Verno now left alone towards this short. He is going to get slowly.
तीन लोग साथ में fight लेने वाले हैं.
Crystal trying to work it up together. They get that pick, and now all of a sudden it's flipped. 3v4.
आसपास Mazzino text.
They've gained
bonus ही round है उनका फिर भी.
Getting that spike down as well. Holding into this post plant. They just need to be careful here, because these are the kinds of rounds that MIBR have been known to flip over.
Yeah, it's going to be hard though against double Senti. Like the double pick.
आसपास को swing करना चाहिए बे. एक हाथ मारता हूँ.
MIBR a lot of trouble getting back in the barrier, as well as the sonic sensor. You've got the follow-up grav net, even if they are able to make it a little bit deeper into the site. Hits all 3 players for MIBR, and Autumn capitalizing. Crystal to follow up, and
आसपास अभी तक नहीं निकाला था. आसपास दिख ही नहीं रहा है.
But I think he's better off
आसपास के मुंह के सामने मॉनिटर है. आसपास इसका गर्दन दिख रहा है.
Well played here by GE. They saw the opportunity.
Nice. Last map से better खेले हैं.
Knowing he couldn't do anything, but the crunch timings are still there. It's
एक round
good to
ज़्यादा
see
है.
that they're keeping a lot of those protocols. They're not going overextending.
Better than the last map.
Needy, like they need to get those picks.
That is some
Still
progress,
taking their
chat.
time and making sure they're doing it with reason. GE now. It's so hard when you're in this position, because you have to snowball. You have to snowball these.
Snowball?
You have to snowball these ults. It's going to be so much harder too with this double Senti comp. Crystal and Autumn, Cypher and Deadlock. It's almost impossible. The good
Improving,
thing is
yes.
they can get so much information with those trips, with holding it all the way back. It's going to be a
21-4. बाप ने 3 बंदे मिला के उतना मारे. जितना उनका एक IGL मारा है.
But the utility quickly pushing GE back away. They'll allow MIBR to have control of lobby, and they're going to start to speed up.
CT से खेल रहा है.
This is where Tex, fantastic on the opening map on the Cypher. Quite happy to play retake in from spawn side. There's a juicy little kill trip there, but that's dealt with by Harvey Shock Dart.
These players
उन लोगों ने city wall कर दी है सीधा.
That wall is going to go down. Really annoying to deal with. Like
Udatan को 1 HP tag बचा है. 1 HP बचा है बस.
Keep this site. They have the trip on the flank. They don't need to worry about it unless there's an omen. And now MIBR in this 5 retake. It's really hard, especially when these players have so much side control. But
double flanking garage.
Towards that backside, the TP comes in. Patman getting one, but Mazzino, Verno, and Ospas are so good at clearing. Crystal left in a 1v3, and no win for him. Mazzino with the final pick pick of the game and a 12-3 scoreline here for MIBR.
That is just back to back.
Who could do the most damage? You lose the initial fight, and then you come out with 4 kills. That's a fantastic round. Like I think Kira does that much strength in weaponry. There's a lot of SMGs. That post plant from Heretics look really
That's
shaky.
big. Next game में 4 तक आ जाएंगे.
Like I said, there was nobody watching Heaven. So when Bai jumps out, no one noticed. And he's able to almost kill Kushmaras. Then a player goes up on top of the...
Arsh bhai, next game किसके against है पता है?
I don't know if they just switched off.
Heretics और इसके loser के against.
That was a bit shaky.
और ये लोग ने अभी Heretics को दिक्कत दे दी थी.
Fangir's in trouble, has to TP out, give up that space, and he goes back in for another bite. Ends up getting bitten himself, down and out of the round. The run it back online, chasing down control of the A site.
G versus MIBR में 73% लोग पोल में G क्यों बोल रहे थे भाई?
Over in that direction, but instead, man advantage extended for Heretics.
क्या?
Spike retrieved. Woot's done very well in this round already. If it's going to be a continuation of how he played on the previous map, that could be pretty dangerous. Not the prettiest of fights for Riens. And it is worth noting that Woot is desperately low. Now, GRQ does have a run it back of his own. But I'm looking at his teammate.
Frost bhai आज सबसे खुश होंगे.
Going for this.
Frost bhai बोलेंगे अरे No Frost, no G? तो हर्ष भाई क्या ये बात सच है कि No Frost, no G?
The fact that they came in and lost so much so early on, it made me worried that this was a much more direct play towards short. Koshmaris, obviously, that's going to be the big factor is if you're allowing him to have a lot of orbs, if he is finding success, like the Neon ult is good, but his impact, if he has even 3/4 the game that he normally does on the Neon, it's going to be way higher when it comes to those rounds around ultimates. You already see it, round 4, and it's being used to basically secure the round.
Yeah, the only caveat I'll give is Fangir has got off to a slow start, in the sense that he's just been diffed 2 rounds in a row. I don't know if that's
चलो फिर G versus full sense होगा ना जब
तब मजा आएगी. 2 rounds, I wonder if they win those 2 rounds. Because he has just basically double entry this round and got an entry in the last as well. So I don't know how recreatable it is. It almost reminds me a little bit of like old school Ascent attack side where it's like, did our jet get killed? Oh, they didn't. Oh, what happens now? Obviously, in this case, they
total
do
prize
have
pool कितना है
the
पूरे
Phoenix as well, but
2 million.
that felt like the defining parts of the last couple of rounds. So
Valorant
I'm definitely going to see what happens if Woot goes down early.
पूरे EWC
It still only has impact.
बहुत ज़्यादा होता है.
75 देगा था मैंने.
Forced Fangir back
उससे भी ज़्यादा होगा.
again. He's had a tougher start. As you've said, been diffed in both fights. They're not going to challenge him another time.
मतलब ऐसा है कि तुमको बस 2 e-sports team के water boy बनना है.
The buy is a little bit shaky. Kira
एक लैम्बो और एक घर आ जाएगा दुबई में.
Buys come in with a sheriff. For the most part, they are just saving those credits
Both type duels के लिए
for the
difficult
next
है.
round. So Heretics have an easier time here.
अच्छा ये लोग defense कर रहे हैं. मेरे को लगा Heretics defend कर रही है.
They're going to at least put the pressure on, find the orb. Like expect a lot more of these slower.
Koshu by Phoenix खेल रहे हैं.
Online trading utility for orbs.
Official
Push has to
75.
come to shove eventually.
Picking.
Go and wear G2 jersey. Hey, shut up, please.
It's also a sort of mixed bag buy. So the lower the time gets, I feel like the better it is for all gamers, especially with them not giving up anything in terms of those opening picks. They're also walking into Kira, who's been very good so far. Paranoia looking to delay, but caught as the door is broken. Now Fangir needs to step up, and again, it's a little bit late, but does manage one now.
Fangir chamber खेलता है ना.
Back through, and again, GRQ precision seems to be the aim of his game. Benji's done well at least.
Benji Fangir भी मारा.
Might just give them the plant, but they need to clear by
7 seconds, 6 seconds.
But again, a second life given. And now it needs to be the kill. The time already ticked too far.
That was close. That was close. That was close.
For Riens.
It's well played in the end there by Shrimp. That little jump, if he swung out wide, he was in a whole lot of trouble. But he gets out of dodge
उधर Benji ने shoot कर दिया था.
Paranoia for Kira, just a small bit too late. But this is when we talk about on the Heretic side, the Phoenix and the impact that it can have.
क्या shoot करता है बोले और मैंने देखा उसने Benji के आजू-बाजू क्या किया.
As well, it's going to be something that I think both teams are going to want to compete for those orbs. So far, it has definitely been Heretics finding a lot more in those early rounds. But that'll obviously change when we swap sides.
मतलब ट्रिप पे कब गए थे? कल व्लॉग आज आया? हम लोग 2 दिन पहले गए थे यार, हम लोग 30th को गए थे, 30th और 1 को रहे, कल 2 था, कल आ गए। हर्ष भाई ने आज व्लॉग डाला। ये क्या शॉर्ट पिंच खेलने?
Short getting their openers, an aggressive push up all the way through B as
Main
well.
वाले कुछ करे ही नहीं ये लोग शॉर्ट।
The defense have so much information and so much player advantage. You might look at this and go, oh, well, is this an eco for Heretics with how clean this has been? Nope. No, this was a fall by. This was everything invested and yeah.
भाई एजी अच्छा खेल रही है यार।
Like an eco.
Oh, they decimated them. Plain and simple. It's going to be a flawless round for all gamers to put them forward
last
too.
we standing. ऐसा सब नहीं आता क्या?
And you see a lot of risks being taken there by Heretics, like Benji walking up on mid, popping the cage on the trap. The rotates hadn't come through.
हर्ष भाई जी हार
There's
गया।
no panic on the defensive side. They won their fights with ease. And so they're still very much close by to hear that trip activated.
हर्ष भाई तुमने आज तक जी को जीतते हुए देखा ही नहीं है ना शायद? एक बार देखा है।
I think it did look like an eco round from that perspective. The player walking up short as well, blindsided on that left.
Nah, bro, you are like a heavy curse.
I like the change up as well. Like I said, Fangir's been struggling with that early A site fight, so they just swap him to B. They put the double duelist over on short, so that when there's the aggressive burst, there's 2 players waiting on the other side to try and stop Woot and Koshmaris in their tracks. And that's exactly what they do. A nice change, but then go back to the default once again. But of course, for the attack side, no weaponry, no ults to play with. A dive over the top, but it is a little bit messy this time. Shrimp has been having a fantastic game so far, but he will be dealt with. He had a teammate, however, still a 3v3. Koshmaris has also managed to find a gun. And Boo has managed another kill.
It was risky, playing that close to spawn with the spike.
Bye now, player inka.
Especially with the blaze wall already gone, but now a 3v2. The chance to move together. The timing here, a little bit off from Bai. They're both going to wrap up quite quickly. It's being watched, but the shot's not landing. And Fangir
beautiful 2 kills.
now with a chance.
1v1 पर 10 HP है.
HP. One shot from Boo will be enough. He needs Then it's clean.
That's clean, bhai.
Continuing to push highways on this defense.
Russian aim, baby.
The reason it was uncharacteristic that Fangir had lost those 2 early fights was how good he had been in that previous map, especially with their comeback. And why in this round, I think you can see why. Sure, it was a lower purchase from Heretics. It was one where expectations were incredibly low, but there was a clutch that was needed, and there was a clutch that was found on just 10 HP. Big resurgence already. I think just waking up in the last match.
भाई QCK का छोटा भाई लगता है.
What some of these individual
players
में
game का volume थोड़ा कम लग रहा है ना?
Over on the side of all gamers, and with already, I believe that's their 5th round on the defensive side. They are looking good in this half.
Gark और Fangir दोनों ना.
Yep.
A timeout called by Heretics, and I absolutely cannot blame them.
Bye नहीं था, bye.
Second half is going to be a different story, but it won't be.
है chat QCK का छोटा भाई लग रहा है.
Difficulties.
No, if anything, this comp looks.
ऐसा लग रहा है कि QCK खुद खेल रहा है.
Like, because if you had maybe the chamber or something like that, I might be more inclined to agree. But you've gone for a double duelist that allows you a more aggressive dive. Do I think that Phoenix is going to be good on the defense? Not really, unless you're able to do what your opposing side Phoenix is doing and just have insane retake potential.
आशुत क्या अगर हेल्प पे ध्यान दो नहीं देना मत दो मेरा क्या? अच्छा वाह. ये कैसी बात हुई?
Comes to that defensive side, as we can see from all gamers, and I think
आज से मैं ये use करूँगा भाई.
Attempting as well. But it just depends how many rounds they have when they go there. Like right now, this is a much more dominant start than we expected.
Yeah.
For all gamers.
जी भाई जी.
मैच देखो, देखना है तो. नहीं तो मत देखो मेरा क्या.
Used up and well, he's going to bail out right away. Control given up by Fangir. Although the Hunter's Fury thrown in to try to get a few bits of damage, a few points of health off, but I don't think it's found anything.
No, absolutely
nothing. Gym जाना है जाओ.
Aggressive
नहीं जाना मत जाओ मेरा क्या.
Okay, just a pre-fire. An aggressive position, but okay. Woot's been able to trade, or get traded, I should say. Still, these aggressive positions are definitely going to be a surprise, but maybe not for GRQ. This guy is just hitting everything put in front of him. Ultimate back online for him once again. Koshmaras was trying to challenge, but now shying away from that fight, still manages to win it out. He'll get sent back towards the spawn.
अच्छा चीज बताया.
And that time has been ticking for a while. Boo still in a passive position, someone they desperately need to clear.
को पीछे जाते जाते स्पैम लग गया उसका.
And the chances of victory seem to be all but gone at this stage.
कैसा है?
Yeah, it most certainly is, but making it costly is the name of the game, and that is mission success. Although Shrimp's gonna go down, that actually remains fine. It is what it is. A win is a win, and they have got one under their belt for Heretics, but a costly one. A lot of players lost there. I think the most impressive part about it was Bai went through that whole round without blinking.
Oh. Shrimp continues to be an issue. As you said, a very costly round, but a round nonetheless.
On cold, look at him.
Yeah.
Very shallow breaths. Well, 5-3.
ये क्या हो रहा है?
Big round for Heretics to get on the board, and from this, okay, hello, Woot. He's back on the server. He's had a bit of success in the opening fight, but look who's fighting right back into things. Who's going to have to keep stepping it up. That kill brings them back into an advantageous position. Low HP on Koshmaras.
Shock dart में मरेगा कोशु.
Oh, that shock dart, it's perfect. He's got to run, and he runs right into the sightlines of Shrimp.
भाई साहब.
Great work.
10 लोग एक जैसे ही दिखते हैं, देख रहे हो?
Top will finally fall.
1v2 for Wu.
Now has to make the clutch work.
Doesn't even know where it's safe to stand. He's going to try and reopen the door, maybe thinking that both players are up there. Instead, he's opened the door for an opponent, and well, it's Fangir from is going to be there to close out the round. In terms of credits, this is the worst possible scenario for the side of Heretics. 0 players surviving, and now everybody going down in the next round. But more importantly, you've got to talk about the performance we're seeing from the likes of Shrimp. I think there was a point he's 7-1, but he has been continuing this reign of terror, and you mentioned it, perfectly placed shot dart, ready for the player to try and swing. But also, it felt like after Heretics got the initial fights, their expectation was that, okay, they're not going to be here so soon.
G2 के मैच AG versus TH के बाद है.
They never even got to plant.
Oh.
Yeah, that was the thing, a 3 versus 2.
Gentleman Sheila है
from the get-go. Boo never had a moment to take the spike out. Now Woot will not be getting away with that. It's ambitious to say the least. The short play is also going to be cut in 2. Great damage from GRQ. He's got a freebie in that corner.
He's got no bullets in any gun.
So he's going down no matter what, but one player lost. And plenty of it back online for the next, and 7-3.
और इनका next game अगर हारे तो G के against है.
Fantastic turnaround.
मतलब इधर कुआं उधर खाई type shit.
They want to make this close at the halftime. They're now up against the odds.
No, this is squeaky clean. Like whether they're playing aggressively in the early stages of the round or playing into the retake. Like, just look at it. You've got Fangir now building up that confidence. We spoke about him. I think it was 0-2 in the early fights. He's definitely turned that around. Shrimp is having a way better game as well than the last. And even look down the board a bit.
मतलब अरे AG versus TH के बाद है.
Impact throughout this game so far. 7-3.
तक जाएगा ये तो ऐसा crazy game चल रहा है.
Again, the 7-5.
I don't think so. Third map.
Talking about this
defense में TH अच्छा खेलती है.
To potentially go into that defensive half, but Heretics haven't looked particularly close to winning a round in a while.
Oh, Paranoia didn't catch. Not onto the deep player of Koshmaras. Run it back online and available for both sides.
G वाला match कौन जीता? G जीत गए 2-0.
For now, at least, though, you take a look at Heretics. I think they're trying to bait out some of those.
13-2 or 13-3. ऐसे हराई है Mibr.
I say, in particular, the one that they have. They go immediately up mid, force those players back, pump the brakes, and the key thing is the whole round, the spike is sat outside A. They just have Boo holding for the push-up, waiting for aggression. They were very much expecting to see all gamers come in with some flair. But the most they've gone for is a little bit of B main control, and now the ult has to be used by Koshmaras. They're just trying to avoid it, and it looks like fleeing for the hills has worked. A very dangerous ult dealt with right off rip, and now there's a snake in the grass that they have no idea about. The unrelenting Bai finds 2. And all gamers still haven't used that big old ulti, and I don't think they're going to.
सारे बंदे shoot कर रहे हैं
This is all too easy. Heretics threw in that run it back as a fake. That was the goal. We're going to drag people in. Look, Kashmaris is running at you. There were 3 players on B. They didn't even move. They even faked towards the site so that then they could leave this extra player just ready. You could see Boo had no intention of ever checking that angle. And then the split in from behind, well, they end up getting flanked by their own push.
It's the second time they've had huge success from playing those rotational sounds. Like we saw it as well in mid on the defense. Short, you had the Neon of Bai run all the way up to mid into their spawn and back around to A. And of course, Heretics in main and in mid hear that and think, okay, they're reinforcing B. Where we and in fact, no. They're selling will be caught right off rip. Nice shot by Woot. As Kier so too does Bai. It looks like Woot might have found his rhythm, found his groove again. Out of knives, but oh, that reveal was dangerous. No punish forward on the other side. In fact, no, he wasn't out of knives. He still had a few left to play with, but the rest of the squad's cleaning it up, leaving Shrimp alone. He's got no shortage of Odins, no shortage of ammunition. 2 targets to take down. This spam could come through. Onto that left side, Jenny.
Stinger है अभी वो Stinger कैसे swing करेगा Heaven?
When you bait the plant out like that, but he's going to send drone first.
And while the drone's going up, the plant will come through. Gives them an opportunity. Needs to try and find
high low में खेल रहे हैं.
Waiting on the other side will be 2 players.
ठीक है.
Heretics at least
I believe TH come back.
Of balance towards the end, but it is safe to say that was a very dominant half from the side of all gamers.
Yeah, and we came in highlighting Kashmaris. We came in talking about that
Kashmaris
and how much impact it can have. And in actual fact, GRQ is lighting up the server. Woot was on fire on map number 1, and the whole squad of Heretics is slowed down. But GRQ continues to carries forward that momentum.
I'll stand by the fact that I feel like the openers for Woot were the defining factor, and he only ended up with 7 kills. So think about it. It was the Blade Storm round that they just won. He got the opener. Then he had the double opener in one of the early rounds, and then the one just before that. It was a singular opener.
5 openers.
Yeah, so it's kind of
Sotti boss is back.
It just looked like they were completely flat. And then the retakes that were coming through as well were fantastic by the defensive side.
G2 game लगा दो यार, क्या कर रहे हो?
GRQ in this map, and you go, Phoenix defensive side must be fairly easy. It's not.
अरे लाइव ही तो है, लाइव ही रखा हूँ मैंने. दस मिनट में चालू होगा. अरे अभी तो 4 मिनट देखा था मैंने कहीं. What?
Maybe the second half has something special.
मैं सोने चला गया था, जी को क्या ही पीट दिया. गुड मॉर्निंग हो गई.
All gamers wanted to start. They wanted to begin on the defense. And in a sense, it's not strange to see the defensive side walk out with a victory.
Hey, by the way, Team Heretics defending champion hai.
Just generally speaking, but when we get into this second half, the pistol for all gamers could set them well and truly on the road to a map 3.
I'm not sure I want to even.
अबे ये कौन सा half time है? वो replay दिखा रहे हैं actually.
It's already been the case in the last map, a massive streak of rounds, but yeah, I definitely agree.
7-6-6-6-5.
Teams win both pistols on the opposing side or the opposing map. And that might be the defining factor. It doesn't feel like it, though. 6 of the last 8 rounds going the defender's way. And they looked fantastic. Can Heretics wake up and make this a close map, or are we set for Lotus already?
Well, to answer that, we leave it in the hands of 10 players down on that stage and a few coaches in the back rooms. Spotted right away in that corner is Woot. Heretics have a plan, though. There's a flash ready to be fired in by Kashmaris for Woot.
They
see nothing. Trap on the floor.
Music na hate.
Otherwise, not a sight or a sound.
Full dominating music.
All gamers group up on short. 5-man clumping towards the A site. In fact, towards Garden. They wanted a pick before they make it to the site, and it would have been good to take Omen out. The paranoia on Boo would be huge for the retake. A little bit of tickle damage as well, but that position. Oh, the position spotted. Run.
Gets out
Team low fight करने आ रहे हैं उसको.
It's been a weird one.
क्लियर तो करेंगे किरा यहाँ पे अगर एक और 2 मारा तो इनफ है good for 1
If at least manage to clear that position quickly on the Heretic side, but the rest might not be so easy. GRQ up close, Rians does well, but again this man turns up. Another double.
602 निकाल के जा रहा है यार 3 मारा
Only one man in Koshmar standing and he cannot hold the
bro Heretics को destroy कर रहे हैं लोग बे आज होगी रात में गेमिंग या नहीं यार रात में गेमिंग नहीं होगी यार
over this map. A genuinely sensational performance starting out on that side and being able to put
background music बंद क्यों नहीं करते
it meant that we knew there was a chance he was going to carry it forward.
75 minute price pool में थोड़ा सा production मिल जाता
on out, but that many kills in a pistol, that's one thing for you as a player, for your confidence, but as an agent,
भाई champs में तो Paris भी हुआ है
out of 6 orbs going into an eco as well with all those orbs to be fought for, but the attacking side typically finding it easier to secure them. Heretics first full buy might not.
कौन बोल अरे चैट रुको ना कोई तो बेवड़ा फोन किया था एक बार बात करते रुको शिट यार किसी ने रॉन्ग नंबर डायल कर दिया था हेलो कौन बोल रहा है
शुभम बोल रहा
मैं कौन आप किसको फोन लगाए हो
शुभम लो
हाँ
शुभम लो
लान
शुभम बोलो
नहीं बोला हो हम कोई और हैं
GRQ seems like he might be the one to try and
चाचा बोलना था रुको चाचा चाचा करने से पहले ही
already deciding
फोन
to
कर दिया
look a
उसने
bit worrying. Nice damage though. Couple of players dropped and eventually, yeah, it is GRQ. He's now 1 away from having that runner back online.
Shit यार चाचा मस्ती करना हुए हो जाता अभी
at the start of a round if you decide to play
चैंप्स में तो पेरिस भी हुआ है अरे मेरे कहने का मतलब तो पेरिस में चैंप्स हुआ है
hatches right off rip. You're expecting all gamers to fight for control, take an orb, and send
नहीं अरे वो बीच में फोन आ गया था किसी का उसको चाचा मस्ती करना हुआ कर रहा था और किसी ने रॉन्ग नंबर लगाया तो बोला सुबन बोलते हैं
from map 1. We saw it though. We saw them fall off. We saw them give all gamers the way back in, and it looks like
भाई ये सॉल्व करके दिखाओ रिडल है
close out Haven didn't solve any problems.
I'm a sound cue that forces 5 grown adults to instantly look down at the floor.
Buys ran it down onto Woot. A statement success. Run it back online off the back of the orb. They take space on short for the backstab. The trade out of the ultimate for another advantage leaves them into a 5 versus 3. All gamers looking like they've got this one locked. They didn't spot the omen on sight. That drone didn't see. Boo! He's able to get 2. A chance still for Heretics. One small mistake. A glance to the right.
नहीं जब तक फैंजियर जिंदा है तब तक कुछ नहीं होगा.
Massive lead for all gamers, but instead Heretics are dangling on to a cliff's edge with the very tips of their fingernails.
Oh, through the smoke they go, and both players winning.
अरे कैमरा में इतना जल्दी दिख जाता है यार कि वो लोग राउंड जीत गए.
And as you mentioned, it was just Boob going unnoticed on the side that made all the difference.
इसी ने एमिट को घर भेजा था ना सैंटियागो में. हाँ.
Fantastic the individual
G2 out of choke playing when after this.
It's a bit worrying for me that even though, yes, it's an important round for Heretics to win, it's a good break back round, that was up against a weak buy. It was Fanging using a headhunter, not having a rifle to play with throughout the entirety of the round. Now they come in with what will be a solid purchase, but I guess at least that running back was used last round.
That's the main thing. I don't think any amount of weaknesses is going to make up for what you were up against there. Heretics are at least going to be happy to have that round, to have that big ultimate out of the way. But now we come back to conventional play. It's not going to be as direct from all gamers. We saw a lot of success from them with that wrap-up on short late by Chamber. Some gaps for Team Heretics as they were distracted. This time, a full default spread.
Big place to place a judge.
And Woot, well, he's a man that can hit headshots with anything. And with this weapon, he won't need to. There's no way he bypassed the drone, right? They must have seen him.
Instead, they're going to go the other way. Flash dodged, but it doesn't matter.
उसका जज क्लियर किए.
He was down to 7 HP.
Big shot advantage.
Get a little bit of health back. Ooh, is playing on the edge of this smoke. Maybe a little bit risky. Dart through. It's only going to be the one.
GRQ is shooting, bhai.
Flying. This guy has been on fire.
बहुत अच्छा खेल रहा है GRQ.
It doesn't look like he's going anywhere. Spike at least dropped to the ground, and Rians is aware of the player on site already. Again, they've managed to turn this back into a winnable scenario from what looked like another nail in the coffin.
The hard work is still to be done. All gamers will secure a plant. Outlaw will be one shot onto either of these players, and a headshot from Kira secures a kill, secures the advantage as Rian's now up against the odds. A spam is about as good as he could get, but Kira...
मेरे को लगा ये कर जाएगा राइट क्लिक. GMIB यार कब होगा? खत्म हो गया. Look like tactical shootout players.
Considering this is Team Heretics map pick,
wow,
it's certainly not off to a good start.
No.
AG deleting TH हाँ ना भाई.
They knew coming
अबे
in
उनका मैप पिक है, TH का है, किसका है मैप पिक है?
I think both teams will be relatively happy with Lotus, but I think that for Heretics that might have even been the map that they
उनके मैप पिक में इतना अच्छा मार रहे हैं भाई.
They could get this as a bit of an advantage in terms of a weakness for an opponent. It's safe to say it's not looking like a weakness for the opponent. GRQ is 22-9.
22-9, damn.
He's 15-6. He's just not been dying very much throughout this game. Heretics are... It's not even a last-ditch effort. They've gone for an eco in this round, and then they're going to try and fight back. Was it the same? The 7 rounds in a row? It would be identical.
12-5, yeah. 12-5 before.
Unless they can find an upset here. And the only thing they have to pad the gap is a couple of ults. Like a Hunter's Fury can work nicely. A run it back if you can put it into the right position. Unfortunately, you'd be doing it without weaponry, which is far more of a risk. And also means that, well, look at the ults that could be online next round for the opposing side. You don't want to give them an even further advantage.
रोश भाई तो हैप्पी होंगे अभी.
A lot of space taken here by Bai.
सबसे खुश. भाई सीटी तो जाके अकेला घुस के मारा.
And well, at least one is going to be found for Team Heretics to
for one pick.
Even.
That's crazy.
It's certainly not even in terms of the weaponry. It's going to have to be some big performances towards this B site. Spike's on its way. 3 players ready to break through, kick down the doors, and Koshmaris has been spotted. TP taken by Boo. Now there's at least 3 here, and Boo's got the rifle.
They're going to go back.
Ult online for Koshmaris.
They can go back, easily go back. Abhi Wood ke paas bandit akela aim hold kar raha hai.
With Wood on the other side, only having a bandit, it's a good position, but one, they'll expect it. At least suspect it. And 2,
maybe they looked
really
at the time
for it
and thought, okay, that's a little bit too much of a risk, but he needs to get the kill here. If he could somehow deny that plant, that was the only way they were winning the round, and now it almost feels like an impossibility once again. Boo's rifle is the furthest back.
Wood ko clear to karenge.
Sure, Wood has a little bit of ground, but it's not like all gamers are just sitting back and waiting. No, they're really aggressive. This team is not shying away from a fight.
Oh, किरा लेट शॉट आया है. तो वो लोग एक अच्छे क्रॉसफायर पे खेल सकते हैं यार.
It is going to be the run it back thrown into this round. They need to now make this conversion. Boo with his 3rd already. He's going to have to basically do
Wood यहाँ पे कुछ कर जाता तो मजा आता.
And that time has been ticking all the way through. In fact, it might already be a point of no return. The spam's not quite connecting though, because Maris is trying to stick it over the line all the way through, and instead is stripped to close. 12-5, sure, both attackers go down, but they're not gonna care.
Klurge में जरा 500 रुपए करना आपकी मेंबरशिप खरीदनी है. अच्छा.
And also, you know, they're 12-5 in the lead. So they can
and
lose.
The run it back's gone now.
Yeah, they can lose a few rounds. They can send by with an Odin to just run at their opponents at the start of the round and see what happens. Why not? Heretics did it. But GRQ has really been impressive. I am surprised to see that Heretics commit that much to this round, though. Like, as soon as the run it back was popped, it felt like it was a mistake, because it is an all-in play. It either works now, or you're not equipped for a very important round coming up. We need to see the solution from Heretics right here and now, because it looks like we're going to map 3.
We are already going to map 3.
What a brilliant time to take a They
drop just 2
yes,
maps.
You've always said it as well. 12-5
on both sides.
Exactly when you want to see them take a
breather. That's why I said in the last map, I was like, if there was any time to take a tactical
वहाँ से comeback किया था.
There's someone in chat right now probably so angry that like clearly he's a bias got no.
Membership gift के पैसे नहीं दे देते.
Equally as screwed as all gamers were in the last map.
दे दिया 10 तो दे दिया.
Had a very impressive comeback.
किसका मैच है स्ट्रीम बी पर? ये कौन सी स्ट्रीम बी पर? M8 का। वो M8 खेल रही है। वो ना M8 का गेम क्रेजी होने वाला है। M8 XLG।
He hasn't killed his half. 3 out of 5 of their rounds. Whereas for all gamers, I don't think it's
15 साल के बच्चे को साइन किया।
Shrimp is 17 and 6.
नेक्स्ट ईयर से खेल सकता है वो।
12 and 7. Like there's no shortage of individuals online.
M8 का गेम देखने में मजा तो आएगा।
So it's not a case like it was last time of what if this one guy goes away? There's 2 more.
Oh, मेरे को लगा कि बेंजी ने मारा।
Down and out, and GRQ's ult dealt with. Boo's also covering this space on short perfectly. And a Hunter's Fury, maybe he didn't want to put through.
What a great time to take a tactical pause.
एक fake TP से forward TP खींच लिया.
Begins, I always believed.
NSR गई तो सारी Pacific teams lose their first game. And imagine उनका game किसके against है?
Being a 1v5. Now, of course, economy-wise, they're not going to be in the best spot for the next round, but they do have a lot of opportunities.
Gamers too.
And Heretics kind of just have to go at this point. It's
इसको
an
replace करेगा अभी नहीं भाई next year खेलेगा वो.
Still take risks, still take gambles. I feel like what happened to all gamers might also happen to them, though. It's like even if you start this streak of rounds, there's no pressure.
NRG beaters.
You're like, okay, we've already lost. I think most people would sit here in this position and go, there is no way back into this map. And then when you do start climbing back,
कौन next
I think
year
it's the
खेल रहा
second
है?
you start to believe that then the
किसी ने बोला
pressure
NS ने एक 15 साल के बच्चे को sign किया है.
Of course, for Heretics, this is quite a different pressure because although they
please don't overhype G2. It's a bad team. Yeah, actually yes.
Cursed team.
Actually,
that was
bro.
broken.
Bad team.
Times. Once EWC
XLG से हार गई थी.
When they managed to hoist the trophy, get their name engraved forever.
G2 को कौन ही support करता होगा?
The fact is, they've also now done it in EMEA. They took the title there as well. So we are looking at a squad where those excuses
उससे अच्छा तो CS की G2 है.
And you're going, okay, if you are going to have a chance
कम से कम fight तो put up करती है अच्छी team के against.
In the groups, and I'll be honest with you, they haven't.
Well, that's exactly it. It's a different kind of pressure when you are the up and coming team who almost did it so many times, and yeah, you go into a final and you feel like the curse is there.
और को ऐसे कुछ बच्चों को nurture करना चाहिए.
Defending that title, that's something these guys haven't had to do before. And you know that everyone coming to this
छोटे और को academy teams तो बनानी चाहिए. जितनी ज़्यादा academy teams होगी ना, उतना अच्छा है.
They're more than happy to hit it. 6 rounds in a row for Heretics. I do think on this map it's harder. It's going to be so much harder.
Klurge का बच्चा what?
Yeah, see, especially with the comps you're against, the amount of impact Phoenix can have on those run-throughs is crazy. And that ult won't take that long to come back online.
Oh. Bangir gone, but the weapon has been retrieved. Woot's aggressive positioning this time does pay dividends.
Heretics come back. Harsh bhai.
I don't know if he's going to want to stick around there for too long with an operator versus a low buy.
Academy players को salary मिलती है क्या? अबे salary मत दो यार, पर एक boot camp बना के रखो उनको सिखाओ.
Gamers, but it is also just a confidence booster for Heretics. Like have a round or two that actually come up relatively clean, because even the ones they were winning in the last half, it felt like they could have gone back the other way. Buy as well now. Desperately low, and even the reveal is pretty much perfect. Benji still has to be a little bit careful, but in the end, it's now just one man standing. Every single piece of utility being thrown at him, and even the hot hands will get a kill in the end.
As it should be a relatively clean one on the side of Heretics. The comeback continues, but belief certainly isn't here just yet. Not on this side of the caster desk. We're going to have to see them continue on this form. But good signs. Early picks were going their way, dealing with Fangir. A little ahead of the pack in the main swing.
I'll believe when I hear a Vamos. That's all I'm going to say.
12-7.
Sending out a main aggression, and this time it's going to be changed.
Woot early game जागा हुआ था, अभी सो गया वापस.
He's going to be going looking for them on
just like कल का कांग.
Smoke immediately blooming is pretty much taking him out of the round for now. A whole lot he can do, and he wants to be showing presence. He wants to be seen. Whether it be by a drone that's not coming his way, it's over in main, or by a player, he wants someone to notice him so he can get out and then pull them into a fight with Koshmaris, who's just been waiting in the corner. A gorgeous setup. Very well executed.
देख लो chat, round by round है. Cooler giveaway कर दो अच्छा.
Nice bait and switch.
अच्छा तुमको पता है यहाँ पे एक एस मारने पे एक मिक्सी मिलती है.
Adds another dynamic. Even still though.
और 2 मारने पे एक माइक्रोवेव,
Another pick coming through for Woot.
5 पे एयर फ्रायर.
Definitely makes this a little bit more interesting. And it seems like all gamers have sort of ground to a halt. It's almost like these guys had a pact. The second a pause is taken at 12. You're going to slow everything down. You're going to really go for more tentative plays. Whereas what we were seeing in some of the earlier rounds with them just blasting through angles. Instead, I think we're getting a 30-second save.
It does make sense seeing this team play direct and play aggressive. So I'm surprised we haven't gotten more of it. Even here, like the smoke goes up on short, and it's like the 2 players that go to push.
Absolute LARPing.
Going through those battles.
G का match over हो गया. Yeah, it's G over.
For Woot to find one. He even manages to cloudburst his way out, run back to short, and then Kosh can fire from the side. Shouldn't have been that comfortable of a fight, even with the setup. After he dashed to the left instead of the right.
Oh, do they get to keep the guns?
अरे भाई दिखा दो, बैनर लगा देते हो पहले राउंड विन. भाई आई गेस इसको थोड़ा छोटा करके ऊपर कर सकते हैं.
We'll never know.
अगर जल्दी दिखाना ही है तो.
Who knows? Maybe we'll be able to tell about what weapons they have going into the next one, but
वो जो बैनर है,
I'm going to say they did hold on to their guns.
True that.
Okay.
फाइट ही नहीं
Based
दिखती
on
भाई.
absolutely nothing at all. Which is always a good way to come in with information, but you know.
I'll believe you then. So a strong economy.
कल मैं आज 2 घंटे लेट था, आज 2 घंटे
I
अर्ली.
don't even think it would be strong even with the same.
क्या लगे तुम्हारा?
I think they had maybe
Do have
1 or
lures,
2 players that could rebuy, so they might still
किस
be
चीज को लेके भाई?
anyway. But at least gives them something to play with.
बस अलग है.
बस अलग है.
In the middle of their screen, and I believe it was a red bar ticking down. Another timeout called here. All gamers have still one. I'll see it in a moment when the graphic comes up, but yeah, still one left after this.
ओए मिड में नया प्लेयर आया है.
4-round gap. Definitely a time to pull this in.
एमिट में कौन है वो नया, एक करली बाल वाला? केलॉग्स है क्या वो?
I do think that it's only a matter of time before we see them take this super direct approach again. And Heretics are going to be put to the test. If the setup is wrong, if the shots don't land, the reactions aren't there. Like we've seen before, this composition from all gamers can just run it down so fast.
Does look like they were able to
Who
hold
is
on
that,
to
chat?
the weaponry.
Glyph गया ना, हाँ Glyph निकाल दिए.
Buy around those couple of guns. It's like, okay, you still have the Tour de Force to play with. You can make this one at least a little bit more competitive. I also think the Tour de Force here could hold huge value. It's going to be playing on a lurk on the other side of the map, and then the rest of the players looking to try and challenge versus Boo. A lot of pressure.
वो ये इनका इको है, श्रिम्प के पास गन है बस.
Without that initial contact going their way,
टिर्री वाले आपसे कूलर बंद कर दिया किसी ने.
Side of the map, trying to get
टिर्री वाले आपसे.
the ultimate online.
टिर्री.
Or GRQ, who is now 1 away.
Tirri is such a cool word, bro.
Well, for Team Heretics, it's only one man towards this B site. At least it's a Sentinel, but he hasn't got any of his utility. Only the camera to play with. So some backup will certainly be needed. All gamers were to go quite direct. They're taking this immensely slow. They're clearly expecting some aggression out of Heretics. They're taking a long time to re-clear mid, assuming someone's in a ratty little corner, and you can't blame them after what they saw on short a few rounds ago.
It'd be Woot. They're expecting Woot to go swinging. Okay.
अभी एक और मारेगा.
Player caught as well.
GG.
And somehow he's managed to take 2 kills, but this is all the ruse. This is the bait. They're trying to go back in the other direction. In fact, he's now kind of facing even in towards their spawn. Re-ent has been revealed. 25
side
seconds
पे 2v2,
left.
नहीं 3v2
2 players within the back of this B site. They have done well in the early stages of this round, but that doesn't mean they're going to get it over the line. 15 seconds now.
वो बाय लो है पर वो लेट फ्लैंक आ रहा है.
The wraparound coming in, but he gets dealt with quickly, and Shrimp again might just be there to close. The jump up might be able to deny. And that's
gets one
for Woot. But there's still 2 more players that he needs to deal with. Operator in hand, watching to see if Shrimp makes a mistake. A slight step
Shrimp swing क्यों करेगा वहाँ पे?
That could be the loss, but instead Shrimp is very patient with it. Even looks for the contact, and it's the contact of Fangir that will be there to close.
Right. Couple players there for the Gentlemates. Keeping things interesting around yellow.
Proxa!
You know the late activation from Leo to come through a little bit later. You talked about the mid control from Gentlemates.
भाई बूट अगर वो जल्दी मार देता. उड़ी के मार के.
There we go. First blood, Raga down.
ओए मिनी duelist खेल रहा है. What?
Now 4 versus 4 scenario. Still waiting for Leo to come on through. Double doors now entry from both Prox and Martin. But Happyway trying his luck against Martin. Not going to end up working out. 2 left, and Leo finally now will activate through doors. Lysol having to hold on for his lone sim. Does Leo have the angle? Does he have the timing? Because certainly Lysol doesn't have anything so far. 1 versus 3 might just be a little bit too much for Leo to be able to tune out. And it is.
Wait, what?
Yeah, really good retake coming in. They were so ready with that flood. The fight towards.
Why Arch भाई इनका IGL duelist खेलने लग गया और Bippo Viper.
Start here for Gentlemates, very active, making sure they're not just sitting stagnant.
Bro, what?
Used to be a problem with theirs, just being stagnant, not really changing a lot of their defensive setups. And now this change with Mini, with Martin, leading the charge, able to get onto site. Looks really good for them. And for Sheila, I mean,
nah,
what can you do
chat.
at that point when the retake is just
ये क्या बात हो गई बे?
doesn't really matter. But now guns on the board for Gentlemates and Sheila. They're going to do their best to get as many orbs with these sheriffs or with these pistols here on the side of A main.
Now, Leo definitely probably activated a little bit too late in that particular round, but now big stack up for Sheila Gaming. In fact, playing this one patiently to see if maybe somebody from Gentlemates wants to walk on through into shops. There we go. Flash
That was a good
in.
spam.
4 members have already approached, but Mini just makes short work of the defense so far. Lysol will respond with 1 into start.
Starzo IGL है. Oh हाँ हाँ.
The rest of Gentlemates will start to bring their
नहीं तो
forces
Mini
through
smoke player था ना?
eventually. Hathaway also fell in the middle of that as well towards Belt, so just low numbers here
Starzo
for
थोड़ी IGL
XLG. The cleanup should be arriving in short order here.
हाँ Starzo ही था.
Big
Shit.
shot from Raga. Secondary available. Doesn't quite
My
get
bad,
the
my
third,
bad.
but puts himself in a great position to maybe
Starzo ही IGL करता. Mini smokes player
stole
था.
a rifle there.
I can't believe this. Lysor and Varga being the reason why they win this round. That's kind of crazy. As soon as I talk about Gentlemates knowing what they want to do, they struggle on that retake. The flood just wasn't really there. The trades, everyone's going in 1 by 1, not clearing those close
Valorant first moments देखिए कैसा लगा?
detrimental for them.
Yep, that was good.
Was it a 3v5? I believe yeah, it was. Started
और बेर आर्गा निकाल गया round.
These 2 disgusting shots, Martin. Obviously behind the smoke. But then the upgrade as well. No one saw the rifle being picked up, and Lysol really makes a lot with that.
And now the
Mini
tide's been
Sendi
turned
da.
in terms of this economy. All pistols on the side of Gentlemates, and they're trying to do this quiet B stack, playing that close.
भाई ये मैप पे फिनिक्स तो बड़ा भलता ही एजेंट लगता है. कल आसुना भी खेल रहा था. कल आसुना भी एस मारा पता है?
XLG doing a good job, playing passive.
भाई RRQ का तो भूत बनाई हुई है 100 Thieves.
Slow, defaulty setup. They know they don't want to do.
हाँ one side. भाई मोनिया के जाते ही खत्म हो गया उनका गेम.
मुझे छोड़ दिया.
हाँ अभी उसकी जगह जान खेलता है.
Really nice stuff so far from XLG to not overextend.
See Sheila even pinging over
Genji
towards
Monia.
a recon in that direction. A little bit concerned about
चार
trap
दिन
setups
लड़
coming through from
रहे
Gentlemates.
हैं.
Obviously, we can see the trap is over towards B. XLG fancy themselves 3 entries onto A. They'll find a clean site here.
जी का क्या होगा स्टेज 2 में कोई होप?
As Bippo will be the one to find out the bad news.
हम तो सिर्फ देख सकते हैं actually.
Still not taking too many chances. XLG drone in first, full util in, plant to come on through.
Gonna get that spike down. Mates, they know something's up. They're just using this time to start to try to re-clear this beat, but obviously the spike planet sound is going to go down, and the instant rotate.
अच्छा है glyph back to his
clearing, and now they have the option
region.
to go through for that flank.
अच्छा खेलेगा वो NV में.
3 angles on this retake. Mini
NV के against तो अच्छा ही खेलता था पहले.
Going towards that flank and maybe just trying to play some sort of exit.
I think that's correct. You want to be playing and covering all the exits here, making sure that on exit for Sheila, they're going to be taking some damage. A few players going down.
Bippo ने एकदम roll switch किया.
I think Gentlemates will be running towards the spike and just dying to
Left
it.
ने अभी benched
Nothing
है.
else happens.
हाँ तो कभी भी जा सकता है ना अगर benched है
See
तो.
if anyone falls into that trap. Okay, Raga down is going to be something occurring. But as the rest of Sheila know that double doors is not going to be clean. Starso activates a little bit later.
भाई दो gun खींच
लिए.
लिए.
Only happy way no man walking out.
Yeah, 3 weapons down. That's really good for your Thrifty, actually. It's still a big dent into their economy. And now
वो nerf के पहले बस neon one trick था.
Figure out if they want to buy up against those weapons or just make sure that they're using their bonus to the
ये proxa कौन है भाई?
They kept those 2 rifles. This was nice. Just sitting, being patient here for Gentlemates, abusing the fact that Leo's just walking out in the open.
ना play रहा है कौन है देखते हैं.
Exit for XLG though. I mean, they all sort of just split themselves up.
Let's check
That
prox
would have covered the bases a little bit better.
Fast A main here though for Sheila, it looks like.
Fast A main. Stars are on the opposing end. By the way, this is 4 A's in a row now. Quadruple A for XLG. And well, Genomates have to be a little bit quicker here. A little slow on the deletion of the dart. See if Starso can find anything. Runner back's already gone. By the way, check the big flank. Martin and Mini to late activate at some point through shops. Rag will have to be covering that location.
Yeah, this post plan, it's going to be a little bit tricky, but they have all of backside here, but they're getting crunched. The good thing is, though,
Turkey का player है, वो Enterprise Esports का player है.
He knows no one's coming from there. And now, peeking into that A main, he's going to get contact.
Germany में खेल रहा है ये shot.
Very low, but Leo's got Bippo down. No man for a double here as well. It's all falling apart. Genomates, yeah, they're running away. They know they don't have money. No opportunity here for those two flankers to get anything done.
भाई ये क्या role switching हुई है पर इस team में यार?
Take down for a third round victory for XLG.
Insane role switching हुई है mid में.
Everyone's coming out onto site when your two players flank.
खेलते ना role switching अगर करना हो तो भाई.
They saw the Phoenix, but the Phoenix just ran away.
Sentinel में switch करना बहुत easy रहता है या फिर initiator में.
Down onto that site to make sure they get those timings down and the crossfires.
भाई
take was almost really good.
Flex to duelist बहुत ही मुश्किल हो जाता होगा ना.
Just a pacing issue there.
Well, since the pistol there, Genomates haven't had too much to say in these rounds. A second round.
XLG अचानक से इतना अच्छा कैसे खेलने लगी?
Into
International exposure बहुत सारा मिल गया उनको. उन लोग ने बहुत चीजें fix कर ली.
Now and a disastrous gun round coming through from Genomates and a very broken buy now going into number 5.
Yeah, but it's looking like XLG, like you said, is going to opt to go towards that A main. Once again, they're using that drone, trying to find that orb, maybe on Varga one more time, or maybe they're trying to get that Sova on Leo Lysor, and immediately an A main execute.
Martin को कोई clear ही नहीं कर रहा.
Martin still gets one despite being flashed in, so XLG did not clear that corner fast enough as Starso will be the one to slow things down considerably. Only Raga and Hathaway left alive, and Raga has been pinged down, taking no chances. Starso just sending out 100 but only a single shot so far. Might only need the one.
Starso कितना दिमाग लगाता है भाई?
Down. A single member left. Raga has to do it all. 1 versus 2. His health is okay. Prox's HP far lower. We'll see if this is going to be enough. Raga still hasn't planted yet. Has the opportunity just to take the spike and back out.
Grabbing that orb, trying to get as many numbers as he can towards that run it back, running away.
मैं यार दूसरा गेम चालू हो उनका.
Potential here to get that spike planted, to get that
Goat Happy का खाता अभी खुला है ऐसा
to
है.
these players here from Genomates still
G match win over already, bro.
Pick up some weapons though once they
They
realize
last.
that the site is clear. Which is
They
really
last.
good for them. They do want to have those weapons in the 2v1. Margon
G against बहुत बजा था.
30 seconds
he's
left.
20 HP, little bit scary here, and they're going to be.
भाई हर्ष भाई असली वन small season wonder तो मार्टिन था भाई.
हाँ ना भाई गायब ही हो गया.
एक ऐसा दिखा कि 100 kill.
वो मैच चालू हुआ क्या?
नहीं.
Prox does have at least a
100 के बाद भाई 10 नहीं मार पा रहा है 10. एक सीरीज में 100 किल मार रहा था मार्टिन. एक एजेंट नर्फ और प्लेयर गायब. Not gonna lie, bro. मार्टिन का जो ये हुआ है वो बिल्कुल तुम्हारा वाइपर नर्फ वाला हुआ है, समझ रहे हो?
Been so back and forth so far. I can't really tell.
Martin's still a prime में.
Either of these teams, it just feels like the slow rounds every single time the trades just aren't there, or one team has
Nerf के बाद से तो नहीं दिखा.
So here, just playing a lot of those players, 3 players towards that site, playing that close angle, and Starzo obviously being one of the main reasons why they were.
भाई ऐसे तो G2 वाला गेम 2 साल बाद ही चालू होगा.
Martin as well, he got cleared so
जी रात को 10 बजे चालू होगा शायद.
His stun as well for the relay bolt. How many times in a row do you want to go on a XLG, say 6 in a row?
9:30 बजे type
That's a really nice bit of Util coming on through. Paranoia as well. Hunter's Fury though going to be trying to find its mark.
ठीक है तब तक entertain करने के लिए आपके लिए चल रहा है M8 versus XLG.
Martin will get the cleanup here and it's a complete flawless as XLG gets stuck in shops. And you know what Genomate says? We're close today, sir.
Genomates know
Prime Scener तो बहुत अच्छा था भाई.
Of Sheila just constantly taking that A main orb. They
Prime Scener was good.
Almost every single round now. They've gone
Very
that
good.
space every single time, and they've chosen to contest it, even with that
Plus crosshair
from the side of Sheila. It didn't really put enough pressure for them to stop fighting.
बहुत अच्छी ऑप करता था भाई Scener.
Continue to get that info, and I think
he was the real Turkey represent.
We're looking at this buy here. Sheila, everyone has rifles, but there is knives on the side of Nomad as well as a stinger. So nothing too crazy. I'm kind of looking for an op.
Bippul is a neon player, हाँ वही था
But he's opting to do this play with the knives, looking like a really fast A to mid split.
So a lot of players on B for General Mates as well. You would think by now XLG have maybe conditioned General Mates to lean heavier over towards A, and look at General Mates just not even spending too much time. Instant rotation. Happy Way's going to have to do a lot here, but already on site is going to be Nomad. Knives out as mentioned. Mates are not even going to go challenge for double doors. Just
Killer Nomad
from their own spawn.
Going to be able to get the spike down here for the side of XLG. Not really being contested that much because they have a really good retake plan. At least we hope so. For
Laser already low था. उसके नीचे मोली डाल रहा है.
Nomad instantly gets a pick onto Starzo.
Starzo the first one.
ये अच्छा फाइट रहेगा राजगा और हैप्पी वे जो क्रॉसफायर रखे
all the way into the boxes.
मिनी ऑप लेके आ रहा है डबल डोर.
Mini to try and challenge
Shot.
double doors, and he'll get the shot. Double doors now opened up. Yellow taking with
Bippo gets
Bippo,
through.
double kill. 2 members left for both of these sides. Araga wants to make sure there's none. Still pop that ultimate there in as well. Has an opportunity still to play off of Leo, who's taking a bit of damage. But it's Raga.
Raga 4 mara.
With 4 kills in this round.
That was crazy. I mean, that round actually was so kind of flip-floppy on who was going to win that round. Gentlemate's doing a good job. Bippo,
that was crazy.
It's a really good reason why he switched back onto that Senti.
That was crazy.
It feels like he's got that really good positioning. And he's able to take
nice.
a lot
वो
of those
देखते हैं भाई ये गेम क्या चल रहा है सड़ेला सा.
both of these teams. Sheila, just
भाई ये गेम नहीं देखना भाई ये गेम है.
Is it looking like he's gonna be on that Phoenix now? This is a pretty big departure from the compositional setup that we saw in those previous 2 maps, which makes me feel a little bit worried here.
I still think that with Omen, there's so many cheeky things that you can do, and it still enables you to play incredibly aggressive if he wants to follow on Fangir and Kira. And Fangir has been absolutely amazing with the chamber, so excited to see him with something else.
All right, here we go. It is Lotus as the deciding map for our EWC 2025 inaugural title defenders of Valorant, Team Heretics up against AG All Gamers, known as AG, and Anyone's Legend coming together. This is an organization in EWC Club Championship. It means a lot to them. They have a lot of different orgs across multiple different games. A win here, any points here, would be huge for them, on top of the fact that this young squad, this young guy in GRQ has been great and will only go up from here for our decisive map for the final time. Let's send it back on over to Mitch and Tom.
And thank you very much, Stegon. One last time, let's kick off this map. It's Lotus. Between these 2 teams, I don't know who comes in as the favorite anymore. I feel like we've thrown the rule book out the window. Some crazy plays from Heretics in the first map. Woot was on fire, but GRQ stole the show on the last. Now, the final of the night. And who walks in here with momentum? I don't know. We had Heretics start to mount a comeback, but they didn't quite reach the heights that All Gamers did.
But that's sort of been the interesting thing of this match so far, is you've had Kira playing the smokes and GRQ playing the duelist. They in a lot of cases they were the other way around. Clearly it's more based on agent, so like GRQ playing the Phoenix works a little bit better, and Kira playing the Raze maybe, but also then you have Bai switching from Neon to Vice, which by the way, you cannot pick pretty much 2 more opposite roles for the team. One of them is hyper-aggressive, sliding into angles, getting in the face of opponents. The other, you're basically a time buyer, especially when it comes to that C side of the map. So massive changes in terms of what they've run so far today, but that's something they do regularly.
Yeah, we were mentioning it you were mentioning it at the start of the series.
This second ही हुआ है. मैं मिस कर दूंगा.
Let's start towards the A side, but you can see Heretics not looking to fight. It's so normal to see a team scrap for that control early on, especially when you have a fade and a raise. You throw in that C's, you throw in the nade, and you get towards Rubble. But instead, All Gamers find the space completely open, get closer, and see that wall from Vice. Then you start to think the setup could be there. The flash could be waiting. The bait the wall.
Bye के कैम रियंस.
After a little bit of a fake here.
Shrimp के कैम में बेंजी. इनका कैम सेटअप नहीं हो पा रहा है यार.
Or are they committing? Is this an A play with Bai down? It has to be.
Yeah, I thought for a second maybe he was going to be able to lurk his way through this one, but
bro,
it's checked by Rians.
ये इन लोग का कैम सेटअप इतना weird आ क्यों है भाई?
Of All Gamers though.
समझ ही नहीं आ रहा कौन है.
For the defenders,
जिसको ये काम दिया उसको पता ही नहीं है कि कौन कौन है.
There is nobody left behind. That's why
Bro, that's like kind of racist as well, है ना?
That there'll be somebody around this position.
नहीं जो काम कर रहा
the aggression, the jump across from GRQ, but he's the one to land the kill
किसके कैम में किसको डाला देखो ना.
They have positioning over the spawn, a good position as well from Shrimp to trade things back into their favor. In fact, ever since they lost their luck, every kill has gone their way. Kira on the duelist is going to close it out with 3. A pistol round from a 4v5.
Confusing हो रहा है भाई, मुंह बंदी कर दो उससे अच्छा भाई सबके.
Yeah, no, it absolutely
कल के दिन ना पूरे टाइम कैम नहीं था पता है. पूरे टाइम लास्ट के एक राउंड में कैम चालू किया था.
Coming in with a little bit of momentum, evidently the swap ups and rolls not harming them whatsoever. I think we looked at a pretty comfortable Kira in a lot of fights on the previous map.
हर्ष भाई ये एजी ने एमिट को मार किया था सैंटियागो में.
2 or 3 found in crucial moments.
पीक फॉर्म में समझ रहे हो?
And now 3 to kick off Lotus. It leaves Heretics onto an eco, obviously. And the majority of these ecos are going to try to put all your eggs into one basket. See if you can make it all the way home for all gamers. They got to avoid the stack, or else it's going to be a very uncomfortable round.
M8 4-6 XLG अच्छा खेल रही है यार.
Yeah, luckily on this map.
XLG ने जब से G2 को हराया ना, XLG अलग ही फॉर्म में पहुंच गई है भाई.
You know, the stack can move. So I guess that probably changes how odds work. Luckily, I'm not a mathematician.
Chat XLG ने G2 को पहले हराया, G को हराया है ना?
Yeah, I gave up for good reason. That was a bit too. This is a lot easier, let me tell you. Team Heretics.
Fengier बहुत ही भलता रोल खेलता है बे.
With classics, the most that you can really hope for here is a little bit of damage.
Entry duelist, sentinel.
When you look at what all gamers have to work with, they're playing with a bandit, they're playing with a marshal. So they
भाई ये जो Fengier है ये कितना weird role खेलता
है. A couple of players, and it's still not really going to mean that much. And depending on who they lose,
weird type of secondary duelist
to have those orbs farmed up. I expect to see someone like Kira a little bit more eager to take fights, and indeed Bai in that same position.
Start.
Ultimate carries a lot of weight. He'll find one before going down, and the cleanup I expect to come through right after. And
nice, up से हुआ.
All gamers tying this one up in a nice bow. A few extra orbs for Kira as well.
कैसे के लिए आज जी क्या स्कोर था? आज जी one sided.
Showstopper already in the first few rounds. Still 3 needed, but it does mean even the potential bonus might be enough to get it online, even if they don't manage to take that one over the line. And for Heretics, I think it is important to sort of stem
all gamers, all losers
earlier than normal, because that last map especially felt a little bit brutal. Okay, they had a little bit of a comeback towards the end, a few rounds in a row to maybe get the fire started, but also almost letting map 1 slip. We were genuinely in a scenario where they were 12-5 up, and this could have ended a 2-0.
Well, it looks like all gamers are going to fight for A main, expecting Heretics to do the same. The nade goes out immediately. Doors already open. This is quite a pacey start from this attack side, and it's not slowing down. The Thorns will finally force the hand, and Kira's found another. Koshmaris, perhaps the savior of this round, but his back is turned, and GRQ's easily able to convert. And the spam and the smokes for Boo as players get closer. He's got to give up that control. Look how far away Woot is. Rian's just making it alongside him.
है क्या? पर real full form क्या है?
Oh, wow.
Save कर रहे भाई.
Look how far away Woot is.
Bonus round भी ले लिए.
Side bonus निकाली.
I think if he was close, he should probably save in this scenario. 1 versus 4, and I'll be honest.
Anyone's
with you,
legend.
This feels like maybe, you know,
AL का full form है कोई भी legend.
Like a scrim to decide if they're going to join the team. It's like each player is trying to argue why they should be primary duelist over on this. Or not even primary, secondary duelist.
Actually, किसी का भी legend. Anyone's legend.
Duelist while playing the chamber. It's madness how good Kira looks now switching over to Raze after playing Omen for the entirety of the series so far. And you sort of sit there after the last map and go, oh, you really going to take the guy like basically brought you through the last map. You can take
second EP आ गया. किसका second EP भाई?
Did now. You got so much depth of talent.
लेव को बेंच कर दिया. हाँ उससे फ्री आता है ना, सेप्रोआंती. कोई तो है. वो हर्ष भाई फुल सेंस का एक नया प्लेयर आया है, ठीक है? वो 5-5-5 में खेल रहा था और 5-5-5 का गेम है थोड़े दिन बाद, तो उससे पता चलेगा वो LCQ में खेलेगी कि नहीं. और वो प्लेयर जो है ना हर्ष भाई, एक टीम है.
GC, you had Vania.
वो SCA में खेल रही है. वो भी LCQ में जा सकती है.
I'm going to put her on duelist for a bit because
उसका एक प्लेयर लिया है फुल सेंस ने भाई वो क्या प्लेयर है हर्ष भाई
gamers seem to have found the perfect balance where it's like you're really sick Phoenix you're going to play Phoenix
Sefrayat ऐसा Sefrot ऐसा कुछ तो नाम है
and we're just not going to have the ego about having to play duelist every single map.
That was a nice shot from Rian's.
Maybe I've jinxed Kira.
Kira came into this round with a showstopper, which is a great safety net, and got picked off right away. Nothing done in return, bar a tickle onto Rian's. Well, this is about as good a start as you could hope for. 3-0
3-5.
It's pretty much a guaranteed fourth for all gamers, or at least it should be. They're under so much pressure. The Thorns stop anybody from trading. A rifle now recovered. And Team Heretics 4 versus 2.
4-0 3-1.
And Shrimp with a big clutch.
Chance to springboard into this.
There.
Guns have now been retrieved, so the disadvantages of the round have somewhat faded away. And it's looking like an easy clean-up. Shrimp has managed to survive for a moment, but it's
बढ़िया round निकाले.
Well, maybe keep him on the initiator for now. He seems to do all right with it.
बच्चा है वो आप भी आ जाओ और
thanks to a big 3K, but that is a ridiculous round to win. They come in with sheriffs after being squashed when it came to the other buy rounds. This works out perfectly for them, especially the fight on the site. The fact that there is some thorns there to stop any trading, any re-aggression from the rest of the team. So everybody on All Gamers was just stuck outside C main. Now again, we're going to see this fight. Oh, the C's is hit. It's hit a few of them. The nade's going to take down Koshmaris, and damage is being done. They're stuck in the open. It's a massacre in A main. All Gamers, they've pretty much won the round right as it started.
Yeah, you have to look at the remaining two players on Heretics and go, do they even bother? Do you even attempt to try and go for something here? They do have the credits. Bear in mind, because they managed to win a low buy, they didn't have to purchase the majority of the guns. So there is an argument to go, okay, let's throw caution to the wind and try and get something done here. But it does feel more like, do our opponents give us anything? And look at the way the attackers are currently setting up. There are 3 players towards Tree. There's 1 player sat alone in the corner. Fanger almost just being used as contact, but also could create a crossfire. And even he's looking to try and just join up with the remainder of his teammates. And in the end, they're going to clean it up. At all. All Gamers take a 4-1 lead on the third and final map of this series.
फटफट खत्म करो यार G2 का मैच लगाओ यार अपने आप अंदर से एनर्जी आ जाएगी
A main fight in every other round. This time they send 3 players to fight early on, and look at that C's. It catches them all dead to rights. And from there, it was just a formality. They had far too much on the table to fold out on that round.
This is an interesting thing, because coming into today, I was already a big fan of Shrimp, but now I am for a different reason altogether. Because he's been unreal throughout this series so far.
Yeah, it genuinely has been. You think
हर्ष भाई क्या लगता है आपको जी का क्या कोई नया कोच लाएगी या प्लेटून भाई is there?
Maybe has been delivering. But again, I think that all gamers in general, they've really impressed me here today. Up against Heretics again on map 1, we see Woot on fire, and I'm thinking, oh, this is going to be a pretty tough game. Because if Heretics come in on medium form, yeah, I can see anybody doing some damage, but at their peak, they're one of the best. And I thought that was the Heretics we were getting here today, but they still need to show us that face.
Well, yeah, for like the first
strong, मेरे को तो लगता है decimate हो जाएंगे वो लोग, decimate.
डिसमेंटल भी हो सकते हैं.
Dismantle तो 2027 में होंगे.
12-5, okay.
That was, and then the comeback.
Yeah.
From then onwards, all gamers have been the better side.
Yeah, like actually wild. From the
भाई तुमने देखा Glyph ने Envy ने Glyph को ले लिया.
That could have been a more even half. But then
और Popin को bench कर दिया. Glyph M8 में खेलता है जो.
They're now looking dominant.
Yeah.
Proxa की जगह Proxa.
The best player in the server at that point.
3 kills every round or something.
Yeah.
भाई सोचो ना 5 लोग ने प्रीमियर से क्वालिफाई किया और फिर ऑर्ग ने सारे प्लेयर निकाल दिए.
A big highlight, but Shrimp was barely dying in the last match.
They must be earning good, bro.
has been deadly. We need to see some of the players on the other side delivering in a similar way.
उन लोग ने अपनी मेहनत करी भाई. Short question.
A double opener. The reveal from Rians was sublime. That showstopper still hasn't got to be used. Kira hasn't either had a chance to use it or a reason to. And after saving in the last round, Well, sorry, having enough credits to buy into this one, I should say. This was an important one for Heretics to take, and they're looking like they're in a good spot.
Acha, okay, bro. Okay, true wizard.
Oh, GRQ.
Ab Demon One and friends hai, huh?
Bye left in a 3v5. No space anywhere on the map.
Bye.
Heretics have full control of Rubble. But it's towards the B site where they look to put pressure on this attack side. Woot. Holding from the sideline.
Discombobulated hoga ji.
He's gone for the jump peek instead, but here we go. The wall goes up. Woot wants to fight, but he's lost it.
Bhai, ye team Heretics. Champions of EWC ho mere bhai.
Gamers, so they have to become the missile themselves. Shredding the first few fights and bye! That double! This was Heretics! Oh,
bro, what?
An instant double, and yet this
HP
squad is able to clutch it back. Heretics have got to be
planter एक HP वाले ने दो मारा
नहीं planter नहीं मारा main वाले ने दो मारा बाय ने
deceive me. I think they wallbang Shrimp to 1 HP with an operator in the middle of all of that. So like his final kill is him on his last legs because it was a great wallbang, and then it was completely irrelevant in the end because by
bro Harshway champions of EWC by the way
that even in a 3v5 scenario
ये champions of EWC by the way defending
nice shot from Cosmos
आज लगता है अर्जेंटीना के साथ भी ऐसे ही होने वाला है हर्ष भाई
kill they would have loved to have in the last round
ओए आज अर्जेंटीना का गेम है
yeah Kira's had it for a while
Kebu Vardy के against
and had the chance to use it man advantage with buy
कितने
down
बजे
pistols stacked up on the C site but all gamers seem to have sensed
तो देखना था यार आज का
कल का देखे यार भाई
हां वही मतलब मेरे को देखना था
स्पेन वर्सेस ऑस्ट्रेलिया
देखे
भाई कल का नहीं देखा इसलिए आज कुछ भी करके देखूंगा मां कसम कल तो मरियल हालत में था इसे नहीं देख पाया
moving back in the other direction
मैं तो 12 घंटे सोया दोस्त मजा ही आ गया
at the moment
भाई वो ऑफसाइड का क्या सीन है भाई दो बार
for all they know until they've cleared the space
दो बार ऑफसाइड मिला है
नहीं पिछले गेम में भी
taken from them before
नहीं पिछले गेम में कहां ऑफसाइड का था
नहीं पिछले
गेम what worked last time was just
अच्छा
contacting up to B and bursting through that wall and I think we're going to see the same again the difference is this time
इस बार वाला तो प्रॉपर अनफेयर
it's not going to be Woot it's Koshmaris instead but he hasn't really got the gun for this good tag
क्या बाल टच हुए
you're dead
yeah that's going to be one for free Showstopper gone once again TP in towards the site an opportunity again with the lower buy to potentially make this one work instead though they've got a few seconds
मेरे को लगा अल्ट आने से पहले दो निकाल लेगा वुड का एक बेल्ट है
missed the remaining couple that means they can still fight with the guns but the time is ticking away the boombot coming in from behind and Rians once again adding another to the pile of bodies it's the
अबे लोग दो एक ही निकाले हैं
Heretics give them guns and they'll do nothing give them pistols
कोई भी जीत के जाने वाला है हां ऐसे ही होता है यार
I don't really know what to say about that for Heretics. They probably shouldn't be doing that. If it works, I suppose. I mean, this was really nice from Koshmaris. Like, the first tag was huge. They didn't make it through the wall together as well. And then he has the ult in his back pocket, knowing that he's already tagged that player up heavy. It's good to get the advantage, but on the side itself, they shouldn't have lost those fights.
Yeah, he took out Bai at the beginning of the round, so it really was
crucial.
Just a huge round for Konjmaris. It's whether they can build off of this, though. Having the wins with the low buys, and we just go straight back. There we go. Showstopper immediately used. Now they have a trap of their own, but Bai is waiting, denies, and it's just straight back to regular programming for all gamers. Blink and you miss it. You thought for a second because they lost a low buy that was going to change anything about their game. Well, you'd be wrong.
Well, there's always a 1v5 ninja defuse.
No, that would never happen.
If Benji wants to go for it.
Unfortunately, he's not trapped between the remaining attackers.
He's not completely
on the C
surrounded.
Side. Yeah, no. Unfortunately, he is actually on the other side of the map, which in this case is a negative.
It's strange to see the fact that Heretics every time, because when they sit back with the rifles and all gamers are able to execute into them, it's understandable, right? All gamers are flooding in and taking a lot of favorable duels. But when it comes to this round,
oh, he's dead.
I like the idea. Heretics swinging open the door to immediately put pressure on the back of that C hit. But they get punished for it. And again, it seems like the second that those rifles come into their hands, the disadvantages come along with it. And I don't know at what stage we will see a pause out of that side, but it definitely feels like all gamers have full control.
Oh, yeah. No, there's no doubt about it. Like, if you're winning every single full buy round, every ult that you're utilizing seems to have high impact, and that was so desperately clean. And on the other side of things, you're getting those rounds where you're like, okay, we never should have won that. Let's do something off it. Let's go for a contact play into middle, take some control. Let's try and pincer them while they're executing onto C, catch them through the door. And each time you get absolutely nothing for it. It's got to be brutal for the side of Heretics to almost try and just come back from that and go, okay, let's pick ourselves up again. Now that our economy is again going to be in a questionable state. I think for this round once more, they'll be okay because, again, they picked up a load of rifles. But if you don't build anything off this, it really doesn't matter anymore.
Oh, that's exactly it. Especially when your opponents are running away with it like this, when we're seeing different heroes step up. Your GRQ from the map before. Kira looking to heat up on this one. The All Gamers camp, after the previous map as well, being as strong of a statement as it was, it looks like a mismatch on the server, which coming into today, I thought maybe we would see, just not in this direction. And not with this severity either. The barrier's up again. Timeout over, and for Team Heretics, it is time to start connecting rounds. They have a showstopper to work with and a full buy, but these are the rounds that they've been losing convincingly. Nice start from Koshmaris.
He's done well once again. In fact, he's been one of the players really stepping up. Riens is the other. Showstopper. Not going to be fired, but they've already got the advantages once more. Put themselves in a good position. Mara's back on the Neon definitely seems to be much more comfortable, though it was the spams that did the work. And now this double up, the Turkish duo is going to be disjointed. Nice work at least. Clearing the second might be difficult, and while Riens really has been on a tear, another triple kill to add to his collection. I think that's either 11 or 12 kills, and considering the current scoreline, that's a lot.
Yeah, considering they're trailing by that much, it's been a big step up from him. When you take a look at Koshmaris, though, the impact found to start out this round to catch off those deep B players as well as the spam straight through main. He's had a couple of very impactful openings. He's only 6-6 at the moment, but
he's won them 2 rounds.
Literally put,
and they have 3.
Yeah, 66% of the rounds up for these
Which idea देखो? देखो क्या beautiful separation है.
0.6 recurring.
Nice.
They'll need more. And the showstopper used up in the preview. If you look over at All Gamers, they're still able to buy. They've still got a couple credits back pocketed, and with Fangir having the ult.
आज एक perfect Vietnamese बनी.
Flexibility.
Red and blue, are they both same? हाँ, I guess.
Heretics
similar ही है.
Seem to be waiting for A main to be pushed. Boo has a paranoia in hand.
वो red वाला बस edition अलग, थोड़ा सा अलग रहता है.
All Gamers going the other way.
थोड़ा सा ज़्यादा control रहता है.
Surprised they even risked
नहीं hybrid रहता है.
Speed last round because it has been a failure for them. The C site, however, has been a very different story. They've been able to either force the player out or just get openings almost immediately. This time, the response from Heretics is to put Koshmaris there to support Benji. They're expecting that move to come in, but rather than being all in on this side of the map, they've also left GRQ to hold on to some of that rubble control. Make sure that they can default back in this direction if they need to, which is what they're doing.
2-3K में कोई भी hall effect मिलेगा ले लो यार.
There's the paranoia, and it's caught perfectly onto Kira. Nightfall to cover the right side as well. Benji picking up one on the other side.
क्या beautiful color आया coffee का बे.
Through the wall. Woots here just in time. And there's a response immediately. You can see that they're closing in the walls on him, surrounding on all sides and leaving Shrimp with no choice but to run away with that spike. GRQ is going to do the same, tuck in on rubble and save these weapons. Team Heretics are back on the board.
भाई हर्ष भाई ने जो वियतनाम की कॉफी लाके दी है ना मेरे को चैट.
Not as big of a gap as it felt like after those first few rounds.
No,
so good, bhai.
Resurgence over the last couple. I think firstly it's important that just having that extra stack up, having the read on the C site, not allowing them to just sort of plow their way through as they did in the last take of C. I am a little bit surprised, though, that we haven't seen all gamers just go for a more direct hit. I felt like that's what was working for them, and now getting sort of isolated in some of these more disjointed fights are giving opportunities for 1v1s, which I think
Holy shit, भाई
a little bit more.
क्या good morning हो गई लग रहा है यार.
Kira having a massively hot start.
चलो बताओ क्या खत्म करेगी AG ये गेम 8 राउंड के साथ. हर्ष भाई क्या लगता है क्या AG 8 राउंड लेगी?
I think it's also a bit different in this round.
Yeah, it's 6-6.
So you have that Nightfall available. You also have the Operator. And this is just being utilized to try and kill Koshmaras.
Well, he's had success spamming through the smokes. No doubt. They felt like they got unlucky at times, and he might be in that same boat in just a moment. He's not peeking until that wall goes up, it seems. Before, he's been keen to spam, keen to fight. Now he's seen the op.
Just need to get it.
Shoulder peek, the bait out of that shot means no one's going to be falling hook, line, and sinker.
क्या game खत्म हो गया?
Towards the A site. They take presence outside B as a reason to push up and take control of Rubble.
XLG भर दिया मेट को.
I'm liking the
13-6.
The only problem is not a lot of support. It seems like Boo has.
Bro, XLG का confidence क्या up हो गया होगा ना अभी?
He's asked Woot to come in to support. Of course, no.
फिर भी इंडिया ने हराया है.
But they're looking to try and pressure onto him instead. Though both
सिर्फ नुमान को ही हराया है.
Destroyed. Boo obliterated, trying to help out his teammate, and now that A site is firmly under the control of all gamers again. Although Koshmaras
IGL थोड़ी है.
To try and catch someone crossing. Instead, they're already there. And Riens has found a kill back.
Duelist player है Numan.
Nightfall's going to catch two. Both down below in the pit. Luckily, no nade left on Kira, and he's got to be so careful.
Boy, Shrimp, big play. Never mind.
Awful as Riens.
Kira 5 HP है. Short.
Looking the other way, Kira's fallen.
Short Koshu.
And with an op still lurking around, there's no easy connection for Bai anymore. Second Thorns are destroyed. Op is trained in on the angle, tries to bait the shot, but can't quite get there. And Riens rounds the corner for his 4th kill of the round.
Riens
dragging Heretics, kicking and screaming up to 5.
XLG Ascension वाली टीम है ना?
Ascension
वाली टीम में नहीं.
In the last few rounds.
हाँ मतलब और गए वैसे वाले. Ascension से आई है.
Towards the site.
मेरे को लगा था प्रीमियर वाली. प्रीमियर से Ascension वैसी वाली टीम बोल रहे हो.
And then on the way back into the site, hits his Nightfall and kills a player at almost
Prediction,
exactly
please,
the same
डाल तो
time.
दिए.
These are rounds that Heretics shouldn't be winning. This is a 3v5 where basically Riens
डाल दी prediction लगा लो.
more than level just on his
Mods
own.
working overtime. Love you mods.
It's very clear why they're still in this map.
One round.
वाह अगर ये इक्वलाइजर पे खत्म होता तो फिर हेरेटिक्स निकाल दिया.
15 and 6.
Yeah.
He's died 6 times. They've lost 6 rounds.
It adds up.
That doesn't tell you all you need to know. You see the Thorns positioned inside the door. This time Benji puts him a little further back so the door won't break him on the way around. And this is somewhere that all gamers won't have any info on until they start moving. Prowler's going to be cancelled out essentially, but the show's
good ult.
A bold play by Kira.
How was still in there?
Koshmaras. And instead of fighting for neck and neck at the
कोश भाई ऑपर ओडी नहीं चलाओ.
Team Heretics will be conceding 7-5. A big pickup needed. And some damage done to Shrimp and Kira.
Yeah.
It's still possible in the 3v5.
That was Koshmaras. He thought he
खत्म नहीं
finished
सेवन तो लो. मेरे को लगा replay दिखा रहे हैं.
I think it was just a second later the reveal came through, just a little bit disjointed, a little bit early. And unless Riens, well, yeah, there you go. Now I have no belief. No offense to Boo, but
nice.
It would have to be another Riens round if they were ever going to
Hi,
have a chance.
Valorant gamer.
He's eliminated.
Hi, bhai.
That's a problem. Even still, though, I think that's a very good resurgence. You lose pistol, the half end 7-5, you call it even. But if you watch those first 7 or 8 rounds, it didn't feel like it was going to be anywhere near even.
It's been the story of this series so far as well. I think both teams are adapting to each
Cross
other.
हाँ देखा मैंने.
Think about the start for all
GG हो गया
games,
7-13.
super aggressive. They got a lot of control stolen out of the hands of their opponents, and it worked well for them in that early aggro. But I
all
think
gamers low-key fire.
Control over Rubble relatively free in the early rounds. They start to play these rotations in.
College का logo है.
From Benji is on C, then it's on A. It's holding into towards the tree. And Koshmaras as well.
All gamers
a couple of shots, but really the difference maker was Riens. This man decided that he had to get them at least a couple of rounds for them to have a chance.
Gryffindor या फिर Swarp द्वार.
The squad came in to EWC to defend a title that They were searching for any title for so long, and they finally have one.
क्या बोलते चैट उसको?
But they are being
हिंदी में कुछ तो heavy नाम होता है ना उनका?
Of the groups.
That's the thing. They will always be remembered as the first team to win EWC in Valorant. But the fact is, a title defense, well, firstly, it proves that it wasn't a fluke, but it also feels, right now at least, that it is very, very far away. With all gamers in with the lead, a chance to be one win away from making it to the playoff stage. And well, I would say maybe if
तो ये पहला EWC था last year.
The result against GE, they might be feeling a little bit more.
You're looking like Henry Cavill today, अच्छा Henry Cavill.
Match, but also it makes you think that either they're going to get a rematch versus all gamers if it does end up in a decider, or they're going to have to face the MIBR, who have just won a series by only losing 5 rounds. I don't think you want to play that team right now. Verno especially seemed like he was incredibly confident in that matchup, but they have got a wealth of talent, and I'm sure they maybe like the chance to play a little bit earlier on rather than in a decider game.
भाई रियंस को देखो 15-7.
I don't think they're going to be in.
No, not at all.
Wood क्यों इतना inconsistent है भाई?
As we come in to half number 2,
कभी glitch करना
recovery
बनता है.
needed perhaps. Now that they can put the pressure on, the tables will turn, but only time will tell. Benji Fishy.
Oh boy, Benji मारा नहीं angle पे. Oh Benji!
It looks like he wants a little bit more, but when it's hitting, it's hitting.
Woot as well, finding a kill. Chance with the pistol and follow-up to level up this map after being desperately far behind. Well, Fang is the only one anywhere near the action. A chance on
Fanger.
Benji, but Benji's also just playing a more passive angle, and the steps have definitely been heard by Riens. He is low on HP, but that hasn't made a difference throughout this game so far. Fanger now in a 1v5. And the fact is, at this point, he knows he's being flanked, but there's not a whole lot he can
bullshit
do
चीज़ है
about it.
slide
Riens
करते हुए
didn't
मार
even
रहा है.
give him anything. Just smart play from
क्या
the
खेल रहे हैं अपन?
initiator,
कौन सा game है
sitting
ये?
back, and even if he does eventually get this kill, you're going to be looking at a guy that now has less than 20 seconds to try and win the entirety of the round. In other words, I'm saying it's impossible.
Oh.
Anything for the 6-7?
To close it out. An orb for Woot as well, but for Heretics, a much-needed win in the pistol. You falter there, and all gamers...
दूसरा उसका चालू होगा chat.
7-5 can turn into a much more convincing scoreline, especially with how things have been going. You imagine a couple of quiet rounds from Riens, but that's the thing. You have to imagine it, because we're not seeing it just yet.
Yeah. You never know how this game goes, though, because as we sort of said, like, you have the beginning of the match, and we're looking at Woot looking invincible. He's gone quiet. You look at GRQ, he's got a bit quiet. Hello. That's a lot of players has been spotted, but they continue
never mind,
to try
hold
and
up.
press versus it.
2v3.
A little bit risky.
Guns नहीं मिलेगी ना इनको पर.
Could just leave. They could just fall back to push through the smoke. Looking to try and follow them.
भाई वो लोग पकड़ सकते हैं उनको अगर सही टाइम पे swing किया तो. Never mind, bro. That was close, chat.
Anybody before they make their way to the A site.
Yeah, so one rifle recovered.
तो
But
वहीं
what can
लेट
you
जाता
do
हूँ.
with it? 3 players to take down, no shields in play, damage done. So we're looking at some pretty deadly opponents you're up against, but you're not going to be saving. Not at this stage of the game. You've got money for the next. Right for Benji, one shot, all he needs. Head or body will do. And Benji takes 2. 7-7. Now we are neck and neck on the decider map.
AG fight तो put up कर रही है हाँ दोस्त.
Coming to this event,
अच्छा fight put up कर रही है AG.
It's not off to a great start.
That's not bad.
No, but if you get through the match,
that's
nobody's
not
gonna
bad.
Like, that's ultimately what it is. Sure, you might look at it and go, okay, do I believe that they were going to have a chance to win the EWC trophy for a second time?
Retrieving thorn trap.
Probably wouldn't have done coming into the event, but getting yourself closer to the playoff stage is the main thing, and for all gamers, they have had a fantastic display in this matchup so far. A slow start, a potential for this to even be a 2-0 with their climb back. They don't want to let this slip versus Heretics because, as we said, it seems like their group is a competitive one. GE might be making an argument otherwise with their first game, but I think we all know the caliber of the players they have, and will look to come into that lower bracket map competitive.
All gamers are starting to posture for this retake. The door already open. It'll swing again, but before that, Boo's going to be swung on by Kira. Now they'll up the pace towards this site. Vice wall in play. We're going to see the Thorns put out to block that north side approach. Big spray by Shrimp. He's found himself two as a showstopper comes online for Woot. A third in this round, and the nade buys that little bit more time. Shrimp under pressure, that time ticking. He has to find them. And they can play Ring a Rosie or just take him down.
कैम में पहले ही पता चल जाता है.
Now, Team Heretics in the lead.
Yeah, a huge
Woot खेला ना बढ़िया.
More importantly, Woot getting those additional kills,
भाई वो
allowing him to get the showstopper.
सब कुछ connect हुआ था Util.
Puts him in a position where they were able to convert a bonus round and
अच्छा shoot किया.
continue to build momentum. That's the biggest thing.
Stacks भी bench हाँ.
Because it looked like they were screwed. I'll be honest. You had 4 players at the back of that site, get hit by
Academy का player जो है
and
उनका.
3 of them get seized in the corner.
बीच में आया था जो.
Dead to rights. There shouldn't have been any way out of that round, but as you can see, the confidence building, the pressure starting to mount. For all gamers, what was a previous map of all laughs and smiles, their opponent's map choice slipping.
इसमें किसका गेम है chat एमिट के बाद? अच्छा नहीं एमिट का तो
from
दूसरा ही
Heretics
चल रहा है.
Fingers.
इसके बाद लास्ट गेम है G2 वर्सेस
leads
Noxium.
diminished to a point where
लेकिन
they're
अब से आप हाँ
behind.
दे दूंगा बिल्कुल.
They need to step up on this defensive side.
DH,
Well,
yes.
basically what I'm trying
DH
to say,
खेलने
that
वाला है
could
ना
have
आगे
been a
जाके.
winnable round for them. I think their utility was well
ऐसा
played.
है कि वो अभी भी है already. T1 का क्या सीन होगा फिर भाई?
There's going to be a bump in the road here and there.
T1 वैसे भी थोड़ा तो इधर-उधर मार खाई थी.
One round in the lead, the timeout just coming to a close.
क्या चलो इतना नींद क्यों आ रही है भाई?
Economically for all gamers, it's certainly not going to be a pretty purchase. And the opportunities here for
ऐसा लग रहा है कि मैं सो
Cosmaris
जाऊंगा
with that
सीधा.
outlaw. Right off rip, he's going to be looking for a battle. Won't say. But I do think in this round, like for all gamers, I expect to see aggression out of them. So I like what this is on C. They're just pumping the brakes, made a lot of presence on A, and then decide to burst out of the smoke with the flash. The problem is Heretics are being so cautious. They're sitting back in their spawn, waiting for an aggressive stance. And the only thing that could play against them is that position from Boo, but the paranoia has caused issues for the man that's in that corner. Made this look like a pretty easy round. Okay, with Kira down, that was the main danger. The Guardian gone. Only Fangir left.
जो जीतेगा गेम अब उसके लिए
A little bit of additional damage, and especially considering Heretics pushed into the stack up of players, they managed to clean that relatively easy. I also want to point out, I feel like Woot was like 3-9.
मेरे को तो लगता है Heretics निकाल लेगी.
Down the bottom of the scoreboard. I think it was only Boo that was below him. He's now 11-10. So already in this second half, we are seeing that superstar duelist start to rise back up to the spot we know he can. Oh, Kosmaris able to close out the round. Lead extended. I'll be honest, after the start they had, it's not something I necessarily expected to see from Heretics, but it does seem like those few individual brilliant rounds, especially from Rienz. I don't know what it is, but I feel like whenever Rienz pulls off a round, it's always so impressive that it just gets everybody mega hyped. No matter how they're performing on that side.
Spray. ये blue वाला?
He's also
आप लोग को ये blue वाला super light मिला है क्या कभी?
I like that. I like the replay angle there. I mean, just realizing that GRQ is so distracted by Boo, he didn't even turn to get the kill on Woot. Didn't hear it because of the paranoia.
Blue wala super light.
हाँ आता है ना एक blue color.
I was waiting for his shot to land in the back of his head, but
Valen भी use करता है.
There's a showstopper online for Kira.
Customized.
Glass cannon up as well.
Edition, bro.
This is probably the round that you want to send it in.
Yes, sir.
And again, that means Team Heretics want to be cautious.
आता है अभी भी आता है?
You make noise.
नहीं सिर्फ एक one in
one and only.
There's gonna be a rocket coming your way.
वो आपके लिए हुआ फिर तो.
हाँ तो मेरा एडिशन है भाई.
Quite regularly. They go wall. They like to just remove that piece of utility, and it forces rotations. I just look already like GRQ has had.
ये तो ऐसी बात हो गई. Valorant वाला knife बनाया हम रखेंगे हमने बनाया.
Intentions of going in that direction.
तुम नहीं खरीद सकते.
Now it does force them in towards the operator, but we're also seeing attack side pings on the exact position that Fangir is holding. It's just whether or not he can get one and get out. Now bear in mind, as said, he does have any shields to play with. and he's already been smoked off the angle. This leaves the A site completely open. Now, of course, if you're Heretics, you can't know it's completely open, but you probably think you've pulled a rotation or two.
Oh, इसको कोई clear नहीं करेगा, ये चिपका
I
दिया.
certainly hope they don't think it's completely open because it's not anymore.
They do.
The op's going to be forced
Ali
back.
side.
You said the patience here paying off.
Plant मिल गया, ult है.
The plant will be found, but look at this position from Rian.
Kira के पास भी ult है, Shrimp का एक पे ult है.
But he gets up close to the showstopper, gets popped. Now he can't see a damn thing, and Woot
कुछ नहीं हुआ.
Kira out of the round. Great response from Heretics.
Yeah, good counter utility. I think there was a haunt in there as
हाँ
well.
लोग drop fight कर रहे हैं.
Flying through the air, so while being blinded, just gets decimated. It's a good start, but more is needed. And wow, it's a
shot by
two, and Bai does a lot of damage, gives them an advantage, and Fangir extends it. It's left all on Taboo. They put their Nightfall the other way. They don't expect him to still be in this corner, hiding in those ratty positions. A man who's had a rough game so far, but he spots that he's on that defusal. Now just needing a singular shot.
Boo.
And it might have been a quiet game
क्या
for Boo.
clutch
but
player है Boo भाई.
Who gives a damn?
A masterful play. The second that
Woot
you saw
कभी
the
भी जाग
Nightfall
जाता
go
है.
out, he realizes, well, they're going to put the pieces together in a couple seconds. I need to take this kill. And pounces right in the nick of time. Great use as well of his TP to jump out and check. Oh, he is defusing it. And then he baits him with a shot. Just a single shot, hides back behind the wall, and knows there's no way he'll have the gall to stick it. 10-7 now for Boo. He was on 3 kills. That pushed him up to 5. But most importantly, it pushed Heretics up to double digits.
Yeah, it's about keeping that momentum going. The second there's a break, that's the moment where all gamers start to realize, okay, we're back in the game. We're only a round behind. Instead, that difference is up to 3. An aggressive stance. It's a shame because the paranoia was good, but it didn't seem to matter too much. Woot has gone from being executed to the executioner. He's stolen that blade and is cutting off the head of all gamers.
Spike तो गया, spike तो गया.
Now there's only one gamer left.
The worst part is for Woot being the person that gets all of those kills in this round. All gamers go into the next round with a full buy.
पुराने वाले बोल रहे हो नया है.
Goes into the next with a showstopper.
Nice यार.
Because he's built up all
अब Heretics पे बहुत अच्छा momentum आ गया. अभी ये लोग नहीं हगने वाले.
More than one problem, that's for sure. Heretics are activated
No round
again.
for Egal on defense. Egal.
At the start of the series. And a few flashes in the past there, but they have been missing for a while. It's an assured, a guarantee that we were going to go 2-1 in favor of all gamers. That this map was going to continue to spiral.
Benji is the vibe merchant for real.
Turned it around.
Danger vibe merchant.
Seen them win 6 rounds in a row. Just 2 more to close this out.
They've been able to shut down everything that's been thrown at them as well. The operator wasn't a surprise. Defensive aggression hasn't worked. They've been patient. And Woot has been hitting all the way through this attack side half.
There.
You can see it. No walls spotted. So now they go looking elsewhere. They just want to put doubt into the minds of all gamers. This time they'd have to pressure in towards the B side. Although you can see there's a ping there. So maybe even that's going to be the next check. It might not matter though, because the wall becomes irrelevant quite quickly once you lose your
Fungir's very lucky. Didn't swing deeper into that angle. They were ready and waiting. 3 players staring at him. Huge mistake. That's what he didn't notice.
Cloud is a good pick.
Good job from Kira. Kosh Maris is a big scalp to take here. Away after burning up the paranoia from the other side. It's being watched. Every ends. Pixel perfect on the shot. Showstopper can't even land in time. And Shrimp is gone. This was the bullseye for AGAL, and it is all gone downhill. 7 in a row now for Heretics, unless Kira is about to pull out a very impressive play.
Kira's had moments, but
खत्म पैसा ही नहीं इनके पास next round.
Just yet.
They need the money.
They need whatever they can get at this stage, and you can already see that the hunt is on. Arians is actually going to box Kira into position. There really is nowhere left to go. Can he hold on to the gun? That's a nice shot. but doesn't know where the other players are currently coming from. In fact, Benji's going all the way around just to try and catch him if he tries to go back towards the spawn. The safest place is B, and it's definitely not walking into Wood.
Last 3-4 round में बहुत मारा है भाई.
And second half is going to be an absolute landslide. The fact that he's currently not just positive, but I think either 1 or 2 kills away from being the top of the board makes absolutely no sense.
Yeah, considering where we started.
Bhai, ab AG का game G के against
like that though. I feel like no performance.
A girl versus a boy.
Strong finish.
Yeah. But this is
the bookend.
Yeah. No, he's the walls closing in on AG, and at this point, it is starting to feel like.
इनको इनके shard कब मिलते हैं यार? Playoff में मिलते हैं क्या?
It'd be a great time for a pause right now. Actually, this would be a really good time for all gamers to take.
हाँ, और जैसी हराए, ले तेरा shard तोड़ूंगा.
Yeah. I want to know what inspiring words are coming through from the coaching staff, because whatever it was on map 1, it did work.
Yeah,
it brought them back from 12-5 to, unfortunately, 12-11 and then tasting defeat. Yeah. But they did manage to just sort of pick up the pace. And this has felt somewhat similar. Like it's felt like in the second half there has been no chance of them winning a round. Like obviously the Boo 1v2 was their best, but the fact that we are seeing 7 rounds in a row for this attack side, 0 opportunities or mistakes left for the defense. But hey,
इसके बाद Jidu versus Nangshim chat.
They managed to win 6 in a row. Well, they only need 5 to get to OT.
If I'm not mistaken, that was the attack side, though, where they came in with a much more clear direction.
Don't worry about the details.
It was quite pacey attacks. But hey, look, the details here, they're doing the same thing. They might not be on the red side, but they are attacking, pushing down on C main. 4 players there at the start of the round. This is an all-in strat. You're coming into this round knowing we lose this, it's over. We make 1 mistake, it's over. 4 players push C main. It's crazy. Heretics could already have the B site. They could have walked through that utility. They could have taken A with ease, and Rienz again, dealing death and dishing it out aplenty. All gamers.
Oh my God!
Ace!
Can he get the ace to close it out? Because I don't think they can win it anymore.
Woot was making a comeback to try and take the top of the board. Unfortunately, Rienz has made sure that there is absolutely no chance, unless they throw a 1v5 just to try and take that away from him. Rienz dragged them through the first half with crazy moments, and he might be able to end the map with the craziest of the lot, just sitting in a corner, waiting for enemies. The Nightfall has given them the
15 minutes.
Sight. And now Bike is all that remains. Rienz has finally died. He's been able to steal at least a couple of weapons. The Neon ult has gone through. The overdrive is going to make sure there's at least some weaponry. He does not look long for this world. A couple of kills are a nice parting gift, but he needs to try and find 3 more with only 21 health.
Yeah, they put a second set of thorns through. He didn't shoot them. He was waiting for that swing from Neon, so left on 21 HP. A spam in the smoke would be enough. Step through the thorns would have been the end, and there it is.
Rosie G's.
With a wall bang to close us.
अबे ये सारा हर जगह सेम मैप क्यों चल रहे हैं बे?
Really nice, but also really scary for Sheila. Why are you
एक जगह एसेंट हटाओ, दूसरे जगह एसेंट चलता है.
Why are they walking through smoke, taking tree in a close range gunfight when you know they're on a bonus? That's so scuffed.
How many of those? Like 2 players at least walked through smoke before the flash even came through. Okay. Sheila begin a little bit aggressive here, not in the good way, as I praised him for that last map, but this time around kind of reminds me of that shop scenario that we saw on Debris. XLG will be at least taking the same controls last round over on towards Rubble, tapping that door once more, but this time being a little bit more measured.
Slow walk up, trying to get any of these picks, trying to get some numbers at least online for them with these sheriffs. But Gentlemates, they're going to re-walk and re-clear this right here. The smoke's going to block them from doing that, but they don't care. Going into it, a little bit scary here.
इसलिए हमने वेलकम छोड़ दिया. हाँ, कल भी अच्छा नहीं shit.
XLG will be in quite a bit of trouble there. If they're
हर्ष भाई, ये लोग भी ट्रिपल सेंटिनल छोड़ दिए.
Watch over towards Pillar. Should be Starzo.
और एक कौन सी टीम थी ट्रिपल सेंटिनल छोड़ दी शॉट?
Spike down, attacker spawn.
That is spike on the floor though.
एक ही कॉम कब तक खेलेंगे भाई?
But look, nobody's on the C side.
काम किया था उनके लिए, but by the way.
They've all stacked towards B. A really fast flank with that door opening, and they're all fighting.
Starzo gets stunned on up. Door will close now. They might just look to be able to still sneak into the site.
Starzo! One Starzo 10-0. Holy shit!
No, won't be to do anything. A second flawless in the first 4 rounds. But of course, that was no guns again for the side of XLG. 5th round coming up, their second opportunity with guns. We'll see if the timeout comes on through yet. Otherwise, XLG need to be able to pilot this one well.
Starzo's just having a field day, honestly, at this point. Like, just getting those frags. And like you said, the timeout did, in fact, come in for XLG here. It makes a lot of sense because you're struggling. You need to get that first gun round, or second gun round, sorry, under your belt, making sure that you're taking fights really, really well. I think for them, they're probably going to try to find that cipher, try to break some trips, just play the map a little slower. They've tried just doing some sort of contact play. It just hasn't worked out. Gentlemates, they've done a good job. They've done a good job of getting that info early, but they're still not really being tested with their defensive setup.
We haven't even seen XLG make it a site yet. They've just been kind of waffling into the opening doorways of either locations, and doors have been their problem so far. I think the battering ram is what they need to finally get their way on, and the attack timeout will maybe just provide that psychologically, if nothing else.
Yeah, it's pretty hard for the side of XLG as well to figure out exactly what Gentlemates is doing, because it's not like they're being really obvious with their plays. They're not showing that they're having a trap setup. They're just collapsing based on essentially the information that they're getting very slowly, and they're gambling a lot of the time towards these.
कोई बात नहीं, ये मैप एक हाफ देखना है बस, फिर G2 versus Nongshim है ये.
Opens the door and just says goodbye.
He's 10-0, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, he isn't even use his ultimate. He might have found 2 ultimates by now if he actually went there. As many finds no man. Operator has been located. Ban news for XLG. Do have a little bit of a push up from Hathaway on the A side of things, but otherwise so far, Dog in first. Only sees a single player.
भाई इनका ये पहले राउंड
ये
बंद नहीं होता म्यूजिक
नहीं चलाते हैं फील के लिए for the feel bro.
You can imagine this does come down to
type shit.
Take 2 big ultimates potentially online for mates.
With the numbers
half तक का prediction रखना था, अरे क्योंकि half के बाद अपन game switch कर देंगे ना दोस्त.
Part is that deep cipher trip towards that B main. They have so much passive information.
अरे हाँ सही बात बोला.
Worry about this site at all, knowing that right now the only person that can get past it is potentially Jet. So that's why Starzo's sitting there listening, but they have the Nightfall for that retake, not afraid to play it onto that site, and they're letting Shilai finally get onto site and get the spike down.
Yep, playing super passively here. It'll be a 5v4 retake. Mates playing for the full retake scenario, and now those ultimates will need to start coming on through Martin as well. By the way, 1 away from that showstopper, but should be Nightfall first after the Prowler has been spent. Here we go, rip it through. See how much XLG end up respecting it. Well, Raga falls super early. Mini wasting no time onto Happyway as well. This is falling apart quick for XLG. Leo, the only one who was super off-site, now has to do it all. And it's already been covered. Starso leaves nothing on the table. He licks that one clean.
Whatever Starso ate in this short break between matches,
गलती से prediction delete हो गई थी
in my life, because he's absolutely fragging out. He's going crazy, and the best part
भाई
for me is
XLG
he's
का
just
तो
confident in going for a lot of those
भाई.
picks. He's just taking his
last game वो लोग one side मारे, ये game खाएंगे.
Himself so well that he's able to get a lot of those frags. It's really nice to see him, and following up as well with
China super team Kangkang Chichu, nobody WSL happy
with having to do the heavy lifting, but instead having to get that trade is really nice to see. Now Gentleman
Starzo 11-0
this A main fighting for this rubble, not allowing XLG to get as much space as they can.
बजलेश आदमी 11-0
क्या हो गया भाई लोग को
that C gonna spot it out with that second cam.
Well, it's going to be a stinger round coming through from an XLG with Raga and Happyway saving a little bit more money.
Triple Senti खेलती थी, नहीं खेलती.
Coming in.
I mean, अब नहीं खेल रही.
Ripper might have to give this one away. He does want to operate, but he just doesn't find the shot. Has to cage for safety. Doesn't even get that down either. There's no man.
भाई बिप्पो भाई का क्या insane ये switch हुआ यार.
Second time really that XLG have even seen this site and gotten the plant. Okay, Mini. There is a crossfire here though. Do they know that Leo is around the corner? Well, they do now. Good flash, but
नई
not
वाली
sure to get the
Phantom
kill.
को
Finally, it will come through, but Martin
Reload
trades on that
करते Euro का TP करे
3
तो
versus 3. Already still there for Lysol. That's the biggest gun that XLG have. Otherwise,
Sheriff
they still
में
can't
बहुत
block
अच्छा
it with
दिखेगा.
Nomad being the one to be able to still turn things around.
नहीं ult
That's a
करे तो
rifle
ult
gone.
वैसे ही करता है ना वो
Pull the
हाँ,
rocket,
कर लेके
maybe
जाता है हाथ
pull
पे
through
right
the
करता है।
TP में अच्छा
Nomad
दिखता है.
has capability. Gets the kill.
1v1.
Doesn't have that rocket available now. Raga versus Martin, and Martin says, all me, baby.
अच्छा नहीं मेरे पास तो skin है ही नहीं पर
That was crazy messy for both sides.
कुछ नहीं हेडर भाई स्कैनर लगा दो.
Really good round. Really sucks for Bippo there using his throw.
सिर्फ अपने पैर दिखा दो आ जाएंगे. आपको ठुमका.
Back while he was blind, he didn't know where it went, so he was just spamming it
नहीं
on
नहीं
the floor.
ऐसे ये सब नहीं
Nothing
लिखते.
was happening. But that was rough again. Weak side with that op. See right here.
Yeah,
He
that
just didn't
is
know where it
tragic.
went.
Daily goodwill.
The sky flash hitting at the perfect
एक
moment.
1%
But he was
helping
leading
goal.
with a really quick follow-up. Martin following up with his rocket as well. I think for Nomad, he probably should have used that rocket a little bit earlier to deny that retake, because now they're in this position where they could have won it out. They could have done some serious damage.
Starzo
And 2
पहली
ults
बार
on
मरा.
one for XLG.
What was bro thinking? Because I'm thinking the same as you. No showstopper, no win for XLG, and they are in the hole. At least by this time on Breeze, mates had gotten a couple rounds in. XLG still looking for one. Here we go now. This time around, showstopper will be played. It doesn't do anything, but does clear the site, so minimum value is still there.
ये लोग ने XLG का कैमरा बहुत गंदा मैसअप किया हर्ष भाई है ना.
Full retake, but Nomad.
And that's kinda like racist.
Through that smoke, trying to hold as much as he can, using the satchel, but he's caught off guard. Bibbo getting that pick, and the retake starts here for mates.
Overdrive in, full flash is a little unfortunate, but still the kills are decent. Stars are finally full.
सिर्फ चाइना के टीम्स का कैमरा मैसअप करना is like kinda racist, bro.
I'm not too sure that he
Not gonna lie.
that's been happening. But poor Brock's low HP, but
God.
lower HP is Leo and Lysol falling apart now. Only Happy Way, and he's got way too much to do on the other side of the smoke. Is all 4 from Gentlemates, and Happy Way only gets 1.
Again, the rotations. They're so quick on it from Gentlemates. They know exactly what's going on, the pressure when it happens. They were so ready, holding that smoke, not overextending, not trying to fight into that cover. And it just worked out for them. Again, another round here for Gentlemates, and it's starting to run away here. Not a
XLG
single
cooked gang.
round for Sheila. This is looking real rough.
Sheila.
They had a chance to win this here. That neon stun coming out, denying anyone from falling back from that smoke. And again, the crossfires just weren't it. Everyone, you can see on the site, they're positioning, taking those ones instead of playing close together, playing some sort of crossfire, at least being in tradable positions. But the good thing is, the operator online here.
I mean, even on Breeze, you had still 7 rounds found by Gentlemates. Martin, Starzo, and Bippo still went positive on that map despite everything else. But right now, you have Starzo himself individually more kills than the entirety of XLG put together, which is a crazy stat line that XLG are not happy about. Playing with the door here. Raga blades out. Backing away. He wants to play for the retake. This is going to be the full flood in for XLG very shortly.
बैक से छोड़ के खेल रहे हैं लोग बे.
About to happen. They're waiting for that.
Flood करने वाले हैं.
Waiting for the rest of their team.
Flood भी नहीं किया.
Online Mini just deciding here, but the Viper's Pit is going to go down. Starzo getting the first pick onto Nomad. That Viper's Pit is their winning condition, trying to play into it and making sure they don't get picked off or spammed.
Okay, here we go. Lysol trying to make the big flank happen, but he might just run into another player. Cancel
किया हो दोस्त.
So looking though. 4 versus 3 here. It's the Viper's Pit that really adds the value for XLG, and they need some kills, or the pit alone is
good nade.
It falls now, and Lysol
अरे मिड क्या खेल रही है.
4 alive for Gentlemates, and they didn't even need
ये भी जाएगा third map.
This is insanity. I've never felt more like a fraud than I do right now, saying this map veto has gone the way of Sheila. I really thought this Lotus was going to look different. I thought it was going to be a lot closer of a game.
I bet Sheila feel like more of a fraud right now.
Too far. Okay, too far. 0 rounds.
I'm starting to think maybe they should have played the triple Senti. I wanted them to do something a bit more normal, but if this is what normal looks like, maybe they got to get abnormal, because they spent so long playing triple sending on this map, they've kind of forgotten how to play double duelist here.
Yeah, it feels rough.
We're Martin 14-0.
Get on the same page at all, but we're starting this round 8-0.
ये तो XLG का गोटी मैप हुआ करता था। ले तेरे गोटी मैप की।
But there's 2 ults on the side of Gentlemates again. Good for retakes or fast bloods.
ये ले मरेगा ही नहीं। बोलते ही मर गया भाई। बोलते ही मर गया माँ कसम।
Start to come on in. Raga, we waited for him to come online, and he's got the double up. 2 versus 2. Interesting scenario. Doesn't get caught by the paranoia. No plant yet though. His mates will be patient here. Can they play together in time? Mini has at least got a little bit of an angle onto the site, but sees nothing. There's going to be a double entry for the retake for Gentlemates. 23 HP for Prox.
चलो शायद दूसरा चालू हुआ.
In the corner. Now he knows Mini's positioning, but he doesn't know if Mini's just there yet. And that is a shot we're looking for. I saw.
First round
doesn't get spotted.
Still 4 rounds possible.
And late into the day, we are finally going to get the first round on board for XLG.
We're back on the board, and XLG just knowing that they just had to group up and execute. And it was kind of crazy because mates actually used 2 ults. There it is, the Nightfall and the Rocket, to try to deny that spike going down. They tried to fast flood, but it just didn't work out here. Rarga with that pick was so nice. Getting that 3K, that's the main reason why they won that round. And now for Gentlemates back towards the same main. They have these 4 final rifles on lock, and they're just fighting.
Lots of flashes, lots of util coming on through.
Nice
and
shot.
I saw that find their kills.
XLG 8. Never mind, bro. Good trades, yaar.
3 versus 3.
Kya follow-up kills the?
Not going to be feeling too bad after this one numbers-wise, but can they get happy weight down? Still 1 for 1. No Theft's going to reveal Raga, who doesn't get a kill here, as Leo will get a plant in a 1v2.
भाई ये मैप पूल में split भी है ना?
They're gonna know where he is because of that.
Man, what do you know, bro?
He planted, and they hear that door. They know exactly where he is.
Okay, he's gonna swing, but doesn't have the kill. He should have at least had 1. I mean, you had Prox teleporting an isolated 1v1. If Bippo goes down,
right, then why do you even watch, bro, if you don't know anything?
Leo unfortunately doesn't capitalize. So what small amount of victory you had there for XLG in the previous round slips away instantly.
Gentlemates not letting it affect them at all, changing up their defensive setup so often that they're struggling to figure out how to kind of play against it. I wouldn't be surprised if we start to see XLG go back towards that B main, because that's literally the only round that they
I don't know, bro.
Or at least put pressure towards A main. Once they hear those nades, once they hear that the stack is actually there, the strong side.
Chalu karo na dusra.
They say that, but they're starting towards this A once again. They just need to slow it down just a tiny bit. It's so obvious where Gentlemates are fighting every single time. And Martine's gonna get that first pick onto Rarga. Prox with a pick onto Lysor, and now this is a bloodbath. Mini Martine getting picked to drop Leo. Martine with a 3K to end that round.
They just want to run it back again. XLG constantly 2 rounds in a row. Major aggression put over towards Rubble side. I think they're just assuming that surely there wouldn't be this level of response defensively 2 times in a row. But not a single player from XLG able to really get into a good position. Leo and Hathaway, as mentioned, managed to find a kill, but they just didn't get off the mark here.
It's just crazy to me that Sheila just haven't figured out now.
Should have a Primordium Vendor
is
first one.
Primordium is first. Fighting towards that A main. That they have so many players there, and now 3
15-12 Martine, हाँ ना भाई.
This is what I was
He's shooting this game. उन लोग को उनकी लॉस बहुत कड़वी लगी लास्ट गेम
की. At least traded for the paint shells. Note the lack of equipment on the side of XLG. It's Hathaway that actually has the only rifle on board. XLG just going to commit to this one. No man would like to find a lock here, but he's taking damage from the boombot as Leo already falls. Still don't have a kill coming through just yet from that showstopper for Star, so it's just making it hurt for XLG currently. 3 versus 4 spike on the floor. Hathaway trying to dance to Star, so across the door. It's all done. No man.
11-1 half.
No chance. And no round to be found here with just a stinger. It's 3 versus 1 with MA looking at 11. XLG.
Bro, Harsh bhai.
Basically,
सिर्फ चाइना का फेस कैम मैस अप किया.
Round on this half. It's heartbreaking.
Wow, that's kind of racist, no?
It is insane. I did not think this map was going to be this one-sided. I don't think Sheila did either. Looks like they came into it with a game plan, because every single time, Gentlemates, they have the right read. Now, No Man not able to do anything against this up-down stack here. The high-low from Martine, and it's just kind of insane now. You're in this halftime. You have to consider what's going wrong. And you look at the scoreboard. It's 20-5 for Starzo. 20-3, I think it was, for Martine. I just missed it there.
Martine by fine to dikhte hain yaar
these
chat.
two players are just having such a
Heavy
good
fine.
game. And most of the time when you are watching
Satta,
Starzo and
ruko,
Martine,
ruko.
they're
G2 ke match
going
mein.
out together. Martine is in front, up and in charge, and Starzo's there to get the trades, using the C's to get the nades down as well, using that haunt at such a good timing to pull the crosshairs up and away. The util usage from Starzo has been insane. Not only that, but obviously he's been fragging out.
5 minute mein G2 ka
game found was on that B site, and in a lot of cases as well, I want to have to say they'd get quite fortunate that they didn't walk into any trips. There was a pretty heavy side
22 to 25
all the util that no one ended up walking into.
Fine to
XLG's POV, and Raga, without that 3K, things would have been pretty rough in that round that they won. Still came down to 2, mind you, so could have still gone the opposite way, could have still been the 12-0.
Chat League of Legends का लेना चाहिए था यार permission Watchparty का.
XLG couldn't even make their way onto the site for a plant, and the few times in
LOL का game देखने में बहुत मजा आता है.
Very, very well fought retake, ultimates or not, but ultimates being played into. Nightfall, clear everything, play through with many.
Bippo bhai ne hairstyle change kiya bhai.
Too easy.
It's just the fact that every single time Gentlemates, they're able to fight and gamble the strong side, able to get the deep line every single time, getting the fights, forcing Shilai to go into those scrappy fights. It's crazy how much they're forcing them to play at their pace. If I was Shilai, I would have just slowed down and tried to understand what was going on, making sure we understood and took all the pointers that were kind of given to us by the Gentlemates. The pressure, the util, the nades, everything that's coming out. Let them use it. Let them expend it.
Klurge mein mera setup dekhoge nahi.
Reclear. But they just didn't have the patience for that. They just weren't.
RJ से wait करा 6 महीने. तूने कैसे लाया स्टोर में अपने आप ही आती है यार. मैं कैसे ला सकता
हूँ? Let's go towards C. Gentlemates was there. It was really good gambles by Gentlemates. Really good setups as well. But it's a new half for Shilai. They literally have to win this pistol to get a shot at this game, and they're trying to fight towards this C long, in order to do it.
Okay, we're going to start things quickly here. Straight away,
good flash,
just jumps into his death. At least half
कुछ मजा नहीं आया पर वो flash पे.
Mound is where it will take place.
बढ़िया kills निकलनी चाहिए थी.
The smoke will slow things down just a little bit here. Slow is not a word I would use to describe XLG, though typically, particularly on the attacking side, they go for a site, they commit to this one. On the defense, though, things have slowed down quite a bit.
Slow and steady, still walking up, trying to contact back into the C, re-hitting after that 10-second mark, making sure that they're getting the timing down. Starzo, beautiful kill onto away, and again, this man is just on fire.
We talked about the 2 players we wanted to see. You mentioned Martine, and I had Starzo, both showing up big time. Only 2 players left here for XLG. You talk about them needing to win the pistol. Doesn't look like it's happening. This might be a 13-1 finish on this Lotus.
Why W's लियो एक हाथ से खेल रहा है.
While here, not too long now. There's only 1 more round is required.
एक हाथ माइक पे.
If you are
अच्छा वो नहीं देख रहे बहुत बेकार.
There's not enough timeouts in the world to save you from this.
Yeah, this is looking dire. I don't know about this.
Why वो
one.
flash 4 लोग पे connect हुआ था, imagine.
Force, you're not gonna have the best
Event का new player कौन है पता नहीं है. Proxa नाम है.
Maybe some sort of stinger at best. Luckily they got that spike down, but it's still just not gonna be enough because here they are fighting towards this A, but every single time they've chosen the right side, they've lost the fight.
No man, okay, he's trying to get a forward angle here, but just instantly gets chewed up by Prox, who walks away with 5 HP. Another player to come through into the next star, so XLG get a single play here, but they're not going to get too much more. This is where it all ends, ladies and gentlemen. Only 2 players left alive with nothing to play for. 1 round is all that XLG are going to get because Gentlemates come back with 4.
No triple senti, no party. 2 राउंड जीते लोटस में, जी इज बेटर देन एक्सेल जी। वाह भाई, दोनों टीमों का भूत बनाया आज।
Hello everyone, welcome
Hello.
back to EWC 2026
Thank you.
Valorant. Tigon here alongside Kakuka, and big time as we get ourselves ready for the final opening match of Valorant 2026. It is Group C, and it is the champs of NA versus Pacific. It's G2 versus Nongshim Red Force.
Yay!
And big time, it's time to watch your former colleague in Baby Bay, one of the best stories in all of
Big
esports.
time, it's time.
The team from your region. How you
Where's
feeling?
your heart?
How you feeling, man?
Where's your heart?
Come on,
Great.
man.
I love Baby Bear as much as everyone. He was here with us last year.
There's a butt coming.
I know, I feel it. Oh, that's crazy.
Look, it's
That's
hard
crazy.
for me to root against Pacific. It's what, it's where I'm born and bred. It's where my Valorant career was raised. So I always got to support them a little bit. Those young kids across the stage, they also have an amazing story to them as well. I think they've really been through the ringer. And for me, I would still put them as the underdogs today. But that's where they want to be. So gotta wait and
That's
see.
the story that he has fabricated, right?
No, it's true. It's
Hell, friend.
You've been asking me a lot of explanation about, hey, what happened with KC, what has been going on with Heritage Vitality, blah, 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 all these EMEA teams. What has
तुम
happened
रैंक नहीं कर पाओगे, 100% कह रहा हूँ। तो तुम्हारी रैंक हुई प्लैटिनम।
2024
G2 का मैच कब है?
at Ascension. They are probably the greatest team I've ever
Right
screwed
now.
against. I was like, oh my god, I can't believe how
That's why you're
fantastic
retired.
Right
these young
now.
kids are. They qualify to Pacific.
Next night
Absolutely
market come in, no idea.
Flawlessly, they think that this is an open shut case. They think they're about to go lift trophies. They don't. They have a strugglesome year. They go back to Ascension again. They win it again, and then they hit that form. The Neon gets buffed. Dambi goes crazy with it. You see them run Santiago flawlessly, lifting that trophy, but it's not been smooth sailing. They're back to that turbulence.
That is
it's
the
been
question.
inconsistent since then. So that is the question is, we know they have championship form. We know that they've managed to lift so many trophies now over that time. 2 different Ascensions and the Masters. Can they do it at EWC?
No, Morgan, the question is, what happened, because you know that I don't, for them to remove Dambi from the Neon? So we're doing this thing that has given us a trophy, and we're so strong, and that is so incredibly good. A 3-0 final in Chile. They go back and they decide to change?
I
What did you do?
wish
Did
I
you
had
scream
nice things
against
to
them?
say about this change, because I hated it. They took Dambi, the best Neon in the world. They took him off the Neon. They gave it to Francis, and that's what
Best Neon in the world.
It's all
अब
about
Neon के पाँव
enabling
चल नहीं
Dambi.
पा रहे।
Apparently,
G2 मैच win,
you know,
अरे
apparently,
अभी
it's all about
ये
enabling
देखिए,
Dambi to be free
ये
to be
गेम
able to
उसका ही
shoot and not
opener
be that
चल रहा
first
है।
man in. But that's where he's at his best. That was during that period of turbulence. But for the EWC
Period of
qualifiers,
turbulence.
they swapped back. Dambi was back on the Neon, so it's not a surprise that they managed to qualify. It's almost like the answer was there all along. You have the best player in the world on Neon. Maybe he should play it, guys.
Listen, we understand the dilemma a little bit, because you want Dambi to be alive for as long as possible, but no one else can do it as good as him when it comes to entry. We also need to talk about G2, the champions for the split of Americas, and that is the title that they've had many times. The problem, it comes with internationals, and especially and specifically speaking about the last one, speaking about London, they just bomb out of the tournament. A loss against Sheila Gaming and another more devastating loss against Foot. We know that they always come back stronger. You look there at the right, we're all smiling looking at Baby Bay's face that of course you were seeing last year sitting with us. But we know all the experience that this roster has. Everybody knows that they're destined for greatness. The question is, when will it start? Like when is the legend born?
Yeah, that's exactly right. I think when people talk about this team, they ask the question, when will they lift the trophy? Not if. It's a predetermined certainty that eventually they'll manage to do it, right? Surely the team this good on paper should lift the trophy, but it doesn't seem to be, appearing. It doesn't matter how much they manifest. Could this be the first one?
Especially given the fact that their opponent across from them promotes up, wins their region, then wins Masters.
That is personal, man. It's
huge storyline there. Because I think when you have the pressure of constantly being the best in your region, making changes to continue to achieve that, still do it and don't achieve it, all of a sudden that pressure becomes haunting. It becomes that extra battle that you have in your mind.
यार हेवी नींद आ रही है यार, शायद क्या आलस हो रही है
G2 are also
भाई। इसके पहले
fighting
को
to
मैच
do that
देखते हो
against
कभी
Nongshim,
इतनी नींद नहीं आई जितनी नींद आ जा रही
They
है
played
पता
free. Once they got a little tight, they went back down and then played free again. down, promote back up, win, and then win again. I just feel like these are like
MSC क्या चल रहा है बे? MSC क्या होता है?
This could be us.
Yeah. I mean, it very much could
Coulda,
be.
woulda, shoulda.
But that's the problem for me with this G2 roster. It's the story of almost.
G2 का खेल खत्म है. मैं तो hate watch कर रहा हूँ. Hate watch actually.
You know, sorry,
Bangkok start हो जाएगा इससे पहले.
against T1.
अबे यार लोग जल्दी चालू क्यों नहीं करते? भाई आज नींद आ रही है भाई heavy पता है? आज heavy नींद आ रही है भाई. देखते हुए.
The games were interesting, no?
हाँ वही bro. I mean I feel like very sleepy bro.
And I even feel कि ये वाला first map जो होगा G2 will win one-sided.
तो फिर और बोरिंग हो जाएगा. नहीं G2 तो नहीं जीत रही भाई. वो लोग 2-0 हारने वाले हैं. देखो आईवी फ्रांसिस और डाम्बी कुत्ता बनाएंगे. देखो
I think everybody should be incredibly excited. Yes, there's been.
ये लोग ना जीत रहे. कुछ नहीं जीतने वाले ये लोग.
There is no way that Dambi
गंदे वाहियात प्लेयर्स. आथू XLG से हार जाते हैं. नोंगशिम तो बहुत बड़ी टीम है.
And I have to say the same about Baby Bay. He didn't have the best of the performances there at London, but it's all about bouncing back, you know. And EWC is the perfect ground to do so.
Yeah, I mean, I think for G2, I gotta talk about Leaf, man. Leaf, one singular Leaf is all it takes.
ये G2 वालों के पीछे इतने लोग क्यों है यार क्लर्ज भाई? और नोंगशिम के पीछे सिर्फ एडमिन है.
क्योंकि रोने वाले हैं ना तो नीचे एक कीवर्ड लगा के रखे हैं. जिससे पानी सूख जाता है. This year they are done.
Now, I'm taking away Dambi. You can't say Dambi.
Yeah.
So other than Dambi,
that's fine.
who
For
else
me,
you got?
it's X-Ross. X-Ross when they.
I am 15. Guess my pick typing speed. अबे टाइप करने से अच्छा पढ़ने पे ध्यान दे दे. पीक को पिक बोल रहा है. टाइप क्या कर रहा है? P1 है क्या EWC में? नहीं. वो स्टैक्स बेंच हो गया है भाई. Stacks.
Opening match of EWC 2026.
हाँ.
And G2.
तो उसके बदले कौन है?
क्या बता? DH खेलेगा शायद. DH ही बेस्ट है. शायद स्टैक्स भाई को स्टेज पे करने नहीं मिल रहा था इसलिए. ओ सनसेट! वो भाई कल सनसेट का W था यार हर्ष भाई. जो मजा आता है सनसेट देखने में ना.
Do you know about the previous history of Nongshim on Sunset? Because I honestly don't.
I mean, they were good at it. They were good at it. I mean, you can play Neon on it pretty consistently. Breeze for Nongshim for me will be a
97 at the 91, not flexing, बस बोल रहा हूँ. Wow, that's great actually.
This is completely getting. Yeah. No, Haven, thank you so much for every team that doesn't choose Haven. I love you. Seriously, thank you.
अगर Breeze पे वो Neon नहीं खेला ना भाई.
What are we looking for? Harbor v Harbor.
नहीं, क्यों खेलेगा?
Viper Astra, I believe that is like all the makes there. There's.
अरे फ्रांसिस खेलता है अब.
Interesting.
Nongshim on this map in the past, we see them pick Neon.
डाम्बी भाई बाम्बी बन चुके हैं.
With that harbor.
अब वो Phoenix खेलेगा.
Winning on it, but I don't know how. I watched a game against.
All right, bro. First hate watch. First hate watch party.
They won.
G2 hate watch party.
If the other team has a massive hollow name, pues you will have to go, no?
So it always makes me curious. They love.
Let's go, chat.
One of the strongest harbor teams for sure that we've seen coming out of Americas. It's the region that's really managed to perfect it. I think in Breeze, if we do.
ऐसे chat किसी को बोलते नहीं. ठीक है उसके 9th में 97 आएंगे वो खुश है. वो आगे और मेहनत करेगा उसके 10th में भी आएंगे. वाइटी के साथ आपके चैनल पे 3 ऐड आते हैं. Wow. वाइटी actually bro loves me.
But it is an Astra.
अरे लोग क्या?
It is an Astra. Let's see what Chogamo is going to be doing here as we have to wait for things to settle down. Extros, how much do you rate it, especially considering the ones that we've been seeing, like the Phoenixes that we've been seeing?
I like Extros on this Phoenix. I think he's good on this role. I think he's a great fit for it. This is the way I wish they would have gone in the past.
Our prediction lagai.
Sticking with that Neon, which is what we love to see. Thank you for everyone who cares about Pacific.
This is very different from the side of G2. Trent is going to be staying in that Sova. Leaf was playing on the Astra, now he's on the Viper. To me, that is a good sign.
Where's 6-7 आए थे रे? वाह.
anything. Valin, he was the one playing on the Harbor. He's now going to be playing on the Astra. Jogemo is not on the Neon.
No.
It's Baby Bay. And now they play without the Sentinel. Because Baby Bay was playing back. I think the
Baby Bay on Neon is crazy and Jogemo on Initiator.
He was the highlight.
Dambi on the Neon.
Nothing matters.
The oldest player in the tournament on the Neon, trying to make plays for G2 to get over.
सुनो, तुम लोग दुनिया बदलो दोस्तों, कुछ अच्छा करो जिंदगी में, मार्क्स वार्क्स लाओ, अच्छे अच्छे पढ़ाई करो, पर तुम लोगों को पता है ये जो मार्क्स लाना, परसेंटेज लाना, ये सब कुछ नहीं होता भाई। मेरा एक दोस्त था भाई, उसने IIT निकाला, ऑल इंडिया रैंक 700, भाई वो कुछ नहीं कर रहा जिंदगी में, समझ रहे हो, कुछ नहीं कर रहा जिंदगी में। मेरा एक दोस्त था भाई, वो बिट्स पिलानी में है, कंप्यूटर साइंस ब्रांच, बहुत अच्छा दोस्त था मेरा, हम सब लोग साथ में तैयारी करते थे, और वो भी कुछ नहीं कर रहा जिंदगी में, वो फुल ये बन गया। अच्छा करो जिंदगी में, मार्क्स वार्क्स लाना, ये सब पुराने जमाने के पेरेंट्स ने एक माइंडसेट बना दिया है जिसको लोग फॉलो कर रहे हैं, तो वो सब चेंज करो, मार्क्स लाओ, अच्छे लाओ, पर जो करना चाहते हो ना वो अच्छा करो। कुछ भी करना चाहते हो अच्छे से करो।
Feels like they're going to maybe try to match Nongshim's speed and aggression that they're so well known for. You know, these really well rehearsed executes into really oppressive post plants in particular, because you've got that Astra, because you got that KO, because you got that Sova, you've got a lot of ability here, and the Viper, you've got almost every model that you could ask for to try to just deny Nongshim from getting those retakes to really solidify and get the sticks on those defuses. But we will be seeing if that is the case. Nongshim spreading out in a 3-2 formation early. Want to send their strong side over towards A. I think seeing this Neon in that comp, you know, they're well known to be A-side abusers on this map, so probably assuming that that very well could be. Dambi is going to get identified by the knife early from G2. Francis, only seeing Valin. That's not a ton of info necessarily, but it makes you suspect A.
This is a sprint forward, quick little glance over. Baby Bay able to spot out some of the players here on Nongshim. A little fan out around the site though, and still this forward tuck from RB. And we'll be able to get the jump on one. Strogomo's going to be taken down. Relay bolt into the corner, has him stunned up. Meanwhile, the slide in, and Baby Bay's going to be able to find one, but Ivy comes away.
Ivy marega 3. Let's go, bhai.
To strike him down.
Nice, good round.
Already has him dispatched.
Big round.
Pistol going the way of Nongshim Red Force.
Send these frauds
home.
This
is exactly what you want to see from Nongshim. If the success that they had in the qualifiers here for EWC 2026 are going to be replicated in a long-term stint here, it's that, yes, you're always going to be looking at Dambi, what he can do on the Neon, things like that. Very impressive the way he creates space, but it's Ivy who has been leading the charge for them. He has been the one in those back lines, along with Francis, doing a really nice job of cleaning up those kills, being really sturdy. You know, and Ivy has always been mostly really good. Had a little bit of stumbles in stage 1 in Pacific, but right there, you can see why he was often top fragging for Nongshim.
I mean, I'm not trying to be, I don't think I'm being revisionist here. I think that going back to Santiago, Ivy was the one that I had voted to be the MVP of that tournament after they, with their win, with their lift to the trophy. Meanwhile, though, it's going to be a full-out fight here in mid. And G2 very much the ones limping away from this. Xross will get taken down. Francis, a quick turn to the side, able to put a shot there into the chest of Leaf. Looking for a bit of a
shot, Dambi.
Through shot. As Leaf will be able to hold his own for one. Bandit, chance to get some more damage through if he can click some heads, but it will be Ivy with a backstab to go ahead and bring this round to its conclusion. 3 players surviving, key weaponry going to be carried over, and a 2-0 start for Nongshim.
Yeah, I mean, a couple
NS
of
किधर का team है?
from G2
Pacific का Korean team है.
There to trap the player around the corner, use the snake bite, force them out, and getting that early kill onto Xross, keeping him kind of pinned in. Yeah, Francis, another player looking to do damage, obviously.
Alexa, turn off the fan,
you
nasty.
Players on Nongshim, they absolutely destroyed at a Masters, so this is one of the only team that took a map off them, though.
That is true. G2, one that made them bleed for the first time at that tournament. Forced them into an overtime as well to try to close out that series, but it was, of course, Nongshim coming away with a win in that upper semi-final. Meanwhile, drone just going to be sent forward. Francis.
बिल्कुल मजा नहीं आ रहा G2 को देख के अब.
Baby Bay.
बिल्कुल मजा नहीं आ रहा.
They've gotten an idea that maybe this is a mid crunch because of that push up. You know, a lot of times if you're taking elbow control like that, you're trying to clear up mid too, but This is all quite an elaborate ruse.
He's playing the fake pretty
भाई
well.
बेबी में मर गया 1 घंटे पहले पता चल गया था.
A site, so plant can come in. But going to be very quickly
उसके कैप में वो छोड़ दिया कीबोर्ड पे हाथ.
as Ivy continues to explore a little bit further towards the attacker's spawn. But now fully planted out. 4 players to try to hold the line. Spot on the one down B. Setting up that relay bolt, trying to zone them back. Leaf, however, eyes just going to be turned.
Bonus round है नॉक्शिम का. नॉक्शिम convert करेगी bonus.
Ball's going to be set up. Trent watching.
भाई timing Ivy की. Let's go Ivy.
That could be a critical missed timing. He does look back at the moment. Still reading that this presence is going to be coming in, but Nongshim continue to scale forward, taking some space here on the site. Trent has to turn away for a brief little moment. The wall going to be falling, and immediately G2 will find a plethora of kills. It's just going to be Ivy now.
कोई बात नहीं, bonus है.
With an opportunity to get some damage in, but no. With the on the spray, Trent surviving, still very healthy. As that will be a bonus conversion denied.
Yeah, really clean.
Klurge, AI YouTuber की job खा सकता है क्या? हाँ, AI real life में घूमेगा ऐसे.
When the harbor wall comes up, even though, okay, you lose Baby Bay, but again,
AI को तुम लोग स्ट्रीम करते हो देखोगे और AI बोलेगा तुम्हारे स्ट्रीम पे छी टट्टी खा ले.
B-Link, and it completely fools Nongshim, and they have to play a full-on retake. And G2 has that post on lock. The positioning's there, immaculate.
धोनी के पास ट्रॉफी तो है.
A little bit of spam here, back and forth. Nongshim is going to use a molly of their own to try to contest this orb. As
आजकल मुंबई में गर्मी नहीं हो रही. हाँ भाई ठंडी हो रही है हेवी मुंबई में. मैं उस दिन गया था ना जब तो इतनी ठंडी लग रही थी मेरे को भाई. नॉर्मल बैठे बैठे.
Back onto initiators for this team, so a decision that kind of I think makes sense overall. Francis is very flexible, very good no matter what you throw him on. But Exros, you want to get that firepower into play.
Yeah, and he's been very
अच्छा खेलता है ना Phoenix.
Able to make it to this tournament. This Phoenix very powerful here within the qualifier, but Edvay's going to be able to strike a little bit faster. Back, but then gets traded out. As Valen will come away with that second kill, so player advantage now in the hands of Nongshim. That operator going to be left on the floor.
Nongshim भी बहुत mess up करती है.
Utilize that for this retake.
Late lurk by Leaf.
Scale across, looking for that sun. Jogamo does get caught by the relay bolt. Going to be sent in as well. He finds the first, but cannot find the second. Trent with that shutdown.
क्या हगास मचा रहे हैं लोग. Nice kill.
Needing to find a little bit more there. Hunter's Fury will get baited out. They know RB now going to be contained into the corner. 8 HP to try to see if he can find maybe a additional little lick of damage, but ultimately it's going to be coming up shy of the mark, you would suspect. Tagging to the one, the spam going to be coming through, and Leaf, it's just going to be a matter of time as the Cove will fall, and so too shall RB.
Nice.
G2 tie it up.
Thank you for the membership, Ayush bhai.
Just really solid macro ideas from G2 on this map.
मारता तो half जल्दी होता और फिर try करता था at least.
You know, kind of set up we're seeing the late lurk from Leaf, as you'd expect from this team.
भाई Nongshim बहुत रोल में सब नहीं करती हर्ष भाई.
A lot of operator.
एक प्लेयर थोड़े टाइम पहले इनिशिएटर डुएलिस्ट खेल रहा था.
बाबा बोलो ये मत बेबी पे नियॉन
pretty crucial. Could have made that retake a lot safer.
नहीं इन लोग की बात ही मत करना please. Actually these frauds bro.
That extra layer for G2 because
stay away bro.
Some of those early kills.
Oh, they're looking to try to up the pace here, but obviously weaponry not going to be great for it. So just some spam shots out, no connections found.
इज्जत डुबा दी है, मजाक सेट कर नाक कटवा दी है भाई, नाक कटवा दी है.
The beginning of the round the same way. Being patient, looking for those aggressive push-outs from Nongshim.
Speaking of which,
अरे भाई just saying we start ना Sentinel भी किया था.
Footsteps being made. Valent still able to get the weapon out. Trent is there for some covering fire. Second layer now going to be spotted out as RB. Does manage to get a decent amount of damage across the collapse.
Career 2.0 उसका.
Down with one. Now with a second. 2 steps.
अभी भी करता ही है. और उसके पहले वो यूरू ये वो सब खेला है.
Early damage suffered. Chuck the Guardian over to the side.
G2 before Baby Bay was super good भाई. Jonapi के साथ.
As they look forward in the mid, this allows for Damba to continue to keep his eyes trained forward on a main.
बैट हम कर बाद में रिप्लेस कर देंगे. अच्छा है. कर दो साला. ऑक्सी लाओ कुछ बढ़िया प्लेयर खरीदो. शॉपिंग करो थोड़ा.
Definitely a real shot.
Going for it. Jogger's down to 5. A hell of a hit to be coming through, but Ivy now going to be taken down, and Dobby has to do it all. The slow creep around the back for the moment, not going red. Swings in, finds the first, but Baby Bay very quick on the adjust. As the shutdown does not allow him to get anything more, and G2 will take the lead.
Yeah, I mean, I think in general, it's really just
Oxy
good game planning so far from
Super
G2.
good तो अभी भी है बस अमेरिका में.
Kind of identified and read some of what Nongshim
Baby
is
is still better than 50% pros.
Yeah, it shouldn't surprise
But big
anyone.
games,
They're going to want to be aggressive.
baby.
They're going to take control of those orbs if possible to try to funnel them into Xros a little bit, as well as establish some presence on the map to set up and play their style of game. So it's kind of two things at once that G2's been able to deny from Nongshim so far once we've gotten to these rifle rounds. And they're on the move again.
Oxy कभी नहीं आएगा, कैसे नहीं आएगा भाई?
To thwart RB from throwing any more util into their face, but 3 big ultimates available.
जैसे Oxy बड़ा Cloud9 में कुछ ये कर रहा है.
Deep scale forward, it's going to be Leaf not able to hold his own.
Oxy jail में, literally jail. Cloud9 jail में हो.
Out of this A sites, and now a full take here by G2 and Valen playing forward in front of the wall. Downbeat going to still go sliding across, but trying to just use that wall against him, but ends up getting isolated, pushed back out by the relay bolt. The player advance going to be re-established for Nongshim as the run it back gets popped. Curveball around the corner, no one there to receive that. Time starting to please down, but Baby Bay going to be intercepted a backstab there from Ivy. The late
crossings पकड़ता है यार.
Catches him on the bridge. Going around the back, likely getting the spot out. Trent just going to be suffering some damage. The face forward now all down to Jogamo. Swings the corner, and Ivy has him outdone. 3 players alive. Big bolster to the economy. Nongshim Red Force.
पैसे देते हैं बहुत. अरे तो क्या G2 क्या ये है? कोई गरीब और क्या?
We've been seeing from G2, and this time it's just a
financially Cloud9 से बड़ी और होगी वो.
Okay, if you guys are going to fight A main that hard, then we're going to
G2 का पैसा किधर से आता है पता है ना तुम लोग को?
Counter it and get into those post plants quicker to find your flanks a little
मोटा
bit
पैसा है उनके
more.
पास.
Get that early advantage in the player department as well, which they're able to do by taking down Leaf. And then, even though the Cosmic Divide utilized here, maybe not anticipating that Nongshim would just keep
Jogamo को replace करना चाहिए, Baby को replace करना चाहिए.
G2 tries to fan out, tries to put players into individual positions to succeed.
Leaf, Trent, Valen अच्छा core है भाई.
Able to win some of those battles. They're able to hang on to most of their
उनके around 2 अच्छे player चाहिए बस.
Used in that previous one. So you've got everything in the kitchen
एक
sink.
playmaker और एक duelist बस.
Try to set G2's economy into the gutter. Jogamo just on a stinger in
replay
this
system
one.
बहुत खराब है.
Credits behind that.
EWC drone shot है bro. ऐसा replay तुमको कहीं देखने मिला है?
After that previous round loss.
Only in EWC.
Leaf with a very clean shot. Baby Bay is able to find one. Next one's going to be taken down as well. Stinger be damned. Don't even need it to get involved. The rest of the players with their rifles. Looking clean as all hell. Now, given that your other player is a world away, RB is calling for this save, so we'll just be backpedaling silently out of this site. G2 once again going to be establishing a lead for themselves. They don't have to commit much of anything to this.
No, not at all.
वो लोग खुद को nerf करते हैं
actually.
actually.
Just talking a little bit here is Nongshim about how they want to take that mid fight. I mean, just kind of going into the, the first one from
इनका roster drama चालू हुआ देखना अभी.
Let him try to make those moves where he's willing to just take a 1v1 on the slide. And, you know, he's usually pretty good for it, or at least able to do some damage. But then the fact that G2 has layers behind it to cover the attempted
Frost को G2 आ जाना चाहिए. Josh RT की जगह. Josh RT expired plans खिलवाता है. Expired.
Most of the time in the beginning of these rounds.
बहुत ही expired plans खिलवाता है Josh RT.
G2 from what they saw in the previous round. A little bit more.
इसलिए वो प्लान सिर्फ अमेरिका में काम करते हैं और G2 जीतती है. समझ रहे हो? क्योंकि उनको एंटी स्ट्रैट करना बहुत इजी रहता है उसके लिए. इंटरनेशनल में इसलिए उन लोग की फील्डिंग सेट हो जाती है. क्योंकि अमेरिका में रीड है उसके पास. इंटरनेशनल में खत्म. गेम ही खत्म.
Now just some mid presence, but Downbeat okay.
Good spam.
I think just spam through the wall, maybe a pixel out of place there from Jogamo. Either way, he does get punished. Early takedown in the favor of Nongshim as Ivy still looks to try to hold the line here on this B site. Quick little jump peek out. 2 players going to be spotted.
And now you should feel like this is
potentially going to be a
hit, so you have to call over a little bit of extra help. So RB was there, but
Cross pulled off this angle though. Be able to try to get the early jump on these players in transition back over to A.
Yeah, they don't know what's going on in elbow, so they have to re-clear that space.
They're going back to A.
Otherwise, it's going to be leaving Francis on a bit of an island
on his own. पहली बार मैंने Jogamo का roll switch देखा है.
Way back, doesn't want to try to fight.
Guard के time से है ना हाँ.
Swing as the Sova, he could be. You know,
साया player के time से है भाई. सोचो साया player खेलता तब से Josh RT coach है इनका.
Spot out anything that he can, but they still managed to scale forward. There's a
Net
spot
Saya
out.
player ye log.
Hunter's Fury available to try to just slow things down, and they will send this one out. A little bit off in that first pulse. Retap, just baiting out the charges.
भाई लीफ को अच्छी पोजीशन मिल गई है.
And ultimate going to be expended.
लीफ प्ले बना सकता है यहाँ
one
पे.
time.
Clear तो करेंगे.
Ross trying to work his way forward, has to check this corner swing.
Shot.
Does so gorgeously as Leaf will fall. Full flash connecting.
Good ult. Big ult.
Now the overdrive going to be popped. This baby frantically backpedaling away, just trying to avoid all this util, but he will get overwhelmed.
Beautiful,
now
beautiful, beautiful.
Find the one before getting taken down. Now it is all on the shoulders of Trent. A 1v4. And as that wall falls, so too shall he. Francis will find it, and Nongshim will tie it up again.
And now you're seeing Nongshim be a little bit more disciplined, playing a little bit more cautious into the beginning of these rounds, giving up some of that space and looking to make some counter moves early.
Fluff kar diya.
And the spam catches a player out.
Hate watching G2 or what? Yep, 100% hate watching G2.
Scrambling to try to find
First hate watch party.
They do eventually.
मैंने इसके पहले जिंदगी में किसी को hate watch नहीं किया.
There to delay, to
First time.
This retake, X-Ross, great job checking that corner. And then when Nongshim is kind of running and gunning together like that, hard to slow down their roll for sure. We're going to go contestant towards B, Ivy.
Well, it might just be a fast hit, but the pit will go through, and this ends up looking like a very good read from Nongshim, but also big overcommitment. Ivy, he could have just backpedaled out of that one, held down the main.
इतना क्यों scale करेगा भाई Ivy? Surprise!
So now the pit gone.
ये भी garden में खेल रहा है मेरे भाई, कोई तेरे को swing नहीं करने वाला.
Slots his way forward here into the site. Balls raised, overdrives exchanged on either side.
मर गया बेबी. Oh, big kills RB.
He's able to find two. Valen as well, joining him in the grave. While bang shots in, Jogamo able to find him behind the box. Dambi tagged down to 21, even with the overdrive. Does give him some balls as he tries to maybe go for these plays. Curveball ends up going in a little too deep, but Dambi has a wraparound from the side. Jogamo struck down, and Trent now looking to try to play this one patiently. The Hunter's Fury available. Sends it out. Here's the push coming through. Dambi stopping him from getting it in.
Nice, Dambi!
Somehow.
Big kill, big kill!
He's taking 14 additional damage. Keeps himself Nongshim back into the lead.
And this is one of these rounds that just makes you so impressed with Dambi as a player, because it's not just the mechanical skill, it's not
मैं भी
just
जल्दी पेपर एक्स हेड वो चालू कर सकता हूँ जैसा वो खेल रहे हैं.
He recognizes very quickly, you know, things are going bad over on the B site, so he throws up the wall,
RB क्या मारा है उधर यार?
on top there. He gets 2 kills, then he's going to scale around, cover the site itself, then he's going to rip his
और तुम उसको देखे कि RB बैक साइड खड़ा हुआ है, कोई swing ही नहीं कर रहा है.
He's very aware immediately of where that Silva is and what he's trying to accomplish. And
you are a G2 hardcore fan.
Really
Yeah, actually, but not this team anymore, bro. Not this team anymore, bro.
Confirmation, but this feels
like से हारे हैं साले लोग.
At least a pause of
नाक कटाइए मेरी नाक.
Done.
About what I was about to get
into. तुम लोगों को पता है कितनी गालियां पड़ी है मेरे को DMs में.
For G2 to call a timeout. Yes, the score is incredibly close. You're only down by 1. But
it was so hard.
You don't want Nongshim to start running away with this, and you want to be having as strong of an attacker side as you
इन लोग को भी वो feel होना चाहिए.
Selection. You still have this critical.
जो तुम्हें जिंदगी भर ऐसे support किया है.
Away from having both
4 साल से 5 साल से. सालों जब तुम्हारे पास org नहीं थी.
So pivotal moments here for G2 that will really help determine whether or not they can rally back, close this half out with a lead of their own, or Nongshim will just run away with the rest.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense that you need to be calling these timeouts even when it's close on this side of the map, because attacker side very, very important, because you know that Nongshim probably going to be doing a lot of damage to you once they flip.
Dambi gives over a ping off that recon. Playing forward, the slide in, and that curveball hits everyone!
क्या textbook play?
And suddenly it is just Leap left
चार लोग गायब.
Does get stunned up. Back around the corner fast enough, but now the Molly's going to be there at his feet. Push back into the open. The curveball again connecting, and what a call from Nongshim, completely shutting down G2 inside of A main.
That's one of those ones where Josh RT thought he had a good read on an idea, and the Nongshim coaching staff knew what he maybe was going to think about going for. And this is spectacular.
And now I'm curious about the ping reveal that Dambi gave over. He was playing on the side of Pyramid, gets revealed there, and then slowly but still very quickly scales forward. So it
might have been intentional.
When you see Dambi that far back, you're not necessarily going to be ready for that just full barrel forward against you. So that felt like that was an elaborate bait.
I think you're right.
Zhao
Does feel like
game.
that. You get a couple spots there with that knife, though, so G2 should be reading this pretty quickly that they're going to have an open A site. Going to use that cosmic divide just
Valiant
in
एक player
case,
spot
but
करते कितनी heavy calling चालू कर दिया था.
spawn
खाली A side भाई जाओ CT लो CT
oh work the treat a few rounds
CT
ago.
लो 3 flank आ रहे हैं CT लो CT
Hit in play.
मत लो
everything.
Yeah.
हार गए राउंड.
Everything that they've got.
तुम्हारे भले के लिए बोला था.
Now set up to try to delay. Null command obviously very much hindering the opportunities here for Nongshim. Zexros would love to commit this, run it back into this position, but cannot.
Flash नहीं है क्या जोगमो के पास?
Now was able to do so as the ult does expire. Still going to be delayed on the push. The sprint through. Downbeat going to be caught at the end as Valorant is able to find himself a second swap.
Bro, how can he get two there?
Cannot finish the job. Pushes forward up into the pit, and he will quickly fall.
Hey,
and now it's just Xros having to backpedal away, try to hold on to his weapon. Maybe they try to play this one in. Will lose his life. Has to kill the Joggerbo.
Team was not giving perfect.
Critical round for G2 to find after getting absolutely swatted in the previous.
This is just a great mental battle
you ruin
between
it for
RB
yourself,
and Valen
bro?
right now. Valen this time able to dial up some responses to kind of the ideas that they had already seen previously from Nongshim in a very similar retake.
RB क्या कर रहा था? Half crouch.
Man through spawn.
Oh,
And they know kind of what they're going to do, so it's a stall. Yes, you have the no command there as well, the Viper's Pit to make it a lot easier, but a lot of this comes down to the fact that you have so many layers with those mollies.
Why Dambi shoot कर रहा है यार?
To make sure that Nongshim has to press to try to get that retake.
Looking for this crunch again. Dambi sticking around for a little bit longer as the drone will be committed forward as well, interrupted by that 0 point in the end. Relay bolts is going to be exchanged and everybody going that.
क्या वो knife तोड़ी गई थी?
Just really Francis eating a bit of damage. No one scathed on the side of G2.
Just
until that.
Yeah. But yeah, it didn't really have much happen. Ivy versus Leaf, Viper v Viper, but nothing going to be coming out of that other than revealing each other's position. Now Nongshim re-clearing mid. Trying to make an aggressive push. It's going to be Leaf again called upon. Potentially to try to square up against Zombie.
ये कर रहे. बस Leaf को clear करना चाहिए.
I mean, Leaf has just destroyed them from this position. It feels like yes, he absolutely has the second kill found. Down to the only one surviving.
Lucky.
Only one nearby this A site. Desperately needs some reinforcements. Spot on the Joggerbo swings in, takes the fight against Baby.
Shot, Dambi. Let's go, Dambi.
Follow up. 3 kills now for
RB पे अल्ट wait कर. Wait कर.
Gotten them into an advantageous position.
Wait कर बोल रहा हूँ.
The overdrive immediately going to be popped. There's that reckoning sent towards backside, but Trent plays out in front of that one, dodging it. Not going to be caught. Gets a shutdown onto the Neon. Double wrap around to this plant side. RB. Try to get the sun in case there's this second little flank coming through, but Valorant and Trent just playing this one together.
Time.
As RB is able to find the first time, he finds this second.
Beautiful. Good up.
Nongshim. They managed to close out the
well
round
played,
Nongshim.
Pacific Pride #1 Master Santiago winner.
Skill this time for Nongshim. Going to be getting him over the line. Talked about kind of the brain of Dominic.
Neon with
the aim.
Best player.
He's the complete package at times, but at the end of this too, RB and Ivy played this really disciplined, really nicely to not give anything up over to G2. A lot of players in that 2v2. When you've got 2 players on your left-hand side of those pyramids are going to swing and just try to go because you got that 1v1 initially. If you get that one quick, then you can just transfer over, get the other guy, right? No, RB backs up and waits for Ivy to reposition.
हर्ष भाई ये लो group क्या है पता तुमको?
A little bit better, really well played.
I mean G2, Nongshim, M8 और AG. AG नहीं, AG है ना शायद?
The very solid read, and this has been one of the big maps for them in their run to make it here to EWC.
ये group मिला है उनको.
Will they stick with it given the changes moving into this patch? The answer is yes.
Santiago is
quite good for them. Now we get to see this double duelist shift over onto the attacker's side, where this should just be an even bigger thorn in the side of G2.
Excel से जीत गए तो क्या ये बताओ?
We'll see what Valent's defensive calling is going to be looking like and how much value he's going to be able to get from.
M8 निकाल रही है गेम.
I guess maybe just enamored with Valen's Harbor that I'd rather see that.
You laugh at Sentinels, but G2 slowly becoming them.
To me, it's like almost his signature agent.
Not gonna lie, bro. Just switch players. Get new fresh bloods.
So miserable at the choke points on your way into B or A.
He's
really, really good with the timings and the decisions, and
actually,
maybe the Astra's still a little bit of, kind of working out some of the ideas.
Some
really nice rounds, some really good adaptations.
Yola group, pata hai Yola group.
But a tough map to go up against.
G2, Nongshim, M8, XLG.
Especially when Dombi's playing like that.
Yeah.
Yo.
That's like Argentina walk, bro.
Value as well from the KO, which we haven't really touched on too much here for Jogamo. It's still struggling to register that one in my mind that he's not the person playing Neon on the team at the moment. But the defensive setups for KO likely going to be a bit stronger. 0-point denial on those drones in particular. Something that is great for a defender on Breeze. But if you can get the catch when Dombi's getting ready to go in for the sprint, stop him from setting up that relay bolt, you can buy yourselves a lot of time.
And there were a couple rounds where the early knife got good info that they were able to use against Nongshim. You identify, there's both duelists up at elbow. Oh, that means we've got a free A site. Easy money. And the ult did come in really, really valuable during that one round.
भाई जोगम उसके पहले कोई भी ऐसा कोई एजेंट नहीं खेला है ना आज जो ये खेल रहा है
I think this defender side is really where you should be getting a lot more out of it.
ब्रीज पे इतनी शेरिफ्स निकलती है ना नोंगशिम को देखो 4 शेरिफ्स
long range.
Recon as well was previously sent into A main after the 0-point scan. No one. Jogamo just continuing to peek off this corner. But he can spot. Swing. Suspect getting ready to come through, maybe led by the drone, but now it's just going to be Dombi swooping out and claiming his head. Ivy at the same time. That late insert onto the B side comes away with that elimination. Valorant is just going to be completely overwhelmed. Crashes his life with the plant on the site. A trade that Nongshim will take every single day of the week, and now Baby Bay 2 shall fall.
Bro, that was so good. That was so
another
good.
pistol collected, now up 8-5.
Yeah, you just buy a bunch of sheriffs and put them in the hands of these guys, and they just go in there fearlessly.
Is it
people's heads? That's just beautiful stuff in terms of, again, individual.
भाई हर्ष भाई ये लोग क्या कुक करते हैं मतलब जब भी हम G2 को एक अलग इवेंट खेलते हुए देखते हैं कि एजेंट स्विच कुछ भलता ही एकदम
the Dombi's like, yeah, later bro, I know they've got you dead to rights behind me.
Yep.
See ya.
Just playing the rest of them.
स्मार्ट नियॉन खेलता ओवरहीट नहीं करता डिसिप्लिन कोरियन डिसिप्लिन बहुत सारे कोरियन प्लेयर्स ओवरहीट नहीं करते बिकॉज़ दे आर डिसिप्लिन्ड ज्यादा ईगो नहीं होता उनमें
Have plenty of weaponry this time around, but they're really expecting this forward push.
Bottom of my heart is not a good thing, but I can change it.
Through a main, Jogamo again.
Same.
Tag foul as well. Both of them down to 45. The Marshal now arriving. France is going to be stunned up, but they're right into the sightlines of X-Ross, who will dispatch them with ease. Turn to the side, trying to play anti-flash. Meanwhile, Ivy back over to the B. He cleans up Trent and leave, and Nongshim end up having
nice Nongshim.
Incredibly clean.
W Nongshim, W Pacific.
Yeah, that's really successful.
इसी बात पे आज हम रामन खाएंगे.
And just as they're starting to get an idea, Francis there makes contact, does some damage, doesn't take too much himself. It was only like 3 damage total to his health, a couple armor damage. So he's able to kind of confidently continue to batter them back while he waits for the reinforcements. And then when he gets hit with the relay bolt, you've got your 2 duelists right behind you to give you the backup with the Marshal. Really nice. Pretty effective bonus that Nongshim's going to be bringing to bear.
Yeah, it's a ton of firepower here. Just that Marshal, but hell, we saw yesterday how much damage that can deal here on this very map.
In Francis's hands as well. He is an excellent sniper, as we all know, from Santiago. Almost said Madrid. I was like, nope. Don't do that
one.
Sen fan.
Orb just going to be grabbed here, X-Ross. One past the halfway mark. That first run it back from this attacker's side.
Well, G2 is very unsure about what's going on the map right now.
I don't think they saw anything. Wall able to get raised fast enough, and Ivy quickly is filling in this space behind them. Meanwhile, Dabby just drawing all the attention over to the far side of the site, and Ivy then strikes.
Bonus convert kar diye be. Kya baat hai?
Other than save, but they're still working their way forward towards the site. The 2v4 is just
What
now a 1v4.
I can't निकालता यार Ivy.
Leaf's caliber feels impossible with the way that Nongshim are playing right now. Yes, in the end, we'll have to try to make this call, but he is being matched. Ivy on the side already. Push forward past this wall. Finds him at Nest. Gets himself a 4K as Nongshim get up to double digits. Bonus is converted, and it's looking like this map is over.
It's a gorgeous round from Nongshim. Again, Dambi creates space. You almost feel like a broken record talking about this team, but he finds a little bit of an angle. He gets that opening kill. Look how he's trying to scoot through there. Sure, he gets hit, but that is exactly what Ivy needs to get in there.
कि फिलीपींस में स्कूल में पढ़ा रहे हैं बुक में Valorant.
Identify where both of them are. And Ivy cleaning up with the
side course है ऐसा optional
16 in that department.
जिसमें team play event organize करना duelist क्या होता है ये वो सब कुछ समझ रहे हो?
Just sheriffs available. No ults really in the realm of possibility unless Baby Bay goes absolutely crazy. Exros will be getting very close to his
dream for India.
Ivy one away as well from a pit. So
नॉन में शुरू किससे करूं? Start with chicken bro actually.
You do some damage here.
अच्छा खेलती है यहाँ हक देती है.
Going to be running into a couple big ultimates in this next round most likely.
Regional slayers.
And they've hit the run it back off that orb grab, so Xros can just pop that storm forward onto the side if they want, but it looks like they're starting to read that this might be a heavy A-side stack. Meanwhile, Ivy going to be spotted out, ducks back over towards cannons. Xros ready to tap the door. The wall gets re-raised, but he's not going to be able to see a damn thing. Baby, however, is just going to be seeing bullets connecting into his face as Ivy quickly cleans him up. Again, these eco attempts here from G2. It's not really holding any water.
अभी वो jump करता ही नहीं है, देख रहे हो?
और क्या ही करेगा? और जो उससे अच्छा होगा ना कि वो नीचे चले तो तेज पहुंचेगा.
Rough, to say the least.
Wing selection होता.
And some magic.
Well, it's got to be one of the scariest sounds in the world.
Yes.
Well, you know who's on the other side.
No.
Nice shot from Trent. Maybe a little too overzealous and aloof from Dambi.
साला troll कर रहा है.
Deserve. और हंसो एक्सेल जी पे हंसो. हंसो ना हंसो.
RB says I'm a world away, so you get that plant, you take
और
that
सपने बेचेंगे
fight,
सबको.
Nongshim
साला.
will take an 11th round win.
ये लोग को ऑर्गेनाइज कर देना चाहिए पता है मजाक से
Nice little early
कोई अच्छी ये नहीं है कि टीम उठा लो
Ivy, even though he gets revealed by the ping, gonna use that
ऑर्गेनाइज करो
give himself a little bit of time. Again, Nongshim's been really good on this map about when they do find themselves in tricky situations about buying that extra time for the rest of the team to get there to bail them out. And again, that's that coordination, that speed that this team can play with. That is so
successful hate watch, bro. Actually, successful hate watch.
Previous round, but never committed that. Run it back, still there. So we'll just take a pause in the action. We're grabbed here by Francis. Valen scaling forward. Will get slotted up into A lobby.
And Jogamo, even though he takes a bunch of damage, his knife.
I don't like anyone, bro. I don't like anyone.
It did hit Xros, so he couldn't just get up there and rip the ult. And just kind of, you know, if you give up that A side and they're able to get that pit into play, it feels like you're going to be on map point as G2. So, a little bit to the cause there and forcing plan B out of Nongshim, I think, kind of a win
दुनिया में इतना और लॉस किसी का नहीं हुआ
waiting out that Sova util, not going to give up anything. Ivy doesn't get spotted. Leaf.
मतलब आरसीबी के 49 पे भी किसी ने मेरे को इतना ट्रोल नहीं किया था जितना इसमें किया था भाई.
Dambi going to eat quite a bit of damage on that entryway, but Xros into the back of sight.
Nice Xros.
One before he gets snapped back by Trent. He does manage to find Dambi as well. And bolts remaining, but Ivy around the back does not check towards Pillar. Trent comes away with another one.
Kill him, bro!
Has been revealed. Meanwhile, RB
nice.
Jogamo going to be cleaning up the enemy harbor. Takes it into a 2v2. The health advantage still going to be there. However,
nice
for Nongshim,
nice Xros
comes away with a 3K. And that is them now up to map point.
Oh, Trent so close to being able to do something really special here for G2. He's one more kill away. He's able to slip the net.
I'm here for another Trent masterclass.
Nongshim enough that they're not exactly sure when he repositions here. He doesn't get identified. So Ivy comes through the back thinking that he's still backside or something like that. Instead, he's actually moved up towards the pillar. But Xros, phenomenal. Such a stellar young player. He is a royal roader, comes in and immediately in his
Timeout
first
le rahe
year
hain,
in
wow.
Tier 1 goes up, wins a Masters. That right there, folks, is why he is sharp as all hell.
अरे अभी रील बनानी होगी ना नेक्स्ट वाले मैच के लिए.
Call to come through from G2. I have to suspect that a lot of this is just going to be trying to get prepared for that.
और
next
बैठो
match.
ऐसी
Kick
रील
this
बनाओ
one
एक.
off, boys.
बना लो एक आध
Breeze
रील.
is theirs. Coming back from here, I mean, seen it from G2 in the past. I know the caliber of play that they are capable of, but at the moment,
XLG Emmet कौन जीता?
shining through.
No, I had a lot of hope after that first half that they were going to hang a little bit more here in the second half. I saw some good ideas, some good thoughts, some good counters, a little bit of anti-stratting in there.
G2's kind of playing the second half like AG played theirs.
Yeah.
Haven't been able to find a damn thing.
On that Lotus, yeah. Now it is all the money invested, of course, is G2, is a Guardians, a Bulldog. Not what you want to see.
Well, Dombey able to get that fast lane out fast enough as well as the
bro, he still gets one! He still gets one! He still gets one!
Going to be taken down. Balance only able to find the one. X-Trials will get the trade up, and now it's a player advantage to the sites. Grab a Baby Bay. Okay, some spray and pray. The heavens listening. They reward him with a kill. Plan will come in.
Klurge भाई G2 support साफ-साफ दिख रहा है और try hard करो.
Trying to sound down Francis, but he's still able to backpedal away. This gets him now disconnected off the site with a Hunter's Fury of his own, but he's just going to be sending this one from the outset.
कोई support नहीं है.
Overdrive invested from Baby Bay, trying to find a
देखो round देख Ivy का. देख.
Ivy will sit him down.
Clutch player.
Remaining. Sends out the pit to try to keep himself alive. The shock dart will be able to find that kill. Nullified immediately as RB. Swing at the corner.
Nice.
Takes the fight. Takes Trent's life.
1v1.
It all comes down
better.
to 1v1.
Better. Francis better. Any day.
Damage going to be found. Leaf able to
Any
dodge
day.
it. The challenge.
Yep.
Francis has the timing. 13-5. Nongshim take us back to Breeze, and they take G2 to school. This was a one-sided affair.
They take G2 to school.
And, you know, you're seeing the
falling back.
Everybody, but Raga already takes down double now.
Wait, Emmet XLG second half चल रहा है जल्दी लगाओ.
We have barely started on the second half. That's a good shock dart, but you need
bye. Take care. Good night.
Bye. Leo can't find any more shots. Look at the low HP on those
It was
last
like
three
11, 9, and 13 on the side of the defense.
All he needed was he landed the shot
Nice shot,
on
nice.
the player defusing. He just needed to land one more shot.
Yeah.
And that player probably
इतना try तो G2 नहीं कर रही.
Yep, another pistol going the way of Gentle Mates. This is a little scary here. Raga almost getting those 3 kills. Got 2 instead. Almost lined up for this 3rd and the 4th.
99 or
XLG, they've been in this position.
Oh,
they're back in this
Rarga
position.
by 99
on the side of Larga.
Hey Hydra bhai, please don't relate me to these frauds, bro. Actually,
might be just full stacking something. The Cypher cam going to be broken. That's information for them. Are they going to full commit though? No,
shut up.
There's Cypher trips around here.
They already took damage as well. Trip is on the floor. Raga sniffs it out. Even just runs.
No, bro. I still like G2. CS2 Watchparty, I'ma support G2 full power.
On the drone to start clearing. By the way, you did see at the start of the round, pings going on C long despite everything.
अरे गू खा रहे हैं भाई, गू खा रहे हैं. Change करो core, हटाओ coaching staff. Frost भाई खा लिए, लेके आओ उनको.
Lysol still has to get through garage. 2 players waiting there for him.
What is your opinion on Baby Bay still in the active roster?
The long flank by Happy Way.
Love.
Still a potential.
All of them are in a chamber.
And he's got 2 players on opposite sides, judge in hand. At some point, though, Mini has to actually be the one moving. The rest of his team are moving on to site as well.
Oh boy, no man!
Double up. That's not bad at all, but still.
अरे Emmet भर दी XLG को यार.
X factor here. But Pippo's too smart for it. I feel like we've seen these scenes before. He's going long again, but this time he's going to go to classic.
Yeah, but it's still an expensive round here for Gentle Mates. 3 guns down on their side. They're able to get the Bulldog and the Judge back online. So
why this guy likes G2?
It's going to be a little bit weaker than normal.
I mean, choice actually.
This is where we need to see if they've learned their lesson. Learned the lesson.
Prediction,
They're not forcing those close fights. I don't want to see them going through that garage. I really want to see them taking the long fights, long C.
Prediction करते हैं.
Clearing, getting a lot of that information.
क्या prediction करें?
To clear those close angles. I don't want to see them fall.
Win करते, win prediction, win.
Set up.
Emmet versus XLG.
Guns up for XLG now. 4 rounds is going to be the gap after losing pistol and the anti-eco. You talk about traps. How about MA just walking 4 players down long? XLG sneak away from that side of the map, but they do have to be a little bit concerned about the potential flank. But as they run through Garage, it's the alarm bot that will signal the long flank coming on through. It's an empty
Bro,
side.
new habit also looking good, chat.
4 players on the flank here for MA.
XLG को हरा रहे हैं मतलब currently थोड़ा अच्छा खेली हुई team.
They got that killjoy turret
13-1.
down. It's going to be a lot of pressure towards that garage, but the alarm bot's still up. They know it's not going to be a flank.
अगर G2 में Demon 1 आ गया होता.
For this garage flood in.
This is the first time the XLG actually have all 5 alive.
थाला को खिलाना है थाला.
It's been problematic before. They spot Martin.
थाला खेलेंगे थाला.
CT side. That's probably an obvious thing. Prox already gets a shot.
Mini molly walk किया उधर.
The Util coming on through, and now the damage is transferring into actual kills. Leo, Raga, Lysol, all 3 showing up when it counts. And
first map कौन जीता? Nongshim.
Guardian in hand. Has too many angles to cover.
और Raga क्या shoot कर रहा है chat?
Definitely plus 20 by now, leading the server and finally giving a round over to XLG in the second half.
This is good for XLG now. They're still down. Still trying to recuperate a lot of those rounds, but at least they've learned from their mistakes, not doing the same things over and over again, keeping majority of those guns, 3 players left alive. They don't have to force too many weapons. They don't have to give up their economy. They can snowball here.
21-10, look at him. 21-10. अबे सालो जाग जाओ नीचे वालों.
If they wanted it to, or if they get that spike down, they can play a post plan pretty convincingly. Martin, though, he has the run it back. Gentlemates are pushed all the way down long C with Prox. They have so much information. And Cypher's just set up here. Bippo by himself on the A site.
It's a lot more measured from XLG compared to previous maps. On Lotus, they'd already be X-egging somewhere. This is just a fake happening over towards the A side. It does seem like M8 up.
Good molly.
B has gone away for free.
क्या trip टूटेगी वो molly से? नहीं
टूटी. The team is there, and now as the Neon starts to
open mid room.
In fact, the other Neon is getting something done. It's just a 1-for-1 so far. Running back being popped by Martin. He wants a little bit of this action. Loses ultimate straight away. Plancel hasn't come down, by the way. Possibility for a mid to see, but does seem like they will commit to it finally. 4 versus 4.
4v4.
With a long flank coming through from Bippo as well. Prox also from the left side of the map on C. But everyone from XLG is peeled off.
Bippo, really nice positioning here. He's not going to get clear just yet, but Happyway has a feeling the timing is going to be really important here. Bippo getting the pick onto Happyway, and now
Martin
this retake. Martin pushing all the way through, and again another beautiful crunch. Bippo with this positioning over and over again has been so good. When he gets
I don't know.
these spots.
Just completely unspotted and just without the wherewithal as well from XLG to potentially check for the possibility of a flank. And Bippo gets away with murder from behind, crunching with Martin coming through from the actual site itself. And Raga's looking 2 ways, can't get a kill there. Wouldn't have been enough anyway with just the 1. And suddenly what was looking like a decent
W's लिए वो wall के भरोसे ऐसे क्यों कर रहा था drone?
Getting a somewhat free-ish easy plant on B with a little bit of delay. It's all completely unraveled by this crunch plate coming through from Bippo and Martin.
Did I just see Leo was on his drone at the front of B? Is that what I just saw? That's not good, XLG. We can't be doing stuff like that. Now look at your buy. You have those 3 rifles.
भाई लोग के पास buy कितना खराब है यार.
One of them on a bulldog, one of them on a sheriff.
एक bulldog एक sheriff रखे हैं.
But it doesn't matter because
रारगा भाई LP खेल सकते हैं.
Looks like they're going to go for this execute. They still have that 100 carry online.
They're about to walk into all the cyber.
Contact for what?
The mini damage here as well. And there's like some guns actually online for the side
of XLG. So many.
4K for
कोई बोलेगा ये Brimstone player था इनका.
And it's going to be Gentlemates in commanding fashion, taking control of this game again. Both hands on the wheel.
The contact play is just not it against this team because you need to get that information first. You know that they're always going to be having some sort of
shoot कर रहा है भाई.
Gentlemates so far on their defensive side have been very creative, switching it up almost every single round and making sure that they're getting the rounds of understanding how to play against XLG again. The walk up, the contact play.
Mini का Neon better than Bippo. नहीं यार, movement नहीं करने पड़ रहे ना. Neon movement करने होते तो उसका better होता ना.
Again, a thrifty, and you're about to give them the match point of the
Shot,
game.
Martin.
beautiful pick onto Rarga. Leo
ये इससे मैप क्लोज कर सकते हैं लोग.
to do anything but not connecting.
खत्म अभी XLG का गेम.
Raga make use of that before for good effect, and now
hold up हाइड्रा भाई.
Happy way, no man. Suddenly things are starting to turn around in favor of
ये देखो, अगर XLG हारती है और G2 भी हारती है तो XLG versus G2 होगा वापस.
Looking on the bright side for XLG, Gentlemates trying to get their way back into sight, and my
टैग हो गया मिट्टी पे. वाह,
the opportunity there off the back of the paranoia.
अरे बोलते ही ये री राउंड क्लोज कर देंगे. बिप्पू बोल रहा हो XLG ने मार दिया. ना ब्रो, big round.
This XLG has been so good at winning thrifties because of the way that they're playing it. It's like they have nothing to lose, and every single time they get rewarded for it.
Worst ever since that video.
Exactly. They're so good at these rounds. They're so good at getting their ones, getting their picks when they're just taking those fights and forcing it. It's like it was insane. Those two picks, man. I think here Mini kind of throwing a little bit, playing so close when they know that they're on an eco again. They're pulling some of the same mistakes that XLG was doing. But gun round for both
Lysor कौन सी टीम का है? Lysor पहले Wolves में था.
Might have just given a breath of life here for XLG. A second win has been spotted.
Masters का.
That's a bit of a
I mean budget as in for production and everything. EWC में प्राइस पूल बड़ा रहता है. प्रोडक्शन में पैसे शायद ही डालते हैं वो लोग.
5 from XLG, a very important round, and they find the timing. Raga just runs on it.
He's on.
And now what can we get out of Starso here?
मर गया.
5 around the corner. Raga's so fast. Starso didn't even see the timing of that. 5v3. It looks like XLG.
I guess this is a comeback.
They've learned from their mistakes, XLG, using that drone up long C instead of just contacting up, and Rarga.
Oh, they're going for a save.
Beautiful pacing.
Do you think XLG is going to come back?
Get those picks. Just hold W. He knows he's been playing insane, and so he's finally putting it down, putting it to the test in the server, forcing M8 to play at their pace, and now Gentlemates, they're gonna go for that save.Maybe a couple of exits, but still safe because they want to save those rifles.
Next map चालू हो गया क्या?
XLG have snowballed their economy. They
चालू हो तो बताना.
one away from that Viper's pit as well. They have so many really good conditions.
Sorry. माफ कर दो.
That extra gear. I mean, how fast is Raga to get that shot as well?
माफ कर दो.
Pixel available. The Prox just eats dirt. Gentlemates now 2 rounds to play to finish this map and get the series 2-1. We'll take a tack pause here to talk about how they're going to get that one done, because despite there still being 2 rounds to play through and that not being a lot, seems like XLG are starting to find their momentum themselves as well.
Yeah, timeout here at a good time because they need
to understand studio दिख गया. हाँ, तो तेरे को पता चल गया. Oh shit, I'm secretly a rapper, bro. Actually, you don't know.
And right now, it feels like maybe they're just waiting for an operator to be online so they could shut down a lot of what Rarga's
doing. Actually, I'm SD kid.
Make sure to punish him from holding W, going crazy and getting those initial picks. But I think also they should not play scared. The last thing I want to see here for Gentlemates is to lose that confidence, to lose that momentum that they've had so far this series, and to make sure they're continuing to play confident, playing those 1v1 peaks. It's okay having a little bit of
ये देखिए
almost every
ये चालू होने में भी टाइम है.
Just needs to get shut down, and I think we have the tools for that, especially when you're looking at stars.
I'll give you music, bro. Dan.
Scoreline's looking a little nasty here. Mini and Martin though, nothing to scoff at. 17 each for them.
G का मैच कब खत्म हो गया जसमीत भाई?
It's Raga, a little bit of happy way contribution, and other than that, not much else to speak of. Gentlemates, the play is going to be quite a few players pushing up into long.
Gentlemates
drop off Mini here. We'll have a look at see what that means.
You should run.
Lockdown's already in play over towards the mid side of the map, by the way.
Chat सच बताओ ना, कल चारों गेम साथ में है क्या? सच बताओ बोल रहा हूँ. बच गया. Starzo बढ़िया ट्रेड. खत्म M8 जीत जाएगी. Shot Bippo.
So
Taranveer bhai.
Beautiful shot from Bippo, but Starzo going back to essentially what worked in Lotus is following up with his duelist, making sure he's there for the trade and using that util to set up his team for success. Mini playing close, really well done. At least it wasn't an eco or thrifty round this time. Lysor trying to go for a couple.
Lysor try kar raha hai. Wait, hold up.
2v1 all of a sudden. He's low on HP.
Spike hai, usko idea dono ka.
Almost nothing left in the tank. Tries to cross. Stars though lets him. No spam coming in, which is insane.
And he gets the spike as well. Quick feet coming through from Lysor on 13 HP, and M8 are forced to split. This is going to give a possible 1v1 opportunity. What a smoke play. Lysor has the heads up on that, but he's just going to go straight for the plant. Proc should have an easy freebie here. No chance for Lysor. Doesn't realize how close Prox was.
Sunset.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy, but...
Ooh. The comp chat.
Now. Series point here. So scary for XLG. It's gonna be really worrisome. But they've kind of come back a little bit. Gentlemates
taking that time
out to talk about it.
एक मैच के लिए G2 fan chat. एक मैच के लिए G2 fan. सिर्फ Sunset के लिए.
There you go. Well, that's probably the last bit of energy that he's going to have for the rest of his life. So it's been fun.
She's done me in.
We will put him 6 feet under after this broadcast. But yeah, I mean, we'll have to see how this goes.
Map 2.
I was fully expecting that Extra stays with the Phoenix coming into this match.
Ungaming versus Nongshim.
Pivoting over to the Sage, obviously we've seen the
Jagmo Neon. Wow. तुम एक काम करो ना.
Especially from the
सब खेल लो Neon एक बारी.
How does this look for X-Ross? We will now find out. He's going to
Decided split
early contact here on the
They're good on split, bro.
Well, meanwhile, Francis, he's just stormed his way forward, and Baby on that chamber has been taken down. We're going to be hearing these rotations just tucked inside of the smoke for now. Recon obviously not going to be scouting him out from this position. A couple shots able to find some damage. Smoke now going to fall. Looking for a little bit more, but it's going to be Francis coming away with that second elimination for himself. But the spike is
ये मैच के लिए G2 fan बस सिर्फ ये मैच के लिए.
Nice little tucked in position that he found. Make this retake much more difficult. Slowed it down a lot for Nongshim too.
Split में फिर से Nongshim.
G2 going to double up on X-Ross.
Flash is ready, and Jogamo quick to collect, finds that headshot. Really bold to me. Going to be sent back over towards the side, Downbeat. Going to be stunned up there, but it's going to be Valen around the back, catching them completely off guard, finds the first, and now Downbeat having to fight his way out of a corner. Takes the first, looks for that second, can't quite connect on the tread. It would have been a one-tap, but the time is going to be gone. He's just playing for kills from here, and he won't be able to find anything more. 2 players surviving. G2 will find their first pistol of this series and start off Sunset 1-0.
Yeah, it's just so huge there that you're able to get that 2K, use that smoke against your opponents. They're not going to anticipate there was a little bit of spam consideration that caught Leaf. He was down to like 75 HP, yeah. And then so fast there with the turn too. Exactly what the doctor ordered for G2. Yeah, I do have some current concerns here for Nongshim. I think, you know, without a hard flash in this composition, I mean, all you're sitting with is the paranoia.
Which is why I thought that Phoenix was going to be here for them, but it's not. And Baby Bay, well, gets some revenge, takes down Francis first and foremost. Quick shot out as they continue to try to scale forward and collapse in on this tile's position. And Trailblazer to check the corner, RB to clear that out. Swoops forward a bit closer here. Shortening that gap, but if he pushes back out in the mid, he will be absolutely screwed. Baby Bay just dialed in on this angle. Jump peek to try to get the spot. TP for a reposition. No, just a fake. Is Baby Bay now the one going to be falling into the trap here? You'd suspect, but no, I believe it's a no-scope to come away with that kill. RB now taken down. Downbeat. This is going to be a potential flawless, unless X-Ross can find anything, and he cannot. Flawless confirmed in the anti-eco. Valen gets 3.
Okay. What this composition is made of for Nongshim going into this next one. G2 able to take first blood and able to have a flawless anti-eco, so they're going to be coming in quite well situated to maybe string together a bonus. Really start dominating on their map pick. So far, it's come down to some individual outplays here and there. Baby Bay this time looking a lot more comfortable on that chamber.
ये लोग डबल सेंटिनल खेल रहे हैं बे ऐसा दोनों टीम खेल रहे हैं डबल सेंटिनल तो ऐसे
Fast lane forward, blind out on X-Ross. Around the corner of the relay bolt, going to be connecting as well as Francis tries to peel back some of this pressure, but Trent is right there to continue to trade it out.
Good trades. Beautiful.
3v2. Spike going to be planted to the wall. Downby not quite going to get caught by that. But cannot catch Leaf either. Takes him down to 8 HP, but just cannot seal the deal.
Bhai Leaf कितने जल्दी heal हुआ बे?
The heal, and he's right back up to full. Ivy now try to play.
M8 वाला game खत्म होगा तो बताओ chat मेरे को.
Incredibly well slated to get this bonus conversion. It might just end up being back-to-back dominant maps.
Last map Nongshim जीती Nongshim. भाई bonus convert कर दिए बे.
On the horizon than we anticipate. Ivy eating some damage, does manage to survive. Will quickly backpedal away, keeping his life intact, but this round no closer to going over to Nongshim. So G2 with a 3-0 start.
Well, and you're seeing already, I think, some of the layers that G2's composition is going to have over Nongshim on this attacker side. The deep flashes that you can set up with Trent to get your Neon into a position where they can bully up an agent like a Sage, where they're not really going to have much of a response if that wall has already been committed or isn't available.
No prediction. Start prediction.
Slow down the roll of Jogamo. And even though Francis gets the kill, G2, the rest of them are already starting to swing in, collect lives. So I think this is going to be a rocky road potentially for Nongshim unless they can start figuring some things out here pretty fast. They're going to add some extra layers towards the defense at A, but this time around
G2 अब जाएगा possible. Possible. Sunset बहुत अच्छा map है.
Down to an eco. Our Nongshim, nobody is going to have that full armor. Only 2 players even have half. Ivy carries the Vandal over but can't afford to do much else. Wants to save up for the next
round. भाई ये लोग wall के ऊपर wall करने वाले हैं. नहीं, cancel कर दिया plan. करना ही नहीं है.
For that Trailblazer that will get cleared out. Blow Orb assisting in that, stopping this potential flood forward from G2. Now starting to potentially to explore elsewhere. We'll just go re-clear around mid. We end up with a full crunch attempt in towards market.
And they've got that trademark behind them, so they know that they can go up a little bit further through some of this space. Cam's going to see this, but Ivy in trouble.
On Ivy. Do they check him? The answer for now is going to be no. He's able to find one. His Leaf will get taken down. Re-swings around.
3 4 मौत कसम. Ace. Bro, that was so clean.
They kept it in the right hands.
Hero Vandal play.
Oh, कसम हट रहा भाई.
एक जगह नहीं जाना था उसने, बस ये मैप पे एक जगह नहीं जाना था, वहीं गए.
Check the generator.
Holy shit.
I mean, look at this. Immediately they all turn around, but he's pivoting so fast. And then
I'm so calm.
Trent as he's trying to line up his shot. Baby Bay was the one in that 4, trying to create that extra angle, and didn't matter. There was no extra angle to create.
He just uses the fast lane completely against them.
Yeah.
Tucked into that. Jogamo sets it up. He's on the opposite side. And there's no way to check him from there. Zombie now. Quick peek out. Backs away.
और Jogamo पहले slide कर लिया.
Slides forward, finds that, plants his feet, gets a second. Right back into this RG2, not wanting that momentum to get built up by Nongshim. The heal, of course, in effect. Francis now playing ring around the rosy here with the Trailblazer. Tries to get the Dragon.
Nah, bro. Jogamo अच्छा खेल रहा है.
Ace of his own. He can find these players, both of them stuck here behind the Sage Walled backside. Even though they see that, this should just
India
be
के matches when India के matches?
you would suspect for Nongshim.
Is it pre-nerf neon? नहीं भाई.
Off the wall would just buy too much time
Nerf
off
neon
this clock and the spike plant, so we'll just try to slowly work their way out of this. As the guiding light confirms that street is clear. Question really becomes how much does G2 want to go on the hunt here to try to take these weapons out of hand.
Well, with the operator and a couple players being pretty low on credits, probably not too eager. Maybe they could send one out. Trent, maybe, but they're not going to do it. So I think you got to rip a timeout here as Nongshim, and you got to talk right here, right now about how the protocols for slowing down G2 at the chokes.
एक न्यूज़
Especially
है,
at A,
M8 जीत चुकी है
are going to
और
be dealt with
XLG
because you don't have answers to it right now.
हाँ बस G2 को हारने की जल्दी है.
And frankly, part of that again
G2
is gonna
हार
be the
गई.
composition that you're running here.
इनसे कुछ
You
बड़ी
don't
हो
have
गया
a hard
force.
flash to try to slow this down. If you don't have, you know, your
course, why
Neon
not?
able to react properly against theirs, then you're going to have real problems. If the Cypher util isn't there at the front of the site as well, there's no ability.
मतलब ऐसे दिन आ गए हाइड्रा भाई कि अब G2 के लिए हम कंपटीशन XLG को चुन रहे हैं.
That's tough against a player of Jog's caliber.
ऐसे दिन आ गए.
वो लाए हैं अपने
He is
लिए.
very good, as we just saw in that previous
सपने
round.
दिखाओ.
You know why on Breeze we were kind of scratching our heads a bit that he isn't on the Neon.
सिर्फ अमेरिका में ही चलते हैं भाई ये.
TP into the
हाँ
spawn
क्योंकि
now.
कोच को पता है ना रीड इंटरनेशनल रीड थोड़ी सी हो जाती है.
We'll just be able to join in, but alongside Jogamo, who's trying to hound down Ivy, but
Why
Ivy's
Ivy?
still managing.
Ivy तो Ivy क्या खेल रहा है यार.
Cypher yet again.
Unstoppable force versus immovable object.
Drone now to lead forward. X-Ross.
Shot.
It's going to be Francis, never mind, actually able to find him. Flash is connecting. Trent able to find just the one kill. Looking for that second, but will quickly be overwhelmed.
Nice, yaar. Good shooting, good shooting, good shooting.
For another round win.
Well, I guess all that you really need to do now as G2 is just avoid Ivy. He's the only one that's been able to shut you down at all. Some individual brilliance. Oh, it even gets dinked there by Jog through the wall, but able to instantly reset. Find two.
क्या काम एमिंग कर रहे हैं लोग यार.
So Ivy locked in. We need a little bit of help from the rest of Nongshim.
वो ये चिड़िया हिल रही है.
Adults on both sides of the coin. Baby, they gonna have that tour de force. Seekers, res for Leaf. Ivy has his neural theft, as well as Francis's Hunter's Fury.
Yes, आयुष भाई होगी.
Looking to try to tee up Francis here. Paranoia at the ready, so they're gonna play off contact. Seems to be that this is one of their answers. Just try to slow down the Neon on the other side. But it's just the Paranoia that connects here.
छी यार कोई कैपिटलाइज ही नहीं करा वो फ्लैश पे. वो फ्लैश क्यों किया फिर? प्यारा फ्लैश.
Spam shots out. We're going to be about 3 charges, I think, remaining in that tour de force as well for Baby Bang.
2 shock dart भी.
Boost up over the top of this box.
पूरा किट खाली कर दिया. नहीं ड्रोन बचा ड्रोन.
Down with the Paranoia, ready to try to clear some angles.
ड्रोन भी गया.
It's going to be spotted off the drone, the Trailblazer.
फ्रांसिस भाई निहत्ते अब.
Plenty as well. Hunter's
Alt भी कर दे.
Just look at the try to gum things up here on this approach. Downby with the operator, still going to be able to find one. Pajaro
Shot
Downby, doubling up. Finds that kill, but doesn't know where the rest of the approach is going to be coming from. Sides in, he's trying to go for a no-scope.
Montage बना रहा है. निकाला Ivy. निकाला 1v3.
Ivy now once again having to be the hero. His location is known, and he cannot find Balin. Holds his own. And every time Nongshim tried to take a step forward, G2 pushed them back by 3.
Yeah, this is just really tough for Nongshim. This round has got to be kind of a gut
भाई
punch.
बिल्कुल मेरे जैसा खेल रहा है Ivy. हाँ खेला तो तेरे ऐसा एकदम
use some of that util, find some answers to at least force G2 to take a pause. And you're going to get basically the whole team over here, but you just can't take them in the fight. You're just getting beat. Some of the 1v1s, Jogamo has the ultimate. He's able to rip a couple players away. So G2, love this comp. Love the way that they're piloting it. It creates so much pressure. This time, Nongshim looking again to maybe set up that Paranoia trap outside of A, but G2 wary of it after what happened in the previous round.
Nongshim का buy कितना है भाई
अभी?
अभी?
All of them got hit by it.
ये last buy है. अगला half buy रहेगा.
There's players in mid, but doesn't want to mess around.
Maybe Downby or Jogamo we made all along. Wow.
How dangerous he is with it. Ross and Dombey do have their ults, but right now it's a spread of the map for both teams. Nobody really committing too aggressively anywhere, trying to bait that Paranoia out, and they will.
Dombey quickly reclears it.
Friend B पे गया. ये लोग इसके बाद mid to be fake करेंगे शायद.
Well, Baby Bang.
नहीं mid to B जा रहे हैं.
Slotting just alongside that.
Commit तो नहीं करेंगे.
Upshot going to be
Commit A करना चाहिए.
Nongshim trying to get pivoted into the right position, but the spike now starting to get ushered over towards
A जा रहे.
Yeah,
See, that was just a fake.
G2 is kind of realizing that they gave away the script a little bit in that previous round, and yes, they're able to fight their way through it, but they don't want to make it easy for Nongshim to get the reads with the rotations. Ivy again.
Short the Ivy. Ivy को हिला के दिखाओ वहाँ से अब.
Peeking from RB, but there's the backstab. Leaf scaling forward up through mid. that will end up getting surrounded and overwhelmed. Him could be set for Ivy as Baby going to be pinned into the corner trying to find that kill, but it's going to be Val into the rescue. Keeping
nice, well played. Sorry, nice try.
Spam not connecting, the Trailblazers spotting. Both players' positions widely known. The rest come in. No counter spam going to be
still a 3v3.
So Nongshim get back into a 3v3. Two very far fanned out. Alan could just be there undoing again, but no, X-Ross a little bit faster on the draw. On that kill with Baby catching RB in transit mid-TP. Back into this 2v2, and Baby still looking for a little bit more. Turns to the side, the shot is just a hair off.
Jeet gaye.
Cannot connect with it, the defuse to come in.
Well played, well played.
Try to get their way back.
Well played, good round.
This one just gets a little bit scrappy.
Some
of these 100% weird situations where I feel like one team has the macro advantage and then can't convert the round. You know, a couple rounds ago, it was, I think, you know, Nongshim making the good read, getting all 5 of their players to try to counter the execute, and they can't. G2 actually works the map really nicely. They're in a position where they get a decently early plant, and they're making it tough for Nongshim, but they're able to find some big kills. On the way through, G2 tries to push out, tries to gain a little extra footing to hold their ground and can't do so.
Quick shot. He's able to find one, but Jogamo immediately has that trade, and he's not checking the corner. Rez is there. Does keep this back into 4 players. Just wall them into alley. G2 immediately having to pivot now. Cross into mid, re-clear this space, and potentially
चैट इसको बताओ मैं नहीं कर रहा कुछ रिवर्स जिंक्स ये वो मैं फुल सपोर्ट कर रहा हूँ नोंगशिम को भाई
or Nongshim, but G2 kind of aware of it, of the likely position. A lot of cameras are going to be
trust me bro
either where it is or just in the corner right around next to them by the orb. They're just taking their sweet time. Yeah, you're going to see Trent though. That immediately brings out the slow.
Good slow orb.
A little bit of damage done to leave.
Time by होगा अच्छा. Wall भी आपके पास.
Nothing that he can't shrug off though, but now at this point you're going to be very committed into this site. 3 players here.
Nice shot Dambi.
Being acted as Francis is on that flank.
Nice shot Dambi.
At this point I think the round is just going to be over.
Nice shot Dambi.
One by one.
और लो एक-एक करके peek.
Trent eventually able to find the 1 kill, but now has to try to just retain it. This operator, he's going to be ping revealed. It's Francis frantically trying to flush him out in the shorty. They're going to do a damn thing. Nongshim will be able to find themselves 2 consecutive round wins as they're now 1 away from tying it up.
Yeah, I mean, again, Nongshim is starting to find answers where they're able to send some trickery early, set up some different formations at this A choke to make it a lot more difficult. You know, RB just swings out with the Guardian, tuck a player in.
बेबी तो थोड़ा बाजू हो गया था.
Again, not checked. Causes huge problems. Losing that Neon with the way G2's been playing so far here on Sunset, really, really painful for them to try to get into a site, because then Nongshim can really plant their feet. They don't have
NRG इनसे कैसे हार जाती है?
Operator could be so much more effective.
NRG Slayers.
2 players up mid.
Again, going for this TP, but it's the same position overall as Francis. It's a Sova with an operator. Of course, Francis to the side. Gonna be good for the kill. Jogamo sliding forward, able to find the one with the Stinger. Valen with that backstab off the TP. Still gonna come away with value as Francis gets blinded up here at alley, but Trent still not gonna feel comfortable enough to try to flush him out. Just has that bandit in hand. So he needs some assistance. As, oh my god, he almost has the comeback.
How can he miss it?
He's a bit faster. Finds that kill. Valen survives. X-Ross trying to wall them out, but Zol to try to play in Ivy. Heels going through. Finds the first. Can't quite find the second. Trent again with the operator. Able to find a bit of value. And now it is all down to X-Ross. Try to come away with these 2 kills to try to get this clutch. Jump up over top of the box, and Jogamo is ready for it. Has the 3K, and G2 have a thrifty to get up to 6.
Oh, man. I mean, just sending that TP through where there was just no good response from Nongshim because they're busy worrying about the 2 players that have pushed right up mid. So there's no real ability to clear these backlines. You just got to try to hold on to the ground that you have. And that's exactly what G2 wants. Beautiful stuff from Jogamo there in this round. Getting those early kills, creating that space, finding the 3K in the end. Huge stuff. Nice idea from Valen with that TP. It really threw Nongshim for a loop. This time around, Dog goes past that trip, so that's kind of curious. How high is that trip? There. It did get cleared or pulled back, one of the two.
Swing in and Leaf is going to get caught. Big mid exploration there from Nongshim. Really finding some value, getting out scot-free.
Yeah. There. Now you can slow down. Now that you've got RB so far forward as Nongshim, and none the wiser, I don't think, are G2. They're not really paying this consideration, but he pops out a little too early.
And Baby Bay can't quite collect that kill. RB, very fortunate to still be in this fight. Zombie spotting out the enemy Neon, slides his way back over to Market. Just going to be shutting that door for now. RB continuing to stay sat here, but looks like G2 are incredibly suspicious of this.
That smoke's weird.
And it has fallen. So too shall RB. Just not going to be dialed in for that headshot to instantly get the kill on Jogamo. Now the Seeker's going to be let loose. 25 seconds remaining, so they have to push forward onto the site. Downbeat here to try to slow them up as the relay pull goes in. Trent going to be stunned. Flash out into Downbeat's face. Pedals away. Ends up making a little bit of noise, and Baby Bay will be able to find him. The shot connecting. Francis only going to be good for the one. 10 seconds now left in this round. The swing out. Extros eating some damage. Cannot find those kills, and with just barely a second to spare, the plant can come in, and Ivy manages to hit all three! He is walking on water this series as Ivy bails them out and gets Nongshim a 5th round win.
This would be a 9-2 scoreboard right now if it wasn't for Ivy. That is absolutely disgusting. Goodness. I mean, I think, this round swung kind of both teams' directions at one point or another with that time left on the clock. Good night.
Good God.
Oh, my God.
Just insane. It's one of those rounds that, if you're G2, I mean, you want to be able to just shrug it off and say, okay, he's just him.
Want to play? Let's play.
Ivy's just incredible at times. But it's also going to be so damn frustrating. Meanwhile, Jogamo ushered back away, pushed into the open for Downbeat to collect it. Brings out another warning shot. Trying to scare them back over into the arms of Ivy. He's alone on the B site.
You're going to have this drone here. This is going to give you the info as Nongshim that they pretty much evacuated A, at least deep enough that you don't need to keep that extra player on that side of the map. So let Donby maybe control that top mid space. Exros. Ooh, that would have been a good wall. There you go.
Sends it now. Still that gap in the back by the look of it. And yep, we'll just be the double push forward. That might even
needs help.
Yeah, be able to play in front of this one. Ivy's going to be taken down. The Tour de Force with Baby Bay is able to find that kill. Downbeat now, isolated, zoned away, just trying to find anything that he can with that shorty over the wall. Ends up coming away empty-handed. His pop flash, the turn not going to be good. Exros still is able to find one kill as Valen will get taken down. G2 looking pretty firmly in control now as Francis will also fall. Downbeat and RB in a 2v3 to try to clutch this one out. Rendezvous situated. The shot goes wide. RB taken down on the approach, and Downbeat just can't quite make these op shots connect. Clears the dog, wants to try to slide in with that shotgun. Will be able to find the one, but Leaf is there for the counter swing, and G2 will get themselves out into a lead. 7-5 here at the half.
Yeah, it's a great mid-round decision by G2 to swing up into the back of B and put a lot of pressure onto Exros. That seemed to be a big point of this map for them on this attacker side. If they could find that Sage early, that was often where they were able to find a lot of success, where they were able to just make Exros really uncomfortable, really difficult for a Sage. If the wall's already out to stop a Neon, even with the slow orbs, not going to make too big a difference, or at least in this case, just the overwhelming numbers.
Space. Shot.
As fantastic of a half as Ivy just had. Not having him be
11th round. Ivy 1v3.
So good with the sniper rifles.
इसमें दिखा देगा रिप्ले में ना.
Exciting first half again.
Oh yeah. Well, it's just Dambi spotting out here, but and it has fallen. So he's going to slow the balls away. Shot connecting. Francis only going to be good for the 1. 10 seconds now left in this round. The swing out. Xros eating some damage.
7 seconds. 6 seconds.
Kills, and with just barely a second to spare, the plant can come in, and Ivy.
Oh! What?
He is walking on water this series as Ivy bails them out and gets Nongshim a 5th round win.
This would be a 9-2 scoreboard right now if it wasn't for Ivy. There's for EWC 2026, and he hasn't been missing a beat since flying over to Paris.
He was during stage 1. This, we saw the performances from him.
Holy shit!
Again, heavy
He's my new
MVP
favorite player, bro.
Master Santiago.
New favorite? नहीं भाई वो तो आईवी तो पहले से ऐसा player है यार clutch.
Stage 1 wasn't able to find those same
आईवी starting से ही clutch है chat.
Even regular impact in their matches, which was
chat half क्या हुआ?
But here, look, he's whatever slump he was in, he's got himself out of it.
Sorry.
13-7-1.
It's to 10 rounds.
As Nongshim.
Shit.
Oh, will they
5-7
this stage on the attacker side?
All right.
I mean, I'm concerned about this attacker side. You almost feel like you have to rely too much on Dambi, which is
like करो stream अगर तक like नहीं किया तो दोस्तों.
Baby Bay out in the mid will be able to get some damage. Francis is going to be tagged to 45.
Oh, Baby तो मेरे से खेल रहा है. ये सब तो मैं करता हूँ यार चमड़ीगिरी.
CD out early. Trademark situated on B main. Baby Bay can quick pivot around. He's playing the 10 spot at the moment.
Yeah, they've created a lot of attention towards mid, so Ivy's in a world of trouble if he swings too wide here.
Oh, he's going to be completely overwhelmed.
क्यों Ivy?
Able to find even really any significant damage. Nice. But Dambi sliding forward will be able to at least trade it back as Baby Bay does get taken out of the equation. But again, that heal burned early means that Dambi's going to be stuck at 45. And Leaf is able to find Francis to boot, so now player advantage in the hands of G2. Flash not going to be connecting here. Dambi able to find 1.
Connect किया? अरे नहीं यार, heal है इनके पास. Wall भी है Leaf की.
Side forward space getting taken. Dambi now pushed back to 100. RB just on the other side of this smoke, but it's going to be Joggamo finding Dambi through it. Cleaning him up, the push coming in. RB looking for a little bit more, but Trent's got the classic drawn out. The right click is there, and G2 will take both pistols on Sunset to move up 8-5.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're seeing that Nongshim's still a little uncomfortable on this map, and in particular, I'm thinking about 2 fights that happened. It's Ivy in mid, who's kind of swinging to get info, and by the time he swung so wide, it's too late because there's 3 G2 players that have been hitting their presence up at top mid. And then the other problem is when they get onto the site, Francis kind of doesn't.
तुम तो kill कर लेते हैं. Baby कब करेगा?
3 players up there earlier, goes for the swing himself.
क्या लगता है कोई और कुछ को लेंगे? Possible. Upscale. What? ऋतिक भाई. क्या सीन हुआ?
Just some
quality आगा क्या?
Individual mistakes that cost you a lot in a pistol round.
Well, there's a bucket in hand for Dami, but there is a judge in hand for Joggamo. Baby Bay again is able to find Francis here in main. As Xros will be able to come away with
मेरे को लगा Dami नहीं मारा.
The bucky in hand for now.
Winnable for Nongshim.
Slowly.
अरे यार इनको जज मिली है.
Towards B. Try to join in alongside Baby Bay, but Nongshim Red Force going to look to explore elsewhere as the judge will just get dumped off the side of the map. So back to the pistols here. Are Xros and Ivy. Already decent damage. You see the investment here just in the cash from G2. And if they can find any more, this is going to be still a very good Thrifty attempt, if not the Thrifty itself. But Leaf.
अगर वो लोग Leaf को निकाल दिए तो round है.
This position. As at the wall.
Wait करेंगे wall का. Leaf active हुआ.
Will now break. Swing in the corner, and Leaf's got them both outdone.
Nah.
2 casualties. They end up saving it quite a bit, so 3 players keep their weapons over into the bonus.
Yeah, that's totally fine for G2. You come out of that relatively okay. Yeah, you.
भाई sunset निकाल लेंगे मेरे को पता था.
I think anybody else even took.
मेरे को 100% पता था chat पता है.
So that's a pretty.
मेरे को लगा था sunset निकाल लेंगे ये लोग.
You're going to be situated with Leaf even going to go.
Split is going to be a close game. Trust me. I swear to God.
2 players on Nongshim aren't even going to be able to afford the full armor. That's one of them's Dombi. So a Baby Bay can hit a banger on an entry maybe, but right now not going to be given the opportunity and just shuts down RB.
Huh? Oh, well, Francis does hit the shot before he can rendezvous at the safety. Dogamo just going to be looking to try to hold this market door down. Meanwhile, Francis has found another Valorant dead atop of mid, and Dombi just quickly slides in, takes Trent's life as well. Revenge for their fallen IGL. As Leaf will be able to hit a very nice shot, but quickly has to backpedal away.
Maybe a comeback as well.
Grab the orb, guarantees that he'll have
2-0, not going to resplit. Okay.
This would take some serious work, though.
Oh, I get it now. I get it now.
Clutch materialized from this position.
Well, given a chance, they're just trying to figure out where the hell he went, and I think Ivy's finally kind of pieced it together. Must be holding somewhere in the vicinity of spawn or something.
Giving him some weapon opportunities available. They'll be able to hear this for the most part. Trent had died just around this corner.
6 for Nongshim. अगर Nongshim यहाँ back to back
play this one for exits.
2 round में निकालती है.
The answer is no, but Francis will. Swings in.
अबे गरीब हो जाओगे बे.
Headshot from him, but got not to be carried over. It's just a judge, so nothing to really get stressed about here for G2.
कितने मैच और लास्ट चल रहे हैं.
Red Force still eating quite a
अगर
bit of damage.
जीतते हैं G2 वाले तो फिर third map
over the line.
Yeah, exactly. Again, having those half armor is something that hurt them even in the previous half. You can get that outlaw.
यार सिर्फ आईवी शूट कर रहा है ना चैट इसलिए चल रहा है यार.
Finds that kill, finds that extra little bit of damage that maybe you normally wouldn't have suffered. Because Nongshim does like to invest just a little bit into those ecos. You know, they're going to grab a shotgun, they're going to grab a bandit, they're going to grab a sheriff.
And this is why you see that outlaw again in the hands of Baby Bake. Half armors across the board aside from Ivy.
Oh, flash से ही ले रहे बताओ. ये मैप पे उसे सुआ खेलते हैं.
More value that you're getting out of the chamber on this map.
Sky pick diabolical.
Trent, well, not too bad. A little bit of armor damage, a little bit of health. Nothing to be too concerned about.
कल डाल देंगे वीडियो.
Nongshim again really prioritizing mid control. I mean, you see the differences in these comps and how they have to be piloted. G2 can bully the extremities and they know it because they have that Sky. Whereas Nongshim has to be a little bit more.
Baby still outlaw खेल रहा है.
Trying to create
oh, 4 player 125 है बे.
Cover going out.
Good eco management अभी तो.
Really slowed down the round though.
के लिए.
RB's in a
mid swing करने वाले हैं.
He knows he can't scale. He's
sound cut करके खेल रहे हैं अभी. Sunset छोटा मैप है chat.
Not to mention the two players watching this angle.
बहुत जल्दी घुस सकते हैं.
3-2-1 go, push into market. Try to shut this down, slide in. Somehow doesn't manage to find that
Valorant के अंदर घुस गया.
Sliding right at him. You would have thought he'd be able to connect with that, but the Neon comes out on top. Backpedal away as a sight. Gets taken. Flash over to the corner. RB not quite getting blinded up, but he's still able to find Jogamo.
Jogamo कैसे उड़ते हुए आया?
The rest is going to be committed. Didn't leave immediately. Drawing down is able to find X-Raw's Hunter's Fear going to be set from Francis, but everyone's scatters the wind.
अल्ट से कुछ फर्क ही नहीं पड़ा बे.
Avoids those bursts of damage. They'll have 4
players. बीवी अकेला सिटी होल्ड करके रखा है. सिटी ट्रैप भी लगा हुआ है. मार्केट की फाइट नहीं हारनी है.
Shots exchange. The flash. Not quite connecting. Ivy.
निकाला Ivy निकाला.
The wall will fall and Jogamo gets the better of him. Tap the defuse. Jogamo now finding Francis. It's all down to down B. And Baby Bay will be able to pick him to pieces. Double digits found for G2. That's Nongshim struggling on this attack.
Yeah, this is really tough stuff. You know, you get this early kill, and then even you're able to get Jogamo taken down off the slide. And Leaf plays ahead of it, expecting a peek from a player of Nongshim. And he's able to get the res and protect it. That's so hard to do sometimes as a save.
Chat बताओ, it still works. मेरे को ऐसा लगा कि भाई मैं बाहर घूम के आ गया हूँ. अभी मैं चेंज हो गया हूँ अंदर से ना. Still the same. GT6 खेलने का जुगाड़ क्या not that much. Bro, actually.
4 rounds down.
मैं बताता हूँ. जब GT6 आएगा ना, तो पूरी दुनिया GTA6 खेल रही होगी. पूरी दुनिया.
Just generally on this map, I mean, a lot of the rounds that you're able to find.
सारे YouTubers. GTA6 ये.
Right.
और उसके लिए मेरे को लेना पड़ेगा एक PS5.
No, I mean again, it honestly outside of those rounds, this has been G2 all the way. They have been just a step ahead.
तो सोचना पड़ेगा.
All throughout Sunset, You can see why they're very comfortable to pick this. I mean, you know, coming into this event, a couple of the maps that you're probably really keying in on are Sunset and Fracture.
They won't,
a lot of
actually.
teams tend to avoid. I mean,
Nongshim का comeback है यहाँ से.
Today you're seeing Lotus, Ascent.
Line से round से देखो Ivy के पास hero handle है. Line से round से.
Later, I'm happy about that. Don't get me wrong. The last time these two teams played on Split, it went to overtime and it was map 3. We can only hope, but that being said, you know, having a pick like a Sunset, like a Fracture, gives you such a huge advantage that maybe if you do have a weaker map like a Breeze or something that your opponents can lean into, you're able to at least force out that decider.
All sent at main here on a time.
Become like Toxic X for G2.
2 weapons
like they have become
for Nongshim.
That.
Nongshim's so keen to get a player.
I'm trying his best
up in mid, into that top left corner. Again, this time it's Ivy. Sure, it gives you a little bit of info. I mean, you're able to probably identify that
Nongshim का attack मुझे समझ में नहीं आ रहा पर हाँ. Sound गलाते हैं, कोई info नहीं लेते, mid पे बैठे रहते, थोड़ा time बाद attack.
Off of it, they really haven't been able to.
और ये लोग भी बस बैठे हुए हैं.
I think it's something that G2 is probably going to be pretty aware of, I would suspect, but we'll see. Tag on the drone to the wall there, so Leaf doesn't stick around, but nobody really accelerating.
But with that Trailblazer leading out through B main, this is allowed for Jogamo to start scaling forward, so he's going to have a faster rotation around the background. Yes, tripwire for the moment, still going to be there, but Ivy...
Extras का ulta बड़ा हो सकता है अगर मारा तो, और नहीं, Leaf gets 2!
Back over towards the site, is gunning
कहाँ खेल रहा था Leaf पे?
Ivy tucked into this position.
He gets 3.
He's going to try to play this patiently, but Trent just looks over the side, which he now will. He will quickly shut down the enemy cipher, and that leaves now Dambi alone in a 1v4.
Nikala Dambi.
Went onto the corner, the wall now falling, the flash connecting, and Leaf is there to collect it. A 4K form, an 11th round for G2. Split is looking
Hi,
all but
Shri,
guaranteed.
how are you?
Another phenomenal round from Leaf. And really set that retake up for success. But here, it's just shutting down the huge push. That's the 4-player push that he's facing there. Yes, he's got some help from Valen, but he gets the 2 kills. And that means that Ivy can't go for plan A, which was to wrap into back alley. He didn't want to go into Link because he expected that should be able to get cleared by his teammate, or maybe somebody gets flushed into
one-sided.
But there's discipline here.
एक घंटे के अंदर मैच ही खत्म कर दिया MIBR ने.
They don't give Ivy that opportunity until it's too late, until the rest of G2 is already rotated in through top mid.
PS5 के पैसे पर लैपटॉप लेना है but.
Heroic efforts from tremendous player in Leaf.
Heroic effort from tremendous player in Leaf.
All across the board. And
holy shit.
At Nongshim, they're so nervous about some kind of trap play, some kind of reactive flash or neon stun could be waiting for them, or maybe just a tight angle being held by Baby Bay with that outlaw.
Oh. Jogamo not going to be able to find that timing, but here's that jump from Francis, and he is not going to be ready for this forward position.
कोई बात नहीं, Francis.
The tripwires comparatively shallow. None the wiser, but same could be said about Leaf as Ivy this time. Able to get that backstab through. Neural depth, the ping reveal, position now going to be known. Relay bolt going his way, and this is all to keep his eyes trained
Ivy को पकड़ेंगे भाई पर अब.
Slot in from behind.
Pinch होने वाला Ivy.
The repace forward, tries to take the fight, expecting the Jogamo's going to go past him, but Jogamo plants his feet right up in front. Ivy is unable to clean up Trent fast enough, so now it's
stun है दोस्त Jogamo. Oh भाई निकलोगे आज के दिन.
Fast lane over to the side. They're going to be out in response from RB to try to slow them up. He finds the first, but Trent quickly trades that back. 2v2 now. A round where Nongshim need to win it, and likely even need to commit the res off the back of this just to try to steady the economy. Swing in, Big Bay has the shutdown onto the first.
Nice, well played X-Ross.
X-Ross aware of this, Baby Bay. Everything out of their grasp, but cannot take the round, cannot take G2 up to 12. He narrowly escapes. And Nongshim hold on by a thread, denying that map point.
Yeah, but it's Ivy again. He just, this time, a little bit pacier with this lurk up through mid, catches Leaf off guard. That allows the neural theft to be invested.
Anything that works for you.
That he's trying to use the Seekers against G2
I have respect to you, Klurge, for Jinx.
He clears the first, the second 2 aren't locked into him.
पहले के लिए frost hold करना चाहिए था.
Regardless.
And share your story for a chance to win.
Chance to win what?
Bro, anything but a good replay.
What do you want to win?
Anything but a good replay.
Yeah? You already have a car. What are you're greedy.
Yeah,
Wow.
well, what about second car?
I don't have a car. Can I have your car?
Sure.
Sweet.
Well, for now, similar scenes here from Nongshim, just keeping everybody stacked over onto the A side of the map. Ivy this time, however, exploration up into B main.
High-low could be really annoying.
Oh, they're going to go for the push now. The drone going to be coming out, and Jogamo wanted to try to get this punish here, but Dambi just slides across. Smooth Criminal with a stinger is able to find that kill. Baby Bane
the timing!
right before he would have had contact on Ivy. Spots him
Boy,
out.
Mara Baby Bay.
Be able to take down the enemy Cypher.
Nick of an angle.
Trying to push forward, but Trent is instantaneous with the punish.
Trent masterclass.
Shuts down 3. And G2 now, one more round to go. To push us the distance.
Yeah, they're a good duo, bro. That's why.
Series over to Split.
Yeah, I mean, again, you have so many tools in your back pocket here as G2. Even if you lose Jogamo on that initial attempt.
Wow. ये लोग क्या machine gun जैसे shoot किए ना दोनों players.
Just hold the line again, double up for G2, and they're able to find a huge multi-kill.
Pansy goated है. Number
time
one.
it was Trent.
VCT caster अगर tier list बनाई जाए तो Achilles और Paper Thin duo good. Pansy goated. Pansy और Hypok goated.
You're scraping the bottom of the barrel at the moment. You look at the cash here.
और बाकी
There's not
सबका तो
really
मेरे को
much
पता
to
ही
speak of for Nongshim. Bankrupted by G2. They've only been able to find.
अबे ये लोग तो गरीब हो गए बेचार. पैसे ही नहीं है. टाइम आउट क्यों ले रहे हैं फिर? खत्म करो ये अब.
You know, Stinger Sheriffs, that's about it.
Yeah. It is
less than ideal, क्योंकि वो ना दोनों का ये है. दोनों एक ही पेरेंट कंपनी के अंडर आते हैं ना. तो वो दोनों का ये है. तो जो क्लब पॉइंट्स होंगे ना, ये इसमें ऐसा होगा कि तुम अलग-अलग गेम्स, अलग-अलग टाइटल्स में जीतोगे ना, तो क्लब पॉइंट्स होते हैं AWC में. तो वो साथ में मिलेंगे.
Well identify that Nongshim doesn't feel comfortable to hold B. None of their post plants over there have worked, so it kind of has to be A. And so, if that's the case, then throw that strong side player over there, try to hold the line, and it's worked pretty damn well. And again, all you have is the paranoia. Clear some of those angles in the relay.
Exactly. भाई वो तो साल का highlight होना चाहिए.
Round's pretty much yours.
And Baby's going to be so favored here. Okay, Sean not going to register, but Stinger at that range also not going to be able to find too much.
Up your game, Unc.
2 sources of healing to put it back up to full. And Jarmo, okay, that's not a timing. Going to be able to find RB. He wants to end this one. As Leaf, Johnny on the spot is ready for the punish. Jarmo on the repeat, takes down X-Ross.
Baby, आगा shot.
Truly come off.
Ace. अरे एस करने दो ना उसको पेशरम लोग.
Let's speed it up. Let's get into map 3.
साथ तेरा हो रहा है, एस तो करने दो उसको.
It's a dominant display at the hands of G2 Esports. And once again, they will square off against Nongshim. A final map, a third map in a series on Split.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to be so thrilled here to see this from G2. Going back to some of their comfort agents. Really like the theory. You don't see a lot of Sky on Sunset. I felt like that had a ton of impact here.
अरे भाई तो गेम बजा दिया अबे नोंगशिम का.
जॉब चल गया ना भाई. जॉब नहीं चलता ना. भाई खेला है भाई. ऐसे ही रोल खिलाओ ना जो अच्छे सेट करते हैं सबको अपने अपने.
भाई हैदराबाद जॉगम को एस नहीं दिया है. जलते हैं लोग कि जॉगम के घर में एक मिक्सी नहीं आएगी. ब्रो अभी जॉगम एक मिक्सी लेके आता ना.
अबे सही में ऐसे रिवॉर्ड्स है क्या?
अबे नहीं ऐसी बनाया यार मैंने. कल कोई मेरे से पूछा भाई एस करने पे क्या मिलता है, तो मैंने बोला एक मिक्सी देते हैं उनको. 2 करे तो माइक्रोवेव, 6 पे वॉशिंग मशीन है.
Might be a little bit better as it was a great showing there by G2. They get the job done.
नहीं चाहते थे भाई ये लोग.
Noodle boys here and tie up 1-1. Nongshim Red Force and G2.
लमीली यमाल लक्ष्मी अम्मा. अभी ये वाली तो स्ट्रीम ही खत्म हो गई चैट. बचा क्या? टाइम फॉर सम ट्विटर. 10 पे क्लर्ज किया. यार अरे वैलोरेंट भाई चैट मेरे ट्विटर फीड में से वैलोरेंट गायब हो जाता है यार. दो चीज किसी और चीज की देख लेता हूं ना. ये देखो नंगे मर्द क्यों आ रहे हैं मेरी ट्विटर फीड में ब्रो. अरे वैलोरेंट देखता हूँ मैं, वैलोरेंट देखना ही नहीं है ट्विटर भाई, हगास ट्विटर, माँ कसम। ब्रो योर फेवरेट इन्फ्लुएंसर प्रॉब्ली हेट्स यू, बीच बॉय शुभ देखेंगे आओ।
मैंने इस वीडियो का टाइटल कुछ रखा होगा, पता नहीं क्या रखा होगा, बट ऐसा कुछ रखा होगा जो कुछ लोगों को ट्रिगर सा कर देगा, थोड़ा सा फ्लिंच या गंदी सी फीलिंग आएगी पढ़ के।
ओ चैट, मैं तुम लोगों को हेट नहीं करता, मैं तुम लोगों को हेट नहीं करता।
हुआ है किसी के साथ तो दैट्स नॉट गुड, आई हैव अ बैड न्यूज। ऐसा फील नहीं करना चाहिए तुम्हें। एक्चुअली तुम्हें उस चीज के बारे में केयर भी नहीं करना चाहिए। यू हैव योर ओन लाइफ, यू हैव योर ओन फ्रेंड्स, यू हैव योर ओन पीपल जिनके साथ तुम एक्चुअल में डे टू डे लाइफ गुजार रहे हो। आज थोड़ी सी बात कर लेते हैं पैरा सोशल लोगों के ऊपर, जो एक्चुअल में रियल में एग्जिस्ट करते हैं। उनको खुद भी नहीं पता होता कि दे आर इनटू अ पैरा सोशल रिलेशनशिप। लेमन लैंग्वेज में अगर थोड़ी सी बात करें तो तुम लोगों को इन्फ्लुएंसर से कुछ भी ज्यादा अटैच नहीं होना चाहिए। तुम लोगों को उनके वर्ड्स को बिल्कुल गॉड वर्ड्स की तरह ट्रीट नहीं करना चाहिए, या फिर
सेम
तुम्हारी खुद की सोच है, तुम्हारा खुद का दिमाग है, तुम्हारे खुद के ओपिनियंस होने चाहिए। डोंट डिपेंड ऑन एन इन्फ्लुएंसर्स ओपिनियन, या फिर हमेशा ये परवाह मत करो कि ओके ये एक टॉपिक है, इस पे मेरा फेवरेट इन्फ्लुएंसर का क्या ओपिनियन है, वो बहुत ज्यादा डिपेंड नहीं करता। नहीं। अब मैंने जब ये सारी बातें बोली तो कई लोग ये सोच रहे होंगे ये कॉमन नॉलेज है, लाइक ये बोलने की भी क्या जरूरत है, लाइक सबको पता है। नहीं पता, ये कॉमन नॉलेज नहीं है। कई लोगों को पता भी नहीं होता दे आर इनटू अ पैरासोशल ऑब्सेसिव रिलेशनशिप विद एन इन्फ्लुएंसर।
हटरा भाई, आर यू इन अ पैरासोशल ऑब्सेसिव, आर यू इन अ पैरासोशल ऑब्सेसिव रिलेशनशिप विद एन इन्फ्लुएंसर?
व्हाट आर यू सेइंग ब्रो?
हाँ,
क्या तू सिंपल भाषा में समझा सकता है?
पैरासोशल ऑब्सेसिव रिलेशनशिप, POR।
व्हाट्स पैरासोशल?
पैरासोशल मतलब जिसमें हम एक दूसरे से मिल नहीं रहे हैं।
अच्छा,
मतलब एग्जिस्टेंस नहीं जानते एक दूसरे की।
हाँ,
जैसे आप और आपके व्यूअर्स।
हाँ।
वैसे आप किसी के साथ हो?
हाँ।
किसके साथ?
किसी के साथ हो?
हाँ, ऐसा कोई
बात बता रहा है, एक्सप्लेन कर रहा है।
नहीं बता रहा हूँ।
मतलब
कि
सोशल मीडिया इन्फ्लुएंसर या व्यूअर? इन्फ्लुएंसर, ओके। ऐसा एक इन्फ्लुएंसर जिसको
जानते नहीं हो, आपके एग्जिस्टेंस के बारे में नहीं जानता है वो, और आप उसके
एग्जिस्टेंस के बारे में नहीं जानता,
और आप उसके ओपिनियन को गोटेड मानते हो। मतलब किसी भी चीज, मतलब कि जैसे मतलब कुछ हो गया तो ये उसके बारे में क्या बोलेगा।
ओके या ब्रो,
कौन है ऐसा कोई, मतलब डोंट नेम इट। तो आपके लिए एक वीडियो बनाई है, बीच बॉय शुभ ने, देख लेना।
या ब्रो,
जब तक लाइक कोई बाहर से कोई फोर्स,
गेमर्स बिगेस्ट फैन ब्रो,
बताता नहीं है ये चीज।
टेक्नो गेमर से तो हम मिले हुए हैं, टेक्नो गेमर्स के साथ तो हमने पूल में वॉलीबॉल खेला है, तो वो तो जानता है अब।
ओह शिट, हाँ ना,
हाँ अब तो जानता है वो हमें।
ओह नो,
अब तो हमारी एग्जिस्टेंस के बारे में जानता है।
जब एक पर्सन बहुत ज्यादा डिफेंसिव और ऑफेंसिव चला जाता है फॉर अ पर्सन जिसको वो सिर्फ ऑनलाइन कंज्यूम करता है, ओके ये थोड़ा सा वियर्ड वे है कहने का, सिर्फ ऑनलाइन देखा है उसने, सिर्फ ऑनलाइन पर्सोना से, यू नो आई मीन बेसिकली वो रियल लाइफ में नहीं जानता उस बंदे को, उसने सिर्फ ऑनलाइन वीडियोस वगैरह देखी एंड ही गॉट अटैच्ड और शी गॉट अटैच्ड, और उनको फिर फील होने लगता है कि ओके आई नो दिस पर्सन, इसके बारे में मुझे सब कुछ पता है। ऑल्सो वी आर जस्ट टॉकिंग हियर, ठीक है, हम सिर्फ बातचीत कर रहे हैं, मैं कोई साइकोलॉजिस्ट या फिलोसॉफिकल या कोई ऐसा बंदा तो हूं नहीं, वी आर जस्ट टॉकिंग। क्या मैं किसी पैरासोशल रिलेशनशिप में हूं इस टाइम पे?
ओए चैट, किक पे प्रेडिक्शन लगा रहा हूं।
कभी यू डोंट इवन नो। और ऐसा नहीं है कि ये चीज बहुत ही बुरी है, आई मीन इफ यू आर गेटिंग इन्फ्लुएंस्ड बाय समथिंग पॉजिटिव, वो पैरासोशल रिलेशनशिप अच्छी है। ओके, मेरा
जैसे मेरी और आपकी, बीबीएस भाई, जैसे मेरी और आपकी, यू एंड मी।
फेवरेट इन्फ्लुएंसर जो है वो ये बहुत अच्छा काम करता है, आई विल कॉपी हिम या फिर आई विल कॉपी हर, वो चीज बहुत बढ़िया है। आई थिंक मैंने बहुत सारे इन्फ्लुएंसर्स को देख के अपनी लाइफ में बहुत बदलाव किए हैं, बट ये प्रॉब्लमैटिक तभी होता है जब तुम एक्सट्रीम लेवल्स पे चले जाते हो। आई फील लाइक हर चीज में ऐसा ही है, नहीं, यू जस्ट हैव टू नो कि वो लेवल कहाँ पे है, लाइक कितना लाइन है, क्या मैं लाइन को क्रॉस कर रहा हूँ उस चीज को, वो हर चीज में ही है। इवन डाइट को ले लो, फूड को ले लो, हर चीज में एक लाइन है ना कि इससे ऊपर गए तो फिर नेगेटिव इफेक्ट पड़ता है, वही चीज है। ओके, मैं अपनी ट्रेन से भटकना नहीं चाहता, मैं कुछ कोल्ड हार्ड और बहुत ही डिसअपॉइंट करने वाले फैक्ट्स थोड़े से रखने वाला था, जो अगेन बहुत ही कॉमन सेंस और कॉमन नॉलेज वाली बात है, लेकिन भाई ओनली इफ यू आर अवेयर ऑफ दिस। जैसे कि तुम्हारा फेवरेट इन्फ्लुएंसर तुम्हारा फ्रेंड नहीं है, ही और शी इज नॉट योर फैमिली, तुम शायद उन्हें अपना फैमिली मेंबर मानते हो, तुम बहुत क्लोज टू।
हर्ष भाई, तुम और मैं दोस्त नहीं है, और तुम और मैं फैमिली भी नहीं है, ठीक है?
योर हार्ट है वो तुम्हारे, बट he or she doesn't know you. उनके लिए तुम एक random stranger हो. They don't want to add you as a friend on their Steam profile or Epic Launcher profile or whatever. They don't want to follow you on Instagram. They don't want to have a private chat session with you on Instagram या audio call या video call या फिर वो तुम तुम्हें अपने घर पर इनवाइट नहीं कर रहे हैं, तुम्हें गलत फहमी है।
ओए मैं तुम लोग को कर रहा हूँ, ओए मैं तुम लोग को कर रहा हूँ इनवाइट। मैं नहीं हूँ ऐसा, मैं नहीं हूँ ऐसा। तुम आओ मेरे घर किसी भी दिन खाने पे, मैं बना के खिलाऊंगा, मैं बना के खिलाऊंगा प्राइवेट। पर मैं बात कर रहा था कि प्राइवेट चैट और वीडियो कॉल की। नॉट गोना लाई ब्रो, नॉट गोना लाई, मैं तो करता हूँ चैट। अगर तुम मेरे इंस्टाग्राम डीएम्स जाके देखो तो मैं तो करता हूँ प्राइवेटली बात यार। बीबीएस भाई मतलब मैं अलग हूँ, है ना? मतलब बहुतों से नहीं किया होगा, पर बहुत सारे जो करते हैं रेगुलरली टेक्स्ट करते हैं मेरे को कभी, तो मैं देख लेता हूँ जाके। मतलब मैं अच्छा आदमी हुआ ना बीबीएस भाई।
कार नंबर से, उनके इधर उधर व्लॉग से, कहीं बैकग्राउंड में कुछ दिख गया वहां से उनके एड्रेसेस और फोन नंबर निकालना बंद करो। दे डोंट वांट टू टॉक टू यू, दे डोंट वांट टू मीट यू अनलेस इट्स अ फैन मीटअप, या उन्होंने खुद ऑर्गेनाइज किया है कुछ, या फिर
आई वांट टू चैट, आई वांट टू मीट ईच एंड एवरी वन ऑफ यू, ईच एंड एवरी वन ऑफ यू। एनी डे आई सी यू, आई विल मीट यू एंड मे बी किस यू if you want that.
आउटसाइड कभी ऐसे ही चलते ही नहीं, वो तुम्हें अपने घर पे नहीं बुला रहे, नहीं उनके व्लॉग
मैं बुलाया
व्लॉग से उनकी गलियां पहचान के उनके घर पे जाना बंद करो। दे डोंट वांट यू देयर। अगर ये सारी बातें सुन के तुम्हें थोड़ा सा फ्लिंच हुआ है अंदर से, या फिर तुम थोड़ा सा हिल गए हो, या फिर तुम्हें थोड़ा सा बुरा सा फील हो रहा है अंदर ही अंदर, या फिर तुम्हें मेरे पे थोड़ा सा एंगर सा आ रहा है कि There is a problem, तुम्हें ऐसा फील नहीं होना चाहिए।
तुम लोगों को हो रहा है फील वैसा? तुम लोगों को वैसा फील हो रहा है? तुम लोगों को ऐसा फील हो रहा है? नहीं ब्रो, आई एम फॉर यू, आई एम फॉर द स्ट्रीट, आई एम फॉर माय पीपल।
कि इन सब
कॉन्टेक्स्ट समझ गया विंटर
में ना कोई इन्फ्लुएंसर खुद नहीं बोलता, वो लोग क्लियरली किसी को हर्ट नहीं करना चाहते। एंड इट्स नॉट लाइक मैं निकला हूं आज लोगों को हर्ट करने के लिए। बट ये जो मैंने एक्सटर्नल फोर्स की बात करी थी ना, ये उस टाइप की वीडियो है, ये जरूरी है डिल्यूजन से बाहर निकालने के लिए। जो फेक फैंटेसी वर्ल्ड में जी रहे होते हैं लोग, उनसे थोड़ा सा खींचने के लिए कि ज्यादा अंदर मत जाओ, थोड़ा बहुत ठीक है पर ज्यादा नहीं। आई नो कई लोग इस वीडियो को देखते देखते सोच रहे होंगे कि ऐसा कौन करता है। आई मीन कम ऑन, इतना तो एक्सट्रीम लेवल है, ये तो बहुत नहीं, इतना डेल्यूलू में कौन है वगैरह वगैरह।
G2 वर्सेस G-Live का एलिमिनेशन
इट्स जस्ट कि तुम लोगों ने
लास्ट टाइम नहीं पहला गेम था लास्ट टाइम नहीं, ये बार होगा पर पक्का।
उस वे में कभी देखा नहीं इंटरनेट को।
नहीं, दोनों टीम लास्ट टाइम जब स्प्लिट खेली थी तो वन साइड मतलब सॉरी ओवर टाइम गया था, बहुत लंबा।
पैरा सोशल रिलेशनशिप तुम्हारी रही नहीं, या फिर सबकॉन्शियसली रहती भी है बट रियलाइज नहीं करते तुम, लेकिन वो इतने छोटे लेवल पे होती है कि वो हार्म नहीं पहुंचाती रियल लाइफ में। वो डेल्यूलू वर्ल्ड में चले जाते हैं, वो फैंटेसी अपनी ही चल रही होती है माइंड में कुछ, और वो बहुत ही हार्मफुल है तुम्हारी खुद की लाइफ के लिए। द टाइटल ऑफ दिस वीडियो विल प्रोबेबली बी अ क्लिक बेट। वो हो सकता है रियल ना हो, ठीक है, 100% लेने की जरूरत नहीं है उसे। अगर तुम्हें हर्ट पहुंच रहा है वो चीज को पढ़े,
चैट मैं नहीं हूं ऐसा
के या सुन के या जो भी है, बट एक लेवल पे थोड़ा सा अवेयर हो जाना। इफ यू आर ऑब्सेस्ड विद समवन ऑनलाइन, वो बहुत
मेरी चैट नहीं है मेरे से ऑब्सेस्ड।
बहुत हेल्दी है वो। और ऑब्वियसली ये बातें सिर्फ इन्फ्लुएंसर्स के लिए नहीं है, सेलिब्रिटीज, एक्टर्स या जो भी है।
फॉर दिस पर्सन एनीथिंग
जितने भी लोग हैं, जितने भी ऐसे प्रोफेशंस हैं, पॉलिटिशियंस, एक जो और बहुत गलत फहमी मैंने देखी है लोगों के मन में, जब भी मैं ऐसे बात कर रहा होता हूं तो मैं कभी कभी रियलाइज करता हूं कि लोग ना ये बहुत सोचते हैं ऑनलाइन किसी बंदे को देख के कि अब मैं इसके बारे में सब कुछ जानता हूं, लाइक मुझे पता है ये कैसे ऑपरेट करता है। वो उस बंदे को ना रियल लाइफ में बिल्कुल वैसा ही समझते हैं। वो ये बिल्कुल नहीं सोचते कि मे बी ये बंदा एक कैरेक्टर प्ले कर रहा है ऑनलाइन। आई थिंक पीपल हैव टू अंडरस्टैंड कि ऑनलाइन जिस बंदे को वो देख रहे हैं ना, हो सकता है रियल लाइफ में कंप्लीटली डिफरेंट बंदा हो। ये लाइन सुनी है ना, नेवर मीट योर हीरोज।
हर्ष भाई है, नॉट गॉना लाई, हर्ष भाई है ब्रो, he was completely different chat, he is completely different।
ये सुनी है बिकॉज जो फैंटेसी वर्ल्ड में तुमने एक इमेज बनाई,
वो बंदा पूरी गोवा ट्रिप मेरे को एक वर्ड बोला है, एक गंदे से शब्द से रेफर किया है, गंदे से शब्द से पूरे ट्रिप स्पैम किया है, इतना गंदा शब्द वर्ड यूज किया उसने मेरे लिए।
Jogamo was playing on the Neon. Maybe he feels more comfortable in the race, and after the nerf and everything, I think that Jogamo is a brilliant race. So I'm not worried about that.
छी हर्ष भाई, छी आथू है तुम पे। मैंने उनको बोला ब्रो, अगर दम है तो स्ट्रीम पे बोलो मेरे को, ये दम है तो स्ट्रीम पे बोलो।
Explosive here on Split.
Yeah, whether it goes slow
बोलो,
or fast,
स्ट्रीम पे बोलो ना दम है तो।
going to be loud as we
ऑन स्ट्रीम मुंह बंद हो जाता है, हाँ? ऑन स्ट्रीम नहीं निकलता मुंह से ये सब, ऑफ स्ट्रीम गंदी गंदी बातें।
And Nongshim Red Force 1-1 into our final match number 3. Let's send it on over to Achilles and
अब उस टिर्री को मैं टिर्री बुलाऊंगा। देखो अब पिस्टल राउंड की मैंने लगा दी ऑलरेडी, और लास्ट मैप चैट और 10K सुपर चैट करके हर साल। अब हर्ष भाई का व्लॉग देखना था चैट, व्लॉग नहीं देखे।
These are the questions that we are asking that can only be answered by these squads once they get into the lobby।
भाई बीबीएस भाई बोले कि कोई बंदा ऑनलाइन एक कैरेक्टर प्ले करता है और वो आईआरएल वैसा नहीं होता, तो मेरे को दिमाग में तुरंत एक नाम याद आया। क्या आपको भी वही आता है? हैदराबाद नहीं है शायद, हैदराबाद जैसे ऑन स्ट्रीम में वैसे आईआरएल है चैट, नॉट गॉना लाई ब्रो, इज द गाय, आईआरएल द गाय।
We're getting the better of them overall. It is a very different setup.
Like I love him
in a lot of ways. I mean, you got Xros on the duelist now, Francis over on the fade. So they're going to swap roles. Maybe Ivy on that fight again.
एक मैच अच्छा खेल के ये ऐसा करना।
वो हैदराबाद सुनो
बोलो।
बीबीएस भाई बोले कि जो क्रिएटर्स होते हैं वो ऑनलाइन एक कैरेक्टर प्ले करते हैं और आईआरएल वैसे नहीं होते। आप तो एकदम वैसे ही हो यार।
पर मैं क्रिएटर नहीं, मैं लाइव स्ट्रीमर हूं ना भाई।
हाँ, पर एक आदमी है जो वैसा नहीं है, जो मेरे को बहुत गंदे शब्द से बुला रहा था हैदराबाद भाई पूरी ट्रिप में। आपने भी सुना हैदराबाद भाई, आई नीड जस्टिस हैदराबाद भाई।
हम जो वो करते हैं उस आदमी के साथ, वो भी तो फिर फेयर है,
पर वो बहुत गंदी चीजें बोलता है। ओ जीटू जीत गई।
Ivy and Francis to try to peel back anything they can get in a 2v5, but it feels like G2
बेल्ट मारे
साला। Win in a row from Sunset now in a split.
फेयर है, उसके लिए भी मार खाना फेयर है। टिर्री साला।
America squad very much waking up.
अरे चैट प्रेडिक्शन लगाई थी आपने।
Swing in Ivy, good for the one, but nothing more. Not much of a dent put into G2 here as they take the opening
pistol तो ले गई G2।
Yeah, again a lot of sparse fights.
First to 8 rounds कर रहा हूँ, ठीक है? First to 8 rounds.
You're not even really trying to take fights in some of these positions necessarily, but
reaction video soon.
You get one tapped off the rip.
Now one day, bro,
kind of screw up a Phoenix
we should do a raw video
that leaves Dombi not able to scale the space and maybe get in a little bit quicker and deeper like you'd hope. Things just aren't going so good. For Nongshim there, that one looked a little bit not so well rehearsed in some ways, whereas G2 looking very, very sharp again, finding themselves their third pistol in a row. And it's a couple Spectres, Bulldog, Baby Bay with just a Bandit, Leaf with just a Ghost.
defense चालू की है.
So this is a round where You're very content to lose 2 players, assuming you can get.
Oh, सब लोग मेरा crosshair copy क्यों कर रहे हैं chat?
Nongshim had gamble stacked more or less on the other side of the map.
Literally everyone.
Gave up the long B
ये crosshair device का था, पता है device? Astralis device. उसका crosshair है ये.
Any attempt to just die to the spike or thwart this retake, and here they go.
You guys are copying, bro.
Paranoia not going to be connecting on anyone there. Swing out over the Raptors, curveball forward into the smoke.
Valorant को कहाँ से वो?
Be able to find that kill on a Valorant.
Holy shit! ये कौन निकाल गए?
Already on for the defuse. Downbeat just bouncing back into the throw, completely ignoring these players here. In diffuser. They will be able to find one. Diffuse going to be interrupted, but Ivy having a kill, having to reload. And Nongshim Red Force.
ये क्यों निकाल दिए?
Right back into it, tie it up 1-1.
Not a fan.
Okay, take it all back. That was really well rehearsed. That was some crazy good thought going into that.
Hi, GNV Hunter.
Ross, the big opener into the can that was G2's post plant. And then it's just Dombi doing what he does best.
Dombi
running at you. Just a classic. And he's getting the job done.
देख रहे हो भाई ये back and forth ही जाएगा.
Seemingly how much you nerf.
ऐसी जाने वाला है.
The agent, you nerf the shotguns. Dombi is still
Leaf बहुत अच्छा खेलता है ये मैप.
Oh yeah. G2 now looking to try to replicate some of that magic we just saw. They do have a Vandal and a Sheriff behind this. Saturate going to be connecting on the Dombi, but no real way to try to push off of that one, nor is there anyone behind it. It's an attempt at a bit of a fake here, if not just for a pick. Bay comes away empty-handed. Meanwhile, X-Ross going to be able to find the 2 kills here. The Paranoia just far too late from Valen to escort these players in safely. Relief dead. Vandal can be connected in IV. Okay, does register.
Sound दिया उसने.
Still is going to be taken down. Valen
2v3.
Full HP now with a shout. Baby Bay with this bandit.
Now you got to be real
way through vents.
Real careful as Nongshim.
Valent smart खेल रहा है, बहुत smart खेल रहा है Valent. बस नीचे expect कर Valent, तू बहुत smart खेल रहा है, शाना जैसे खेल रहा है. निकाल लिया.
Spot out. X-Ross.
हक दिया ना माँ कसम.
Kill found, and it looks like RB with the right read, staring exactly where he needs to, but not
quite getting the shots that
he needs to. So this still ends up being very costly for Nongshim, but as the swing comes in, Downbeat will be able to find the kill, gets the weapon upgrade off the Spectre, and Nongshim will establish a 1-round lead.
आपको क्या बताऊँ? नहीं बताऊँगा.
It gets a little too uncomfortable for Nongshim after just a really great hold from X-Ross.
What do you all think? कौन जीतेगा? Pull लगा रहा हो pull.
Just gonna stand there. Gets the first cleanly, second to follow up, but that dropped gun in mid causes a whole bunch of problems because they really don't want to fork that over. Don't want to give them any opportunities in a post plant to dig in. Even though it's a good read from RB, he's not really able to be sharp with the shots where Baby Bay was.
8K से ऊपर नहीं रख सकते किक पे.
Nobody home from Nongshim.
Oh, counter spam though. Look at Baby Bay's health.
था कोई event सचमित भाई.
Attack to 16, so frankly, is going to be lucky to be alive.
Oh, Baby Bay is low.
Boombot with no scalp.
Heal जाएगा.
Some pause. Dombi.
Jogamo का. अरे.
Showing. It's going to be Jogamo.
1 second wait करता तो head track कर सकता था उसका Jogamo. वो और चाहिए रहेगा उनको.
I think Dombi's a little lucky that he didn't take a lot more damage there. He gave Jog a pretty good opportunity on that angle, but.
Oh no. Look at this. Speaking of no, it's absolutely squandered. Some damage found, yes, and Ivy will be able to find Jaw on the back end. The real fortunate part Nongshim at the end is that Trent can't heal himself back up. He should have had him absolutely dead. Ramp now going to be taken. They haven't firm control here for G2. 40 seconds remaining, can still go for a pivot as well if they want.
Well, they've conceded some of this space over towards top A, and
oh, hello.
Leaf in trouble. Oh, gets around the corner, but getting spammed through.
Pushed out a little bit more into the open. Run it back now, going to be popped. X-Ross looking for that moment to strike, and he is able to find it. Baby Bay going to be taken down. Francis out from alley. Intercepting Trent, putting the spike down on the floor. Trying to the wide swing with the 2 players on the opposite side. As Valen will fall and is now down to Leaf.
15 seconds.
Blazewall does allow for him to recollect this spike. Reads the re-wrap from Ivy, has the headshot.
7 seconds.
But Leaf is running out of time. He has to commit to this, and it's going to be in the open. I think he's got it by about 0.05.
Oh, he got time.
He'll be able to get that one in play. way that Xros pulls back from that angle, I think he thought that the time was gone, but now he has to try to play this out in a 1v1.
Time calculation left right हो गया. भाई लीफ कितना प्यारा reposition किया है. He doesn't need to do anything, bro. What are you doing, Leaf? What are you doing? Oh my God!
Able to find that third. Spare their blushes. But damn, how close was that? Leaf put him through the ringer, but it's still going to be Nongshim maintaining.
ऐसा क्यों swing करेगा भाई वो फालतू का?
Been talking a lot today about Ivy.
Backside plant है, खेल कोने में चुपचाप से वो तेरे को swing करेगा.
Able to hold the line in a couple different important moments after some mechanical whoopsies. Don't like that wide swing from Francis.
Info needed Thani बिल्कुल needed नहीं था info.
Not even considering that Leaf could have peeled back there. I think they thought when they heard that tap that he's already on the other side of that box, going for the default plant, but was not the case at all. Leaf
after sorry. Nongshim, W Nongshim.
Trying to quick clear the haunt.
Eco round आ गया.
The flash out just to make sure nobody's trying to scale through mid. Seen this a couple times from Nongshim, so have to be pretty cautious about that. Paranoia not going to be used just yet. Oh boy!
Again on Struggle Street. And
what, baby?
Able to catch him. That's going to be a weapon likely able to be recovered, but Xros will be able to shut down.
Ooh, good mid fight. Good mid push.
Xros with the reposition, but Valen with the read spams out the stinger, able to connect.
ये स्मोक में बीटी होने वाला है.
Nice. The transfer. Wow. Barely scraping by with any health.
Nice यार, well played यार Nongshim.
Stinger got in his own right, still not going to be able to find that kill, so will end up falling as Nongshim.
अंदर के तड़ता वो जिडवन भारी आ जाता है थ्रू देख के.
Still again some individual
भाई वो क्या प्ले था यार लीफ भाई क्या यार.
Big time and G2 able to find some
obvious चीज थी यार लीफ भाई. Obvious चीज.
But they can't convert enough because somebody steps up in the back
line,
like, Nongshim. And again,
they do that
to me, chat. So fearsome.
Sometimes
is you have a lot of really talented players behind those duelists. Francis and Ivy, incredible when they're on. There's been a little bit of shakiness here and there, but right there, Francis able to bounce back after a rough previous round. Trent gets lit the heck up. Ivy dead. Look at Leaf. He's all the way over on A.
He's lit up. It's just the decay. Having him in position. Now right as rain. Like you said. Good kill from Leaf. Is Dami trying to isolate.
Nah. Leaf आया. Fight lane.
Even if he had, Leaf would have been right there. Get that trade back into their favor. Flash sent. Side plant now. Going for safety. Smoke on the main, but Valen still able to play in front of that one. Xros strafing forward. Leaf looking for the immediate challenge. It's going to be lobbed in the corner. That can be avoided. It's all a quick consideration on that pit, but it looks like Leaf just going to be opting to try to hold that one for now. As yes, they will be able to overwhelm them and whittle this down to just Francis remaining. Swing out. Francis good for one, but nothing more. Now able to rally back.
ट्रेंटर ने नीचे देखा फिर ऊपर देखने लग गया. छोड़ो कोई काम का नहीं है.
Great work again by Leaf.
You have to bring a few choices to do Oxy.
Great reads
any
at
day.
times.
Oxy.
I was so impressed with his Sage play.
Jogamo replacement.
Here on the Viper. Gets that opening kill and then immediately starts scaling
Jogamo
forward.
का role switch.
And just goes, guys, it's open. They're not going to be able to get here in time. You have a huge advantage. And the best part about that, you only have to invest one of the ults. Leaf held on to that pit, so he's going to have it available potentially for this round. They can get there. Just use those Seekers to really confirm. G2. Oh, okay.
Break up that. The conversion path's going to be sent. Ivy to be caught. Trying to tuck back behind this box, and Baby Bay eventually will find him.
Nice, yaar. We will shoot kar rahe.
Dead, but fast on their heels is all of Nongshim. This is all 4 players. Corralled around into garage as the pit goes out towards Alley. Baby Bay going to be taking that first contact as RP will be able to take him down. Xros with the ult in play. Wins the fight versus Valen. Nongshim now get ready to storm their way forward onto the site, and Trent and Alley is going to be caught. Leap now zoned a world away. Having to rescale, but the Seas will connect. The spam able to find him. Dambi shuts it down, drops the pit. As Xros will drop Jogamo. Nongshim now up 5-2. Similar scenes on both of these maps where the team comes out swinging. They take that, they allow for their opponent to take that one step forward, and then they shove them back by 3.
Well, this is just an unbelievably explosive retake. Ivy just in an awful position. But that's a huge win there off the rip of his ult from X-Ross. The fact that he's able to get that opening duel allows him to keep creating space.
X-Ross shoot kar raha hai, bro.
That pit that should be a safety net for you becomes a prison. And they just get absolutely bullied out of it. That was electric coordination.
Presence confirmed here in the mid. Valorant able to backpedal. Dodging any punish. But now Nongshim quickly making the call to try to pivot across towards this A site. Watch confirms that
खाली साइड छोड़ रहे हो लोग ये पे
heaven as well.
हीरो वैंडल बाई की है अभी भी मैंने अच्छा नहीं लीफ पे भी है हीरोइन वैंडल मतलब
and they hold it with the weaker buy. Jogamo going to be forced
crossing a cheer.
Oh, don't be! Jogamo comes out on top. Leaf is found too. Baby gets one as well. And now suddenly in the blink of an eye, it is just Ivy.
What? किसने मारा दो बे?
Finds the first, but needs so much more. Reclearing the heaven, he will just abandon the hope of a clutch. Will back away, and G2 will find a massive, monstrous round win to get up to 3.
Yeah, they're
shit,
able to just punch right back.
Round दिखाई रहा भाई?
I mean, this time Nongshim tries to go for a more spread retake, trying to clear some space over at the bottom of the ramp, and Leaf is tucked in.
क्या हो रहा भाई?
Having none of it.
देखा क्या हुआ?
He got 2 kills there, and it's just a
इको राउंड निकाल लिए बे और डाम्बी की गोलियां किधर किधर गई?
Everything you needed from G2.
अरे तो स्टन में भी गोली कितनी अलता भलता गई इसकी देखे?
It's
absolutely lights out.
Nah, bro.
Players carrying weapons in.
अरे वो सैचल कर दिया मर जाता है
भाई वो
doing wonders for Jogamo to win out that fight to stay alive.
Lee.
You gotta be
Oxy inspired Trent Valen Leaf. Wow. Chat बताओ Oxy inspired Trent Valen Leaf. 10 on 10 team है कि नहीं बताओ?
Just give him enough time.
10 on 10 team हो गई भाई ये तो.
So quick. Get into those
11 on 10 maybe.
Post plants where they know what they need to do. Their
all-time favorite lineup. All-time favorite lineup has to be Madrid Sentinels.
Goes for the C's there. Does catch on to Baby Bay, but no punish available.
Hey, not running a raise. Molly's already been expended. Some pot shots attempted through this Viper wall in mid, but otherwise nothing to be found. No one taking a lick of damage on either side.
Buy देखो last buy है इनका नहीं
Hungry Nongshim
Ivy के पास बहुत पैसा है डाम्बी के पास है ult है ठीक है लाइट बाय करेंगे next अगर ये हारे तो
actually overstack here. Francis has to start backpedaling.
Maybe Bay can push this issue because he has that refract.
2 of them are towards A.
Just let that one expire.
डाम्बी अभी CT आ रहा है अकेला एक B पे छोड़ा लीफ को रैम्प्स मिला है लीफ ने मल्टीपल टाइम सिटी वॉक अप करने का ट्राई किया तो इसलिए लोग उसको एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हैं स्क्रीन्स या मे बी वो इनसाइड है वो
painting pictures around each other, and finally we'll have our first little bit there as Francis. Let's just end up eating one bullet. Meanwhile, the spike's starting to get ushered up into A main.
His Jog's already down to his last clip.
DP check, but Jogamo with a backstab, just continuing to scale. Intercepts X-Ross, finds that elimination. Dambi here though, they're trying to hold this.
Hey, look, you're not Prime Fanatic.
Gone away from them. This has just been such a heavy investment.
Shot,
up and over the top. Eventually going to be able to find Dambi. The plant now going to be coming through. Jogamo finds Ivy, and they can stick this. Very much limit testing here, RG2, but they're getting away with it as RB. Finding Jogamo. Able to win out that fight. But now he's got to do it all. Swing out of this.
Oh, what?
RB has had such
holy snap!
This whole series through. But what a time to come alive!
Oh, Kasam!
I mean, there has been some of the nastiest spray transfers today from
DRX RB.
So from Ivy earlier this time, it's RB's turn. I thought this was
snap bhai.
I mean, you get the backstab, you get the sight, you get the clear, you get the pit out of Ivy, you take him down. This looked like it could be a backbreaker for Nongshim. A complete change of momentum, but RB.
Clean, my son.
That is one of his best. And we've seen a lot of good ones from him over the years.
Holy shit.
Insane. That's one of those ones that if you're G2 again, you're going to be kicking yourself so much over. More so than Ivy's clutches on Sunset. Can they recover from here? Nongshim now up to 6. The entry again. Attempted from Baby Bay. Has to take the refract out instantly. RB just
multiple times यही चीज किया है.
Otherwise, no worse for wear.
I love here for RB that he's like, I'm going to make sure I have the paranoia in hand on this B execute this time. Because last time I got caught trying to swap and Baby Bay did me in. This time he plays it much more disciplined. Again, you clear that dog, but G2 is just sending that more to keep attention onto that side and to see if they can get an isolated fight. Xross is going to slide over. Ooh, that got dangerous.
Man, it really did, but RB still going to be good for 1. Looks for a little bit more, cannot find it. It looks like, again, that buy from G2 might just be bearing fruit.
3v2?
Weapons now going to be recovered. The heels pushed out. Jogamo back up towards full, but now taken down. Ivy from on high, able to find that kill. Let's slide in.
No, what?
We'll get it done. Barrel stuck for the transfer.
Bro!
Narrowly scrapes by. Nongshim now securing a lead and looking to balloon it up.
God, again, another frustrating one. It looked like G2 might have been able to shrug off that previous clutch from RB. A really well-coordinated execute. Good crossfires available. But this time it's
दोनों के बीच में घुस के दे रहा है.
Gets the 2K treads trying to figure out where the hell
get ready for G2 versus XLG again.
Can't lock on in time.
कुछ भी round निकाल रहे हैं हाँ ना भाई.
Rounds like that. Sure, this one a little less egregious compared to the previous, but you absolutely.
The thing is, Klurge love Valent, so without Valent, G2 will not be G2 100%.
Settle down.
This has been slipping. You have to stop it.
I mean, at the very least, you got to find a way to
full on
take that confidence away from Nongshim and get in there as Josh and reinvigorate your team. Because those are 2 heartbreakers in a row.
They are on for it.
Shots to win a round. Put yourself in real good positions.
They're on for it.
Made some nice adjustments there, you know, compared to previously for G2. They kind of outplayed RB again. I mean, they've been doing a great job on whoever it is, RB or Ivy or whoever's trying to hold that B main execute entrance. They have completely knocked it out of the park by smothering them out of rounds. You know, at least at the very worst, getting trades. But even thinking back all the way to the pistol where they just took RB out in the very first bullet. The Haunt, not going to be clear.
यहाँ से बड़ा हाफ होगा एक 9-3.
Just opts to hide.
8-4 नहीं होगा एक बड़ा हाफ.
We'll be making a decent amount of noise.
है ना?
Sees again.
G2 भी shoot तो कर रही है.
Takes a refract back to Ron.
2 round individuals ने निकाले हैं.
Of course, you want to get that showstopper some value. Maybe could just lead with the Seekers.
There.
Then Jogamo's in a position where you can double blast pack up and punish right behind the cabbages.
Cabbages.
There we go.
There it is. 1-2. Prowler will be able to get the blind out though. Showstopper not going to be finding a
किसी को damage नहीं लगा. Same मेरे ऐसा. Same मेरे ऐसा.
Meanwhile, Xross scaling forward. It's going to be good for 1.
इतनी भसड़ में भी Xross एक मारता है.
Valen out from garage, able to find 1. It's Francis.
और कुछ कर लो, और कुछ कर लो ना बेबी बे, और कुछ कर लो, मार खड़े होके उसको सीधा.
However, will fall as Jogamo looks to spare their blushes. Just down B left in a 1v3. G2 should have this one wrapped up.
Would think this would be even more heartbreaking.
If it could happen 3 times in a row, yeah, I think that you'd just be mentally checked out. But G2 will be able to stabilize. 3 players surviving, going to be key this last round to carry over these weapons. Looking to make this a 7-5 half.
Did have to invest a lot of ults here, but I mean, I think that's exactly why Josh RT wanted to call that timeout to make sure that
लेते तो अभी G2 ने. अरे दिखाता नहीं पूरा इतना बड़ा ग्राफिक ना.
In their investment.
एक छोटा सा ग्राफिक आता है ना ऊपर अभी टाइम आउट था G2 का इसके पहले.
A lot of stingers here for Nongshim. So on top of getting that round, you also
4 stinger.
find Nongshim with no economy to speak of. Xross, the only one with a rifle, does have his ult as well. So run it back in play. No, G2 very much worried that maybe there might be a set idea off the initial start of the round here to maybe try to get that run it back to find some value, but instead, Nongshim going to keep it close to the vest. They too, with just those stingers, want to tuck in and try to find those close quarters fights.
High-low setup at a ramp, but will be abandoned. Ivy just going to be left on his lonesome. Leaf scaling in that direction.
Shot.
Phantom able to find Jogamo. Does a big punish as Leaf as well.
1000वीं बार ramp walk up.
Valorant now trying to TP in the back of sight, but here's RB, shuts that down. The up and over, the plant to the feet, the flash is going to be good, and Baby will find it. Run it back immediately, eliminated. Trent.
Good boy.
Snapping X-Ross back, is the molly going to be invested, disrupting the plant for now.
Ooh, good fragment.
So
fragment नहीं क्या बोलते हैं उसको?
Spike now in play.
वही जो भी है slow.
For Nongshim. With another gun recovered, now passed over into the hands of Dabi.
Fragment तो क्यों कनेक्ट होता है?
Just
and इसका home ground is pretty losing.
Heaven control here and
reload कर लेना. Oh, scream.
Backpedal. Here from Balin, trying to get to a safer spot.
Still मारा एक भाई.
With a third, the swarm out and Baby is looking for that transfer of his own, but X-Ross will deny.
ठीक है.
The diffuser come in and Nongshim set themselves up with a 4-round lead at the half.
It was a wild half to say the least, and if not for the heroics of a couple players, once again I find myself saying and believing that G2 should have a few more rounds.
Dhruv Vesti bhai, कोई बात नहीं मेरे
drop
भाई.
that anti-eco,
right?
And it really starts to unravel from there.
Nice यार, that's good speed.
I mean, the fact that you get 4
points लगाता हूँ तभी जीतता हूँ. हाँ.
Good in
मत
some
लगा
ways
कम
and
points,
bad
ज़्यादा
in
लगा.
others is G2 because yeah, like you're talking
Full
about
gamble.
you lose that eco, you lose a couple of those clutches.
All in, bro, all in.
But despite all that, you're still very much in this map. And you would think that, you know, G2 should be pretty damn solid.
बहुत सारे rounds से पूरे match में Nongshim के एक players ने पलटे हैं भाई.
That's a team that if
Team
their
play नहीं,
executes
एक
are on
players.
point, if their coordination is on point, sometimes if you don't have the perfect answers, it can be
पढ़ा
really
तो
tough.
होगा.
Now, I do like
But
a few of the
उसने
moments
शायद
I saw
adapt
with
कर
the
लिया उस
Waylay
चीज
and the
को.
Sky
बहुत
to
अच्छे से
really slow
adapt
down
किया.
some of those retakes. So you're going to need a lot more of that here on this defender side as G2.
This is one of those moments where a team that normally is so very unflappable that is able to recover starts to have those doubts. You've been in this position before. Granted, you know, a very tense moment, an opportunity to qualify into a grand final. The last time they played against Nongshim Red Force, but you got to this split and it got away from you. Having those thoughts seep back in, it could absolutely be their undoing.
The what ifs, absolutely.
G2 Faithful going to be looking and hoping, praying that they can get this pistol to open up their attacker side.
Well, and considering how well it's gone for America's, yeah, I know what you mean.
सब लगा दिए Nongshim पे, ये हुई ना
How
बात.
well so far EWC has gone
That's how
for
you do
America's
it,
against Pacific. I mean, you don't want to be the one left out of the party.
No, for sure. All needs to start from here. See if they can get right back into this. Another pistol, not dropping the anti-eco. G2 will be
5 teenagers versus 5 Unk.
Exactly what the G2
G2
fans
please win.
want
कितने
to
hard
be
break
seeing.
दोगे? कुछ hard break नहीं होना चाहिए अब तो. अब क्यों hard break हो रहा है भाई?
The jersey off yet? You better do so.
Yeah, just
they need everything they can
What?
get.
दिक्कत ही नहीं है
burn
hard
that
break.
thing, bro. In Nongshim, it's just gonna sneak underneath their noses here. I mean, they have a good read.
Ram fight लेने जा रहे हैं.
Oh,
कर.
Nambi still going to be going for the slide. Maybe that point blank shot, but they'll get pushed over.
Nice trade.
Meanwhile, Jogamo able to find X-Ross with 2 for 2. As it else looks to settle, but Jogamo
fight that,
a little bit
bro.
more, and he absolutely oversteps.
ठंड नहीं रखनी आती ना ठंड मत रखो.
Oh, damage suffered as well.
GG chat.
Fallon down to 15.
G2 versus XLG rematch.
With a bandit.
But he's got to do everything, it feels like. Maybe if he causes enough of a distraction, kills a couple players. Valorant.
भाई फ्रांसिस राउंड निकाल दिया यार.
Could collect something.
Well played, Francis.
Gun barrel, maybe not being registered there by Francis, but he'll just peek in, finds Valorant.
Wow.
Oh, it's instantaneous with the right click.
Titanic नहीं देख रहा.
Fade even further.
EWS में कोच को क्यों नहीं दिखाते? क्योंकि वो लोग ये सब चीजों को बुरा मानते हैं.
Their first pistol here on split, move up 9-4.
I'm already feeling a buy up here for G2. I think this is a great spot to grab some of those stingers and do what G2 does best. Put those to good use and catch your opponent maybe a little off guard. If they're not anticipating
मेरा
it,
एटीट्यूड नहीं चलता ऐसे.
I guess they're not going to go for it.
चलता है.
I would have loved to have seen
जब
it.
नसीब चलता है तो सब चलता है.
From the defender side, it's always all the more risky.
वो फेक कर रहा है भी पुश.
I'm right there with you. I think that
पूरी टीम पे स्टैक करी है उसने, बस एक फ्लैश करके फेक किया है पुश. नोंगशिम बोल रही हो कि हम कौले?
Already Nongshim, it's a pretty good read on what's going on the map. And even though Ivy might drop this Marshall, but his whole plan here is to just look for a little contact.
Okay, well, Ivy not going to be able to steady that hip fire, so Giacomo, it's a weapon back, and with their teammate falling, all of Nongshim are going to look to cluster on this side of the map. G2, though, want to try to re-explore mid, so they will be backpedaling a bit, but they are still very clustered on A.
Timing of this.
Stop vent killing out.
G2 was just going to hold the line on A, and Nongshim was going to walk into the beehive, but
भाई लोग 4 लोग मिड एक्सप्लोर करने गए. प्लांट भी नहीं होगा तो स्प्लिट हो गया. स्प्लिट.
The players now splitting, looking to be here through garage and B. The bad news about to be registered. Meanwhile, RB setting up a smoke, keeping eyes trained here towards the sewers position. The swing out. They will be able to mow them.
इधर ही राउंड खत्म, मैच खत्म. ये इको जीतना इकलौता सहारा रहता है इनके लिए.
One of the bandits as well going to be lost. Valen with a slow walk forward. Dombi just jiggling on the corner, gets the spot. Takes the fight, wins it.
भाई ये स्पेक्टर कितनी मस्त है यार.
Can he be with this Marshall? Needs to be clean. No, the bandit instead. We'll be able to take him down, but both have suffered damage. The time is starting to get away from them. This is really just a matter of can they find anything else. Jogamo needing to try to find something, but it's going to be RB with a 4K. This map is his. 10-4. Double digits now hit. Nongshim 3 rounds away from winning their opening series here at EWC.
I get a bit worried in the middle of this round for Nongshim, where off of losing,
yep. No Jonapi, no party. Yes, sir.
Actually,
that's true.
Just long enough to pivot over.
That's
100%
true.
That G2 instead thinks that they're going B for sure. Turns out to not be the case, but RB they're lucky to not take more damage. Only down to 86 health.
Number keys use करता हूँ Xavier भाई.
And it's Dombi maybe off to the races. Valen trying to deny.
बाबी नोंगशिम को 5-man push करना चाहिए सारे.
Just going to use the prowler and
G2 बहुत split खेलती है
get the look that they liked.
Heavy map open करके खेलती है.
Identified. Baby Bay.
Able to get out of there. The saturate is in. Ivy.
We'll मारा Ivy ने.
But meanwhile, lead back.
Slow में मारा Ivy ने भाई.
One of the big thorns in their side eliminated. RB still alive and well though.
Trent masterclass तो है.
I think Nongshim heard that.
Good as a beginner. Yeah, it's good. It's good. As a beginner, it's good.
So
try switching to 1-2-3 though.
Keep their eyes forward. Next, my goodness.
Swooping forward, doesn't have any util to try to go for the heal here. RB just tucked in alongside the smoke. If he goes pushing, Valorant could absolutely have him dead. Gonna start to scale up, but hasn't quite gotten that spot out yet. Now will do so. Paranoia gonna be sent, but only connects onto the enemy.
Time है अभी भी यार.
Looking to try to pass swing around this flank, but RB is already giving it some credence. He situates another smoke, but now turns off the angle. Fallon gonna be able to find the one. Jogamo now
1v2.
Cleans up the enemy omen.
RB there trying to sell a fake rotate. Little did he know.
All down to Francis here. Swing in.
What, man?
On. He's managed to isolate this down. A haunt available again here in a second. Swing out.
No, nice try.
Will be able to
Shit, क्या snap किया था bro.
Good lord. What a conversion attempt here from Nongshim. They get it so very close, but it will be G2 persevering for another round.
Yeah, this
G2G bhai bhai. एक मैप निकाला है
navigate for G2, and they do a pretty good job of it overall. Nongshim's trying to throw a lot of unusual ideas, and you have some, I guess I'll call them unfortunate moments where Ivy's able to get the kill onto the Baby Bay after being saturated.
Oh.
That right there, freaking nasty. But Trent's there.
Freaking nasty.
With a steady pair of hands to make sure that no more damage is done. And the other thing I was going to point out earlier is the good news is a lot of those early kills for Nongshim went into RB's hands.
पैसे देखो, buy देखो G2 का.
You don't have
Bulldog, Guardian,
that could be a real problem, whereas you have a showstopper with a weaker buy. So you've got a real chance as G2 to all of a sudden start gaining some momentum. Start turning the tables onto Nongshim. See if they can get it to go. We'll get some confirmation on that Prowler, and that means Nongshim, especially with that Boombot there, no way you're going to
fight करने गए थे.
Yeah, Saturate can be held as well.
Nongshim ही जा सकती है जाना चाहे तो.
So Baby Bay can retain that for the future.
Honestly, I'd love to see him run at A here.
Yeah, it's just going to be an exec and RB likely to TP in the back of sight.
Good molly, swing him, bro.
Okay, but no, a bit of a pump fake as they're going to rescale into mid.
And they didn't like the reaction. The delay there from the Viper felt a little too quick.
Paranoia going to be baited out for
Are they faking mid now? Short Francis.
Baby Bay going to be dead.
एक rotation भी आ गया, अकेला Leaf है.
Bad news. Everyone from Nongshim is right here at home on this site, and Leaf.
Good calling.
Forcibly evacuated.
Good calling, RB bhai. Good calling.
It's the headshot, Jogamo now. All the more pressure on that showstopper to be able to deliver. As Trent comes away with a second, gets it back into a 3v3, and suddenly,
एक kill में
two stocks looking a hell of a lot healthier.
I mean, this showstopper, you would think is good for at least one.
Needs to find him. Backup map. The spot out. Showstopper going to be lobbed in, but no. Extros barely taking any damage. Francis just lingering in the back. Drives the knife into Valen. There's Nongshim now up to 11. G2 trailing by 6.
What? Francis
it took a while to get there, but eventually Nongshim was able to find that A execute that they were fishing for towards the beginning part of the round. Ivy again really clean, but then Trent answers back and you think there's hope. But there's the showstopper from Jog.
Pack it up, bro.
Find success even though he's got an opportunity.
Why result
Exros challenges him. Still can't quite get it done.
G2 slot खाती है बस actually bro. Not gonna lie.
Timeout.
Americas बार-बार क्यों जीत जाते हैं पता नहीं ये लोग.
G2 on the ropes. Bloodied and bruised.
Jim के लिए कोई बढ़िया सा anything Sony bro.
Seemingly in the wind-up.
I want to play. Let's play.
I don't know. Just seems like there's some good ideas from G2. But when it comes down
thank you for the 30 मेरे भाई.
Micro executions.
Gonna support my guy on Kick YT Instagram everywhere. Love you मेरे भाई उत्कर्ष भाई. Love you यार. Disband incoming.
Lean Nongshim's way more often than not.
When people call him hero plays.
सो जाते हैं अपन G2 का GG हो चुका है मानो ना मानो हाँ.
You're not getting that shutdown if you're not denying it away from them. Nongshim, they're going to make those
Americas के शेर बाहर ढेर.
Able to just have them materialize. That's exactly what G2 needs to do for themselves. A thrifty here. Deny Nongshim from getting up to match point.
Finals में crowd होगी दोस्त. Qualifiers चल रहा है अभी. मतलब group stage चल रहा है.
Round is G2 obviously winning the thrifty. Be amazing, but if you
खत्म हो गया दोस्त ये game. भाग it up G2. It's time to lose to XLG and get eliminated again.
Because if they could keep both of those ults going into the decider, into the match point.
अमेरिका में G2 final bosses, G2 में early loss, international में early losses. Bars.
So that's
sometimes.
Predict your 4 American teams for Champs 26. 4 नहीं 3 predict करनी पड़ेगी. क्यों पता है? एक तो आप सब लोग को पता ही है कौन होगी इंटरनेशनल के लिए क्वालिफाई और जाके सबसे पहले बाहर आएगी. गेस करो वो कौन सी टीम होगी चैट. Take a guess. Yep. You are right. You are correct.
It's very close to the vest. Or Nongshim.
उसके अलावा बताता हूँ मैं.
They've already been thrifted a couple times, I believe, so far in this series. We don't want
उसके
to
अलावा
allow
बताता
for
हूँ.
it again. But what a punish from Dambi. Practice with those snipers paying dividends as Valen will get taken down. Jogamo going to be tagged. The Cade down around the corner. Swings out, is able to find the one, but nothing more. The rephase for Dombi. Overstepping a bit, but the team is there to back him up. As the dust will settle and it's
No
just
need to
Baby
guess
Bay
exactly.
allowed to recover some weapons here in mid. He has
G2
to
is
be the
United. What the fuck?
one to get this over the line to clutch
NRG
up
1, MIBR 1,
to bail them
Lev
out
1.
and deny this match
No.
point from going into Nongshim's hands.
NRG, MIBR,
The full kit to work with.
मैं MIBR नहीं बोलना
Fine,
चाहता
there's an
पर I think they're gonna bounce back hard, chat.
just
NRG,
the wins.
G2, Crew,
Easy to
MIBR.
isolate, but hard to read.
4 American
where they're going to
teams.
be coming from. First fight, first challenge will be RB. Now noting them saturate. Going to be chucked
No
in.
Lev.
It's a quick exit, backpedaling over towards the sewer.
I don't know.
Maybe
I don't
find the
feel
one, but
like
that costs him
कि
in
लेव
life. That
आगे
costs
कुछ
him
करेगी
time.
मचांड. एक मास्टर्स
Just
जीत के
doesn't
सब लोग
have
ठंडे
enough
पड़
of it.
जाते हैं भाई.
Tries to find the exits. Refract around the corner. Nothing more to be done.
नोंगशिम क्वालिफाई कहाँ हुई? G2 really? अबे तू थोड़ा सा बेवड़ा है क्या? वो लास्ट 3 साल में 2 साल में 3 साल हो गए. एक भी इंटरनेशनल मिस नहीं कर रहे यार.
Man, it's scary.
तो कैसे क्वालिफाई नहीं करेंगे? 4 बार अमेरिकाज जीते हैं.
Nice shot from Dombi.
तो एक बहुत बड़ा बेवड़ा होगा जो बोलेगा ये लोग अमेरिकाज में हारेंगे. अमेरिकाज तो जीतेंगे, इंटरनेशनल में हारेंगे.
Nice little shot with that Sheriff. Baby Bay. I think going to be one away from the conversion
जो
pass.
टीम लेव
Yeah,
मास्टर्स
Trent does have
जीती
his
है,
ult. X-Ross
इन लोग ने उनको
does
हरा
have
दिया
his-
था.
I mean, Nongshim didn't even
बताओ.
consider saving their Nightfall. They just went for it. Baby Bay. Oh, that's a seize.
It is, but it's going to be
और इंटरनेशनल में XLG से हार गए.
Tommy in the back with Dominic,
बताओ.
but Baby Bay rather is still going to fall as Francis. Makes it a 1-for-1. That convergent pass now out of the equation.
Oh, but that's kind of a weird angle to have that flash hit you. They're not going to be ready for him to be underneath.
Exos now storming his way forward with that ult. Paint shell will be
अच्छा,
able
ult
to
मारा.
snap him back. The exec denied. Meanwhile, Ivy worked all the way forward. Trent will be able to win out the fight. Tagged down to 5, but still alive, still fighting here for G2.
Unbelievable awareness from Trent. That is heads up play.
Meanwhile, Leaf ready to intercept these footsteps, going to be heard.
अमेरिका की सारी टीम चैंप्स में चलती है.
On the approach sewers, but he's going to play this patiently. He is going to look to single-handedly bring this round to an end.
वो चेक करते हुए आ रहा था.
Xros will fall. RB to just tuck into the corner. The spike, however, in his hands, needs to be rerouted. Goes for the elbow side plant. Seekers now. The play spoiler to reveal their locations. The tuck back, the paranoia to fly. Jogamo fully blinded up. Leaf, however, has his vision and has RB in his sights.
क्यों जीत रहे हो भाई? खत्म करो ना. क्या लगता है शांघाई फिर से जंजी जीतेगा? जंजी तो क्वालिफाई भी नहीं होगा.
6 is how many more they will need if they want to push this into overtime like they did at Master Santiago.
For sure. Going all the way over to get the op. Going to make sure that they have enough time to scoop that back up for Baby Bay, the only gun that was even dropped in this round.
क्रिकेट नहीं हुई इस बार तो.
Okay.
भाई सुन, इस बार का जो अमेरिकाज फाइनल था ना, उसमें मैंने बोला था कि G2 हार जाएगी 100%. फाइनल तक भी नहीं पहुंचेगी. लोअर ब्रैकेट से आ गए भाई. कहीं से ही आ जाते हैं फाइनल.
Get a few more and then get a reset and give yourself a hope at those next 4.
बता रहा हूँ ना ब्रो, इन लोग का अमेरिका में कुछ सेटिंग चलता है ट्रम्प वम्प के साथ.
Nongshim kind of getting
वैसे वाले कनेक्शन तो हैं G2 के.
a lot of big
कुछ तो सेटिंग चलता है.
I could trade at least when Baby Bay went down by Valen.
जहाँ उसकी शक्तियाँ खत्म वहाँ इनके गेम खत्म. ऐसे क्यों हो रहा है?
Then this time you have the pit available. Oh my God.
They also have an overdrive and a very
भाई
fast
डम्बी अल्ट किया था यार.
from Nongshim, but they're going to be rerouted. Opting to not overstep here, but that overdrive will be expiring.
It's actually pretty painful for Nongshim. I think again a little bit too
From
eager
Pacific,
to use these powerful ults early
बहुत
in the
सारे
round.
रोस्टर्स तो भी लेफ्ट राइट होने हैं
Find
रुको.
enough value.
पेपर एक्स तो क्वालिफाइड है ऑलरेडी.
For the paranoia to try to hold them at bay, but no. Valen going to be caught. But
प्ले बनाने गए थे वैलेंट भाई.
Piece, get them back into an advantageous position as Leaf finds a second, but Ivy will be able to take him down. Jogamo, oh, it ends up being rough. Ivy able to find him
मोली से मारा.
with that Molly on the floor.
हक दिया बेबी भाई, हक दिया.
Immediately brings this now into a 1v1.
No, Ivy, well played.
The still the opposite side of the pillar.
ब्रो चैट खेल गया आईवी राउंड पे.
So uncomfortable for Ivy. No idea. He has no idea where Baby Bay is. But he has the pit.
Sends this one immediately. Drifts out of it. Hit by the
Iklota chance to win the round. That's it. He missed it.
Wrapping back through. Trying to commit for it. And Ivy!
Oh, so clean!
Another clutch! And another victory!
Oh my god, Ivy!
Over G2!
That was wild.
Alright, chat! XLG versus G2 again! अब बनाओ वीडियो, अब बना वीडियो, अब बननी चाहिए वीडियो। 4.5 7:15। हाँ 3 गेम 4.5 को है। ओए चैट, अच्छा ये कल है, परस कल 2 ही गेम है। चैट कल क्या डेट है? कल क्या डेट है चैट? व्हाट? कल अभी क्या है?
G2 versus Sheila.
G2 versus Sheila अगेन। कल 4 तारीख है भाई। तो कल पेपर एक्स, सुनो कल पेपर एक्स केसी एलिमिनेशन गेम, एनआरजी वाइटैलिटी क्वालिफिकेशन गेम, और 100 थीव्स बीबीएल क्वालिफिकेशन गेम, और आरआरक्यू ईडीजी एलिमिनेशन गेम।
वेट सारे एलिमिनेशन कल ही है
भाई। सुनो हाइड्रा भाई, कल पेपर एक्स और वाइटैलिटी का गेम एक, मतलब पेपर एक्स केसी और वाइटैलिटी एनर्जी एक ही टाइम पे होगा। तो कल आप पेपर एक्स का गेम देखना, मैं वाइटैलिटी का देखूंगा।
हाँ ठीक है, डन है।
डिसाइड। हाँ कल नहीं, कल 2 एलिमिनेशन और 2 क्वालिफिकेशन एक साथ है, फिर परसों भी सेम।
रुक जा, कल है पेपर एक्स वर्सेस ये कार्माइन, और आरआरक्यू वर्सेस ईडीजी,
100 थीव्स बीबीएल और वाइटैलिटी एनर्जी। भाई वाइटैलिटी एनर्जी गेम होगा बैंगर।
तो बाकी गेम्स क्यों नहीं दिख रहे? हाँ वाइटैलिटी वर्सेस एनर्जी का क्वालिफायर गेम। ओके
भाई तो अगर पेपर एक्स जीतती है तो पेपर एक्स एनर्जी एक और बार होगा। अगर नहीं पेपर एक्स वाइटैलिटी होगा।
अबे तो 100 थीव्स और बीबीएल कौन देखेगा?
अब मर्जी है, मेरे को तो देखना 100 थीव्स बीबीएल, साथ में देख लेंगे वो। आरआरक्यू हाँ जीती थी भाई। भूत बनाया था ईडीजी का हाइड्रा भाई। 1v5 डिफ्यूज, 1v5। कल का क्या सीन देखते हैं भाई, क्या करना पता नहीं। आई ब्रो टेक केयर मैन, टेक केयर मैन।
Yeah man, take care.
Take care homie। रात को देख रहे हो अर्जेंटीना का गेम? तो बताओ।
4:30 bro, I don't think मैं उठूंगा यार। अब भी सोऊंगा तो उठूंगा।
चलो ठीक है।
चलो भाई,
बाय बाय,
गुड नाइट।
चलो दोस्तों, टेक केयर है सबको, मिलते हैं कल को। कल है बिग गेम्स, वी गोना वॉच बिग गेम्स। वन साइडेड गेम है, कैसे लाइक कर दो और हम चले। गुड नाइट, बाय बाय।